Chapter 101: The Most Poisonous Woman's Heart. Everyone has their own strategy. At the entrance to the third floor below the second floor of Woma, a group of players, who were chasing Chin Hung, saw him rushing into Woma No. 3 middle school. Can't help but look at each other. Should we chase or not? Hack you! There are monsters inside. Go in and find death. But he got in. He has an invisibility ring. Didn't you see him running and half-conscious? Do you think it's possible that Tianyao Wanderer has cleared away the monsters at the door? Huh? It's really possible. The eldest sister is here. While talking, Princess Kwangtua and others also arrived. After learning that Chin Hung had entered Woma 3, Princess Kwangtua assigned Kwangtua's cousin to take off 2 pieces of top-quality equipment and go in to take a look. He dragged his eldest cousin to the entrance in fear, covered his head, and went in. Brush. When he opened his eyes in Woma San, he suddenly saw that he was already lying on the ground. Exploded a lot of potions, and randomly went out. Depend on. No way. He was killed the moment he came down? The eldest cousin looked around speechlessly, and was suddenly stunned. He saw Tianyao Prodigal just a little ahead of him, and he had enough time to pick up a piece of medium-sized armor that he exploded. The surrounding space is filled with monsters. Come on! I'll wait for you at the entrance. This armor is pretty good and can be sold for 150,000 gold coins. The prodigal son of Tianyao raised his finger at him, and made a hateful sound. And Kwangtuo's eldest cousin cursed angrily, and immediately chatted privately with Kwangtua Princess, and told her the following situation. After learning about the situation, Princess Kwangzhou and others felt a sudden pain in their balls. How can I kill the prodigal son of Tianyao, who is hiding inside? If you rush in directly, it's probably like dragging your older cousin wildly, and you'll die without even a bubble popping up. But the prodigal son of Tianyao is at the door, and he is unwilling to kill him. At this time, people from Tai Shui and Dynasty also came one after another. Not long after, 40 or 50 people from the 3 major forces gathered here. All elite. The lowest levels are all above level 19. What should I do? Princess Kwangtu asked unwillingly. A player named Tai Shui Xiaoyao came out. He is the other boss, and second child of the Tai Shui Alliance. The red-named iron-blooded overlord died, and appeared in Hongming village. He can't come here for the time being. Tai Shui Xiaoyao looked at the entrance and said, the entrance can only accommodate a few people at the same time. Based on last experience, if you want to stand firm, at least 20 or 30 people will have to rush in within a few seconds. Half of these people will die. It's good if the rest can be carried for a few seconds. In short, if we want to kill him, we all rush in to take the damage from the monster. And all the mages finally enter and shock him directly. There is hope. It is expected that more than half of them will die. Do you think you should do this? Everyone listened in silence. The prince of the imperial court shook his head. Forget it. Is it worth it to trade so many people for his life? He has a good set of equipment, and there is a dragon ring in the package. Princess Kwang was a little reluctant. Forget it. He may still have a scroll or a dungeon to return to the city. If we can't handle him and run away, we will be even more at a loss. Prince Kwangtua also disagreed. The prince of the imperial court said at this time, do you think he will kill the leader inside? It's impossible. Right. Leader, we have all experienced it before. It's too abnormal. Tai Shui Xiaoyao shook his head. At least he can kill the Woma guards. We saw 2 at the door last time. There might be more inside. Yeah. HL. Wouldn't this Wama-san become his cornucopia? At this point in the chat, everyone's eyes were red. You can often kill Woma guards alone. How many brand name equipment can this bring out? But others have invisibility rings. But they don't? Thinking about it makes you angry. Just when everyone was burning with jealousy and depressed to the point of vomiting blood, the girl suddenly rolled her eyes and said with a smile, otherwise, we sent someone to practice leveling at this door for a long time. If he comes over, we will block the door and prevent him from entering to fight. Ha ha! When everyone heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. Ha ha! Everyone laughed wildly. Yes, they can't get into Woma 3, but they can send people to block the door here. Only a dozen or so people are needed to level up here, and people are stationed in the 2 corridors in front of the entrance to keep an eye on them. As soon as the other party comes, he immediately stands at the door, picks 10, and fights while standing. It is impossible to defeat them. By then, this Tianyao Prodigal will no longer be able to go in to fight boss and level up. This trick of dragging the rocking girl wildly is really destructive. A sentence came to mind among the iron-blooded overlord and others. The most poisonous woman's heart. Of course Qin Hung didn't know the sinister intention of dragging the princess and the others. So he cut a bloody path out and came to the hall. Soon, he killed the Woma leader and 2 Woma guards respectively. This time, one of the Woma guards finally dropped a piece of brand name equipment. Memory helmet, defense 3/3. Weight 7. Durability 8/8. Requires level 26. This is part of the memory set, including the memory necklace printed earlier. There are already 2 set parts. As long as you explode another memory bracelet and memory ring, you can complete a memory suit. The memory suit can teleport members of the same team to you at will. It is a good tool for killing people and setting fires. Unfortunately, the most difficult thing to get is the memory ring. In the Legend of the Past Life game, the leader of Woma will explode in this thing. Some people also say that the Corpse King will explode. But Qin Hung has never exploded himself. In his previous life, he always bought other people's goods. Regardless of whether it was the leader of Woma or the Corpse King, Qin Hung had killed so many of them. But none of them dropped. It was too difficult to explode. In his previous life, there were only a few memory rings in the server he was on. In short, the memory ring is difficult to get. So take your time. In addition to this memory head, the leader of Woma also generously gave 2 pieces of brand name equipment. A necklace of life and a magic wand. There is also a copy of Fire Sword Art and 2 small masterpieces. Demon 3's Snake Eye Ring and a Death Glove. Death Gloves, attack January 3rd. Durability 8/8. Weight 2. Requires level 22. Not to mention, this is the first time Qin Hung has revealed the Death Glove. This thing is not a brand name equipment. The original attribute is attack 1/2. It has a little more attack here, which is very good. Before a warrior obtains the Zuma Equipment Knight Bracelet. Except for the best bracelet type equipment. The Death Gloves have the highest attack power. It's so hard to explode now. And with a little more attack, the value will definitely be very good. I wonder if you can get money to name the households with difficulties. These pieces of equipment were all developed by the leader of Woma. The leader is still very fat at the moment. The goods are pretty good. After defeating these 3 bosses, Qin Hung did not level up here anymore. He had to go to the Corpse King Hall. But something still needs to be done. After spending an hour, Qin Hung lured all the Dark Warriors, who appeared in other corners of the hall, to the entrance. This process is really a bit cheating, because there were many monsters. He had to open a way for the Dark Warrior to come over. This guy walked very slowly. Qin Hung simply killed the monsters, and seduced them at the same time, without missing a beat. Finally, looking at the hundreds of Dark Warriors on the left and right in front of the entrance, Qin Hung laughed. With a whoosh, he returned to the city. Looking at the time, it was already 7:30 in the evening. After storing the things and taking out the potion, Qin Hung walked non-stop to the first floor of the Viper Valley mining area. After digging for a while, at the entrance of the Corpse King's palace, he killed the yellow-robed bald zombie and entered the Corpse King's palace. Fortunately, no one was beaten. At a glance, the screen was full of Corpse Kings. He flew to the opposite corner and waited silently for a few minutes. When the Corpse King palace was closed, he began to clean up. It took more than an hour for Qin Hung to make another trip to the city to store equipment before returning again to clean up the Corpse King. This time I got 2 advanced skill books. Summoning Divine Beasts. 1. Half Moon Scimitar. And 2. Magic Shields. Etc. Which are not bad. After storing things and supplies, Qin Hung flew towards the Woma temple again, preparing to enter and kill the refreshed Woma guards while waiting for the leader to be refreshed. Boo-hoo-hoo. After a random flight, Qin Hung arrived at the entrance of Woma Temple again. I was surprised to find that there are many more players who are teaming up to do business here. Qin Hung ran all the way. The players looked at him. Their eyes flashed, and finally stopped. Qin Hung was actually quite nervous. He didn't know if any hostile players would ambush him at the entrance. But it's been more than 2 hours. Who's so bored waiting there for 2 hours? Don't you want to level up? Enter the entrance on the first floor with vigilance. And it will be random as soon as you enter. There are more and more players here. They have flown many times. When they fall, no monsters can be seen except for the running figures of the players. Small groups that practice leveling can be seen everywhere. Brother, sister, please, there is someone here. Thank you. Everyone, please give way. There is someone here. Passing by. Passing by. I'll just hit one and leave. Don't chop me. Listening to these familiar words, Qin Hung was filled with emotions. No matter which world we go to, as long as it's a legend, it's pretty much the same. Entering the second floor, there was still no one guarding the door, which made Qin Hung feel relieved. But after a while, he met someone who was dragging his family and the Iron Blood Alliance. He didn't care and flew away in a blink of an eye. I went to Walmart 3 by myself, and I wasn't here to fight with them, so I didn't care. Fight? How can we fight when there are many others? Seeing Qin Hung appear, Kuang Yen and Tai Blooded were instantly excited. The prodigal son from the end of the world is here. Block the door. Block it for me. Ha ha. Block the door. Block the door. Ha ha. Record the video and post it online to mock him and make him mad. After shouting for a while, the group of people immediately flew towards the entrance. They wanted to see with their own eyes the defeated expression of the prodigal son from the end of the world. Boo-hoo-hoo. After a random meal, Qin Hung finally arrived at the entrance of Xiao Ma-san. But the next moment, his eyes widened. I saw more than a dozen people from the Iron Blood Alliance, the dynasty, and the Kwangtuo family blocking the entrance to Xiao Ma-san. My day. Qin Hung frowned. What he was worried about finally happened. I didn't expect that these people would figure out a way to restrain him so quickly. As long as he sends someone to practice leveling here for a long time and blocks the entrance, he won't be able to get in. Unless he... When they saw Qin Hung appear, these people didn't go up to chop him. They just raised their fingers at him from a distance. The leading princess Kwangtu smiled proudly and said, "Tianya prodigal, don't say that we are too ruthless in what we do. Look, we have left you a little chance." After saying this, she pointed to a place behind her. "See? As long as you can randomly fly to the entrance behind me, we promise not to kill you. Yes, as long as you are lucky and fly to the entrance behind us, I promise not to chop you." Tai Shui Xiao also laughed and said, "The boss exploded the dragon ring. And this time, he could finally vent his anger. Or if you call Daddy 3 times, we will let you go." The prince of the imperial court was equally proud. "What did you say? What's your name?" Qin Heng's voice came from far away. The prince laughed loudly. "Call Daddy 3 times. Us." As a result, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted loudly by Qin Hung. "Hey! Good boy. No need to say anything. I understand." After the words fell, everyone reacted with different expressions. The people in the dynasty wanted to laugh, but did not dare to laugh. But some of the crazy and iron-blooded people couldn't help but laugh secretly. The deceived young master of the dynasty looked livid and said fiercely, "My good son, don't use your words. From now on, if you want to enter Woma-san to fight monsters, there will be no way for you." He decided to let his subordinates stay here 24 hours a day to practice leveling. I'll make you sick. Really? Then you can continue to guard here. Brother is leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Hung flew out of the Woma temple with a hiss. Seeing Qin Hung running away in depression, the young master of the imperial court laughed wildly. "Ha ha! It's so refreshing. That's what you have to do. Make him mad." Everyone burst out laughing. Kuang Yame smiled and said, "Don't be careless. He will definitely not give up this piece of fat. You just level up nearby. Keep it safe." Call out. Qin Hung returned to Beach City. Did he compromise? Of course not. How is it possible that just a few people want to restrict him? After taking out the random item, he arrived at the entrance of Woma Temple again. Looking at the hundreds of players at the door, he smiled. Tianya prodigal son area shouts, 100,000 gold coins to recruit 30 thugs for 30 minutes. Only those who are above level 17. Come gather here. 100,000 gold coins for 30 minutes. This is a piece of cake in the sky. It's hard to earn gold coins now. There are too many people and few monsters. If you kill monsters all night, you might not be able to get back the potion money. 100,000 gold coins. It will take several hours to dig. Therefore, when the people around heard this, they all rushed over like crazy. I'm coming! I'm coming! Qin Hung quickly shouted. Stop! 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 Stay 10 meters away from me. It doesn't matter if we stay away. Who knows if there are any evil-minded people in this group of people? In total, if 7 or 8 people tried to shock him, he would still have to hang up. You must not have the intention of harming others. And you must have the intention of guarding against others. In the end, Qin Hung selected the 30 highest level ones, all of which were above level 18. Half are warriors, and the remaining half are Taoist priests and mages. The number of people was selected. At this time, a mage named Yuan Jiangtianmu asked, Boss? How to do it? How to give money? Don't cheat us. Fearless Lone Wolf. He is the prodigal son of Tinya. He has the best equipment in the game. He shouldn't cheat us. Right. Game mystery. It's hard to tell whether it's the Iron Blood Alliance or the Union. They're both deceiving people. Everyone was chattering, not wanting to miss this opportunity to make money, but also afraid of being cheated. At this time, Qin Hung spoke. The wanderer from the end of the world. Don't say anything vain. I will give each person 10,000 gold coins first, and they will come over to pick them up later. Afterwards, I will make up the balance for you at the beach city and warehouse. 10,000 gold coins first? This is a good thing. It seems that he is not a liar. Everyone suddenly became energetic. Someone asked anxiously, Boss, what exactly do you want us to do? Hee. Help me clear the way. Open circuit? After a while of discussion, Qin Hung reached an agreement with this group of mercenaries. Each of them was given 10,000 gold coins and set off immediately. Qin Hung is not afraid that the other party will run away. If he does run away, forget it. It will only be 10,000 gold coins anyway. Fortunately, the people who play games are all idle and bored people. With such fun and money, no one runs away. Soon, a group of excited players rushed into the Woma temple. After a while, we randomly arrived at the entrance to the left passage of Xiaoama 3, which was the meeting point agreed upon by everyone. Qin Hung entered the second floor of Woma temple and flew away randomly, but was discovered by the Guangzhou family member again. Ha! Prepare to block the door. The prodigal son of Tinya is here again. Don't let him in. Following the last experience, 10 people soon surrounded the entrance. But this time, other people did not come over and were still killing monsters and leveling up, because they felt that as long as 10 people blocked the door, it would be enough. Chapter 102 Don't Give In. Plan to build a meeting. The entrance on the third floor below the second floor of Woma Temple. 10 crazy, dynasty, and iron-blooded people stood at the entrance, laughing and chatting. The crazy princess and the crazy rocking girl were also there. They had been hacked by Qin Hung so many times and had deep resentments. Now they just wanted to see Qin Hung make a fool of themselves, which made them feel at ease. The princess asked with a smile, What do you think the return of the prodigal son from the end of the world means this time? He pulled the rocking girl wildly. Ha! Probably just to see if we are still here. Ha! So what if there is a divine weapon? It's not like we have to control it. At this time, the girl rolled her eyes and suggested again. Princess, I have a small suggestion. We can spend money to hire people to guard the entrances of the major dungeon maps to prevent him from entering and fighting. Hearing this, the princess's eyes brightened. She clapped her hands and said with a smile, Seconds! This trick is amazing! Ha! Now among the major dungeons, there are only Woma Temple, Zuma Temple, Centipede Cave in Death Valley, and Stone Tomb Array. We only need to hire people to block the entrances to these 4 places. He can't even think about going in and fighting high-level monsters. No, the entrances to the 2 mining areas and the natural cave should be blocked. In this way, the most he can do is kill snakes every day. Ha! No. He should hire some more people to guard the Viper Valley passage. In this way, he can only kill the scarecrow and the chicken. Ha! Why didn't I think of that before? Ha! It is also said that the more you pull the princess, the more aroused you become. It is not difficult for her to hire some people to guard several dungeon holes in a day. That little bit of employment fee is just a drop in the bucket for her. Not worth mentioning at all. Thinking that from now on, the prodigal son of the world can only kill chickens, deer, and scarecrows outside Biki City or in the Woma forest. She became extremely aroused. Her face turned red, and her whole body trembled. At this moment, a burst of footsteps came over. Guangzhou princess and others turned around to look for the sound, and suddenly found a large group of players running towards them at high speed. And they were in front of them in a blink of an eye. Is this an attack on Woma 3? Princess Quantua frowned and shouted in a sweet voice. What are you doing? The Quantua family is booking a place here. Get out of here. Otherwise, he will be killed without mercy. Ah. Ha. Lo. We just want to enter the Woma 3 fight boss. The warrior at the head named Fearless Lone Wolf said with a smile. No. Our 3 forces have taken over this place. Please come back. Guangzhou said with a proud look on her face. Oh. Okay. Let's go. After the words fell, the Fearless Lone Wolf waved his hand. Kill. Boom. Boom! A bunch of lightning and anti-towels were the first to hit the crazy princess and the crazy rocking girl. Kill! A group of players shouted and rushed forward like wolves and tigers. 30 people versus 10 people. Another instant sneak attack. In an instant, Guangzhou princess and others were stunned. On the spot, the crazy princess and the crazy rocking girl, who were under special care, were instantly electrocuted to death. All long-range attacks fell on the two of them. Instant kill. There is no way. Who let these two people be well equipped? Most of the players Qin Hung hired this time were players who participated in the Woma 3 tragedy last time. They already had a grudge against Guangzhou princess and the others. So as soon as they rushed over, everyone already agreed in a low voice who to kill first. Sure enough, a bunch of lightning bolts and scarves instantly took away the two princesses. With the sound of a bell, a lot of potions exploded on the ground. Random town return scrolls, and 5 or 6 pieces of equipment. Wild Goose Moon, Snake Eye Ring, Conquer Demons, explosive equipment. In an instant, Fearless Lone Wolf, Kishihara Tenmu and others rushed forward and licked everything on the ground cleanly in the blink of an eye. Then he attacked players from other forces. Boo-hoo-hoo. Faced with a completely unequal sneak attack, the others ran away randomly in an instant. Only the corpses of the crazy princess and the crazy rocking girl were left there. Die with your eyes open. You bastards. The princess was so angry that she cursed loudly. But before she could finish her words, everyone in front of her was already flying away. I don't know if he returned to the city or if he flew away randomly. The crazy princess and the crazy rocking girl were left looking at each other, speechless. Aren't they going to Walmart 3? Why did they run away? The rocking girl was completely confused. Just then, da-da-da, a sound of footsteps came over. The two of them looked for a voice and saw the prodigal son of Tianya standing in front of him. Hey, we meet again. Do you know where my invisibility ring came from? Where did it come from? Although she didn't know what kind of medicine Tianya prodigal was selling in her gourd, Princess Quantua still asked subconsciously. Qin Hengxi walked to her body with a smile, lowered his head, and used the half-moon scimitar to dig and buckle her softest part. That's how I dug it out of you. Ha ha. Let's see if there are any treasures left this time. Qin Hung burst out laughing. You hacking bastard. Just wait for me. The princess screamed and wanted to quit. But I heard the prodigal son from Tianya smiled in surprise. Ha ha. I found it. The teleportation ring. Ha ha. Teleportation ring? What kind of equipment is this? After being stunned for a moment, Princess Quantu did not withdraw, but was thinking about the meaning of Qin Heng's words. At this moment, Qin Heng came to the crazy girl again and smiled. This is your first time. Don't worry. It won't hurt. The digging will be done soon. The rocking girl was not willing to be humiliated and was about to quit, but she heard the princess chatting privately. Let him dig it. Sister. You. But at this moment, Qin Heng cursed. TSK. You are too dark. Rubbish. Don't explode anything. It's not like hers. It's still pink. It's great to dig it out. It's in stock. Black? Pink? The Princess Quantua and the rocking girl Quantua were confused for a while. Just when they were wondering what it meant, a burst of footsteps came, and it was Prince Quantua and others who came with others. Hey! If I don't want to play with you anymore and still want to block the door, let's try and see who can get more people. If you are not convinced, come down to me, and I will pick all of you by myself. Qin Heng said nothing, and got into Woma-san with a smile. Chase him in! Kill him! Maybe he has already cleaned up all the monsters at the door. Drag the princess crazy. Princess, isn't this good? You'll die if you go in, the prince said hesitantly. Quang pulled the princess fiercely. Then we have to go in and take a look. Now send 2 people in. The Quantai prince had no choice but to let the 2 soldiers take off all their equipment and rush in. Walmart 3rd floor. Qin Heng stood at the door without moving. He wanted to see if the other party would come in. Soon, 2 crazy players wearing big pants got in. As soon as they entered, these 2 people were already blasted by dark warriors and a bunch of Woma warriors. With a ding, several potions and a few random items fell on the ground. The 2 of them didn't pay attention and immediately reported the situation here. He pulled the girl madly and said, What should I do? Are you still blocking the door? The Princess Guangzhou said depressedly. How to block it? He can also pull someone to rush the door. After the impact of the players just now, she understood that her dream of guarding major leveling venues was shattered. Unless she arranged for hundreds or even thousands of people to guard each entrance that day. Don't talk about money. The main thing is whether it is useful. Ikwamwa said at this time. Actually, I think we can still block this place. We can do this. On the third floor of Woma, the two Woma guards have already been refreshed. Finish them quickly. This time the best thing is to give Bin, Hell's Thunder, and Flashlight movie. There is a pair of demon subduers in the equipment. Not bad. Qin Hung did not go out and continue to level up here. Other side, throughout the Woma Temple and outside the Woma Temple, people from the Kwangtong family, the dynasty, and the Iron Blood Alliance kept shouting, "Warning! Warning! Warning! Whoever helps the prodigal son of Tianya and fight against Kwangtu dynasty and Iron Blood again, we will definitely chase you out of the server. Warning! Warning! Who will help Tianya prodigal and Kwangja again?" This is the strategy that Princess Kwangtu and others came up with. As soon as they continue shouting, many players will probably still be wary of them. Later, Princess Kwangzhou and others specially sent people to watch at the entrance of Woma Temple, and then sent a team of people to practice leveling not far from the entrance to the second floor of Woma. They changed their strategy and planned to ambush Tianya Prodigal at the door. As soon as the other party comes in, you can kill him immediately. It depends on how he comes in. Of course Qin Hung, who was leveling up in Woma 3, didn't know, but someone had a private chat with him. Mu Shui, brother, the Kwangtua family has gathered a large number of people at the entrance to the second floor of Woma. They seem to be planning to ambush you. You should be careful. Oh, thank you. Qin Heng's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately thanked him. Ha ha. You're welcome. Remember to pay us when you come out later. Mu Shui was also there in the battle just now. After the battle, he was leveling up on the second floor, and happened to encounter the action of dragging the family. No problem. After ending the call, Qin Hung began to think while fighting monsters. If the Kwangtu family really blocked him on the second floor of Walmart, they would still have to ask someone to clear the way, which would be a big problem. Just now, we hired people for 100,000 gold coins, which cost 3 million. It's not worth spending so much. How much does it cost for him to go in? But he couldn't rush in by himself without inviting someone. Even if he calls Shang Guanhai and names the needy households, it won't work. I am still too weak. How about creating a guild? The idea of creating a guild instantly swirled in my mind. After thinking about it for a while, he gave up decisively. Creating a guild is not that simple. Once the number of people in the guild increases, there will be a lot of things, big and small. For example, organizing guild members to level up and hunt for treasures. If a guild member is bullied, you have to organize people to help. If you don't help, people's hearts will disperse. And in the future, siege battles will cost a huge amount of gold coins, which are all money-burning things. Besides, he doesn't have time to stay in the game all day long. In reality, he still has to work for a living. And the last point is that his status is not good and he is an alien. It's good to be a little low-key. I don't know how I passed the invisibility ring level last time. If I become the first guild president, the attention will skyrocket. It will be troublesome if we attract the attention of game companies again. In short, after thinking about it, he is really not suitable to be the boss. But he needs a large number of manpower to deal with the harassment of this crazy family. In this case, the only option is to sell the horn to other people for the guild. To whom can it be sold? Several candidates jumped through my mind. Guanhai was the first friend he met. But this guy had no money and no power. He might have given him the horn and he could sell it. Even if he really left the horn to establish a guild, he would not be able to run it if he lacked the confidence. If you are too young, don't think about it. The only friends left are those who have difficulty naming. This guy is not short of money. He also has a bunch of brothers. And he is a pretty good person. It's him. If I sell it to him a little cheaper, I should be able to get a vice president. In this way, you can also sell things in the guild. If there are a lot of people, just give it a shout and it will be cheaper than the market price. And it will probably sell quickly. The most important thing is that you can recruit a group of people to fight against the Kwangtong family and others at any time. As for the third floor of Woma, whether it will be breached by guild members will be discussed later. If I don't recruit some people now, I won't be able to fight now, let alone in the future. After thinking about it, Qin Hung no longer hesitated and immediately contacted the needy households. "Brother, are you there?" The voice calling the poor person came. "Here. Are you free?" As soon as my brothers heard that you have a lot of top quality equipment, they all wanted to buy it. "No, I want to ask you, do you want to create a guild? Creating a guild? Of course I thought about it. But I don't have the Woma horn. So why are you asking? You don't want to tell me that you have the Woma horn. Right. Well, do you want it? Holy crap. Did you really kill the leader of Woma alone? Of course you want it. How much did I pay for it? Make an offer. Money really isn't an issue. The excited voices of the households with difficulties in naming came. He has long wanted to create a guild for fun. But he has never been able to win the Woma horn. According to the introduction on the official website, the Woma horn will explode in Woma. The Woma guards will not explode after being beaten so many times. Only the Woma leader will explode. But at this stage, players simply can't go to Woma 3. So how can they defeat Woma leader? He never expected that the prodigal son of Kenya would kill the leader of Woma alone. Even with an invisibility ring, it would probably be difficult to kill the terrifying leader of Woma in a place with many monsters. Right? It seems that the invisibility ring is still used. The artifact is awesome. I wonder if it has any hidden properties. How much did you say? Sheen Heng's faint voice came over. Hold on. The person on the other side, who had difficulty naming the family, discussed it with his subordinates and finally replied. The establishment of a guild for this first Woma horn is of great significance. If you put it up for bidding, you can probably sell it for at least 200,000 Chinese dollars. I'll give you 300,000 Chinese dollars. How? I don't want any Chinese coins. Sheen Heng's faint voice came. And the person who had difficulty naming was immediately speechless and felt a tightness in his chest. It's a bit hard to take one breath at a time. After taking a few deep breaths, he said, Brother, this is converted into game currency, which is 1.5 billion gold coins. The entire market doesn't have 1 billion gold coins now. Right. Where can I get these 1.5 billion gold coins for you? Sheen Heng's voice came without hesitation. No money. I'll give it to you. After the guild is established. Give me a vice president. What? Give it to me? The person opposite who had trouble naming was stunned. And his voice suddenly rose. Then the voice of rejection came quickly. Brother, who do you look down on? Do I need you to give it to the needy family? This is so irritating. Do you need someone to give you something for free? This is going to spread. And he won't have to hang around in the circle anymore. I'm not giving it away for free. Doesn't this mean I'm getting a vice president? Sheen Heng chuckled. He was taking steps back to make progress. The Woma horn is still in his hand. If the other party really doesn't want to spend a penny and just wants to take away the Walmart horn, he won't sell it. I might as well ask Guan Hai to establish a small guild. And as long as the other party gives him a random sum of money, even if he is named as a needy household and doesn't give him the vice president, he won't be at a big loss. The voice of naming the needy household came. Okay. Brother Ming will settle the score. Let's do this. This horn is worth 1 billion gold coins. And I will give you a vice president. Is that okay? No. Just give me 500 million gold coins. Otherwise I'll give it to someone else. Households with difficulties in naming can get an additional 100,000 Chinese dollars on top of the value of only 200,000 Chinese dollars. Sheen Heng can also chop it down. If you plan to build a good relationship, just be thorough. After a moment of silence on the other side, the voice naming the needy family came over with a smile. Okay. I'm determined to be your friend. I will go to the market to buy gold coins at a high price now, and see how much I can receive. By the way, where are you? Woma-san. It will take almost 2 hours to return to the city. Sheen Heng didn't hide anything this time. He even played the trumpet. And he was hiding nothing. You're awesome. See you at the inn warehouse in 2 hours. After naming the poor household, he excitedly left a sentence and hurried back to the city from Centipede Cave to buy gold coins. Sheen Heng also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the guild was established, the Quantu family and others would no longer be able to block the door to him. The worst that can happen is that you can start a fight with someone in the guild at any time. Of course, the guild doesn't need money to recruit people. It only requires one sentence. Brothers, someone is blocking Woma-san. Do what they want with me. Go down and kill the leader and get the treasure. A bunch of people will come in a hurry. Chapter 103 Level 23. Marfa Friendship Alliance. That's his territory. Sheen Heng did not go out again and had been leveling up in Woma 3 for an hour. After a burst of white light, he finally leveled up. The prodigal son of the end of the world, level 23. Experience, 1314/350000. The experience value for upgrading has once again increased by 50,000 compared to the previous level. After leveling for a while, the leader of Woma finally came out, beat to death. The explosion this time was also good. And 2 pieces of brand name equipment were also given. A silver snake and a ghost necklace. The skill book gives 1 copy of Hail Roar and Magic Shield. What made him speechless was that after trying so many, he still couldn't get the brand name bracelet used by Taoist priests. No, the Z-bead necklace can't explode either. What he was wearing was something he picked up from a pile of dead people. Forget it. Some explosions are good. Just take your time. The worst thing is, I'll trade it with others for brand name equipment from other professions in the future. After beating the leader, Qin Hung did not stay here any longer. He was already being urged to name the poor people. With a whoosh, Qin Hung returned to Biki City. He had just stored his things in the inn warehouse when the news was sent to the people who were in need of naming. Ha ha, brother prodigal son. I've been waiting for you in Biki City for a long time. The poor man rubbed his hands with excitement on his face. Ha ha. I'm sorry. I just finished beating the leader of Woma. Qin Hung said hee. These words made the person with difficulty naming feel a little heartbroken, and he had the urge to beat the other person to death. After taking a deep breath and calming down, he asked curiously, "Did you gain anything?" "No. The leader is too weak. Except for a few good things, he exploded at the beginning. He basically didn't explode later." Of course, Qin Hung would not say that he would drop 1 or 2 pieces of brand name equipment every time. Otherwise, the guy in front of me will probably recruit people to fight the leader of Woma immediately after establishing the guild. The household with difficulty in naming was stunned for a moment, rolled his eyes, and did not ask the question again. Woma leader doesn't explode good stuff? How can it be? How about going to a grave and burning newspapers to fool ghosts? At the very least, it will drop things like platinum rings. If Qin Hung didn't say anything, he would naturally not continue to ask. With a chuckle, he said, "I have raised 35 million gold coins so far, so I will give you 34 million first. 30 million is the horn's money. 4 million is what I owed you last time, and the rest should be able to pay you back about 30 million gold coins every day. Can?" Next, the 2 of them traded, and Qin Hung got 34 million gold coins, and named the poor person and got the Woma horn. Both of them were in a happy mood. "By the way, does your friend also want the best equipment?" Qin Hung asked. The poor man shook his head. "We can't do it today. All the money is here to buy this horn. By the way, how do I create a guild?" When I clicked on the Woma horn, there was no response. The person who had difficulty naming the name said depressedly, "Qin Hung, I don't know at all what co-authorship is." He asked curiously, "Isn't there any introduction on the official website?" "No." My day. This website is really a scam. Qin Hung remembered that it was the same in his previous life. It was said that the first person to create a guild didn't know how to do it. In the end, he asked the GM in the game to find out. "Follow me." Qin Hung took the lead and ran to the Biki City Palace. Soon the 2 of them walked into the palace and came to the king of Biki City. Looking at the gorgeous king wearing a dragon robe and a crown, Qin Hung asked directly, "Hello, I want to create a guild." Creating a guild in the previous life required a gold bar. If it was the same here, it would be a disaster. "Very well. Prepare a Woma horn, 1 million gold coins, and a guild name." Qin Hung breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no need for a gold bar here. Otherwise, there would be no place to exchange gold bars, and this ghost guild would not be established. "Ah, I still need 1 million gold coins." Hearing this, the households with difficulties in naming were stunned for a moment, and said with a little heartache, "It's over. I only have 1 million gold coins left. I can't go mining after this." Qin Hung was speechless for a while. "Give it first. I will give you 1 million gold coins later." "Ah. Ha ha. Good brother. I knew you wouldn't let me go mining." Those who had difficulty naming it laughed, and then fell into distress. "What name should I choose? Axe Gang? The Broadsword Gang? Big Sword Club?" The person who had trouble naming the household asked Qin Hung several names in succession, and Qin Hung's veins popped out. "Marfa Friendship Alliance." Qin Hung was silent for a moment and said slightly excitedly, with a hint of memory in his eyes. The Marfa Friendship Alliance was the name of his previous guild. The eyes of those who had difficulty naming the name lit up. "Marfa Friendship Alliance? Ha ha. What a good name. Let's gather together in Marfa Continent to have friendship and righteousness. It's okay." Next, after naming the difficult households, they talked to the king of Beach City, determined the name of the guild, and after handing over the Woma horn and gold coins, a system prompt rang. Ding dong! Server-wide announcement. The prosperous age of Marfa. Everyone celebrates. Players name difficult households to create guilds. Marfa Friendship Alliance. Since then, the Marfa continent has entered a new chapter in the struggle for hegemony among princes, and the subsequent battle for hegemony in Sabak City will be launched one after another. Ding dong! Server-wide announcement. The prompt sounded 3 times in a row, shocking all online players. Guild? City hegemony? All kinds of fresh and sensitive words stimulate the players' eardrums. What? How is it possible? How can a poor household have a Woma horn? Not far from the entrance to the second floor of the Woma temple, Princess Guangjia and others looked in disbelief. Damn it! Where did he get the horn? The iron-blooded overlord and others were also shocked. To obtain the horn of Woma, it is only possible to kill the leader of Woma. But now Woma 3 can't get in at all. Wrong. Someone can get in. The prodigal from the end of the world. Could it be that the prodigal son of Tianya killed the leader of Woma? Princess Guangtu and others immediately thought of the crux of the problem, and they were even more angry. But there was nothing they could do. At this moment, a system announcement rang again. Server-wide announcement for households with difficulties in naming. Brothers from the Marfa continent. Are you still worried about being beaten while fighting monsters? Are you still worried about getting something stolen or being robbed? Are you still worried about being bullied everywhere? Welcome to the safe area of Beach City Bookstore to find me and Tianya Wanderer to join the guild. Let us work together to create the most powerful guild in the entire server. No one dares to bully us anymore. If you are a brother, come and join us. Remember, no brothers, no legend. Finally, places are limited. First come, first served. This was said by Qin Heng to teach the households with difficulties in naming. Otherwise his brain would not have been able to come up with the idea of naming the Dideo Hui. No brothers. Not legendary. This sentence instantly hits the soft spot of most players. During the time since the server was launched, there have been constant PK fights and fights over grabbing monsters and things. It's happening everywhere. Even when he was digging a mine, he was killed for his position. The most disgusting ones are those from professional gaming unions and families. There is strength in numbers. Private areas are reserved for leveling up, killing people and grabbing treasures. It is simply the object of hatred for individual players. It can be said that single players really have a miserable time in this game. Now suddenly someone tells you that you can join his guild. From now on, everyone will unite as one and will never be bullied by others again. It resonated with these players instantly. Countless players suddenly flocked to the safe zone of Beach City. In safe zone, the user who had difficulty naming the name said depressedly, "Damn it! It's so expensive to announce it to the whole server. It actually costs 1 million gold coins. You owe me an extra 2 million. Qin Heng chuckled from the side. This guy had to make a server-wide announcement. So Qin Heng had no choice but to give him an extra 1 million gold coins. I got it. Long-winded. I won't miss you. Hey, where are you going? Seeing Qin Heng turning around as if to leave, the named poor household shouted from behind. I'm going to level up. As the vice president, are you leaving now? Of course. You can just recruit them yourself, Qin Heng said, naming a household with difficulty. In the end, Qin Heng stayed and helped recruit people from needy households, because he felt that he had to show his face at least. Otherwise others would not know that he was the vice president of the guild. Recruiting is easy. It's still the same as the previous game. Standing face to face. It's just that the process is slightly different. At this time, as long as you are the guild president or vice president, you can open the guild panel and open the invitation application. The person standing with you will receive the guild invitation message. As long as they choose to agree, they can join the guild. In the guild, except for the president and 2 vice presidents, there are currently no other positions. Both positions are available. After joining a guild, the guild name will be added to the player's name, such as Qin Heng's role, the prodigal son of the end of the world, Marfa Friendship Alliance. Qin Heng helped quickly recruit people in the safe zone. Under his arrangement, a large number of players with names from the Marfa Friendship Alliance gradually appeared outside the safe zone. The crowd was divided into Taoist priests, mages and warriors, each holding a weapon representing their profession, such as demon-conquering and horse-killing knives. They lined up in long rows and columns, which looked very impressive. This further attracts other players to join. Soon, there were hundreds of people. Qin Heng looked at the quota for this guild, and it seemed that there was no limit. Looking at the long queue in front of him, waiting to join the guild. Qin Hung suddenly felt pain in his balls. This guy is so merciless. He still has to go to the Corpse King's palace to find treasures and level up. Depressed, he privately chatted with the players who had helped him attack Woma 3 one by one, asking them to come to the Beach City safe zone. These are relatively high-level players, so it would be wasted if they don't progress. Soon those people arrive one after another. After Qin Hung paid them the balance, he took them into the guild. While accepting people, households with difficulties in naming are also constantly talking on the guild channel. New brothers who come in can open the guild panel and the guild channel. And then, they can chat in the guild without others hearing us. Brothers who don't want to be disturbed can close the guild chat so that they won't be heard. The fearless lone wolf said, "Wow, it's true. This is so convenient. Name me boss. When will you take us to fight the boss?" Game riddle. "Ha ha. Brother is here. Name me boss. When will you take us to level up?" Beeping. "Wow. The prodigal son of Tianya is actually the vice president. And the president's fighting skills are awesome." Tian Duster. "The vice president's equipment is really awesome." Brother Chi. "The president's equipment is not bad either. Look at the clothes, helmet, etc. They are all top quality." SA World. "But I still think Vice President Prodigal Son is awesome." After everyone joined in, they were chirping. Qin Hung and the households in need all had smiles on their faces after hearing the naming. It was so lively. Not long after, brothers from households in need also came over. The ones taking the lead were naming Xiaodao and naming Xiaofa, as well as Dragon Tattoo. After naming the poor family and giving the remaining vice president Dragon Tattoo, the three of them recruited people at a much faster pace. There were suddenly more and more members of the Marfa Friendship Alliance outside the safe zone. Gradually, the place outside the safety zone was filled up. At a glance, there were hundreds of people. The high-level ones are at level 22, and the low-level ones are at level 5 or 6. "We can't accept them like this. Otherwise, let's accept those above level 14. Looking at the huge gap in personnel, Dragon Tattoo suggested, "No, we won't refuse anyone who comes. And there is no upper limit for the guild anyway. It is best to collect all the players, so that there will be no one left for other forces to absorb." The household with difficulty in naming said he. Qin Hung did not express his opinion. He had planned to help the other party recruit people this time, and would never do it again in the future. It's so tiring and a waste of time. Just as he was entering the human world, the bell rang loudly, and the system prompt rang. "Do you want to sign in? It's 12 o'clock again. Sign in. Congratulations on getting a gift pack." Qin Hung opened the package and opened the gift bag. "Congratulations on getting 50,000 gold coins, a special repair scroll, and a 24-hour portable warehouse scroll. My day. What a good thing." Qin Hung was overjoyed when he saw the two new things that appeared. The durability of his invisibility ring is estimated to be 1/5 soon. He was worried, but he didn't expect that he would be given a special repair scroll. And this 24-hour portable warehouse is awesome. When the time comes to go to the Corpse King's palace or something, you can open it and use it. So you don't have to worry about running back, because there are too many things. Sure enough, there are still good things if you sign in. "When can I get a 10-fold experience scroll?" "Brother, what are you thinking about? You are smiling so obscenely." The household with difficulty in naming asked he. "Ha ha. I suddenly thought of the little sister who is on time in our class." Qin Hung replied casually. The eyes of the person who had difficulty naming the name lit up. "Really? Which school are you from? By the way, what's your mobile phone number? If it's not far away, let's get together, and I'll take you to celebrate in style. You are guaranteed to be satisfied." No need. I don't have a mobile phone. I live in school, and the school won't let me take it with me." Qin Hung panicked and felt a little pained. He has a mobile phone from China, which is also a headache. "Oh, that's a pity. I still want to give you a gift," he said, naming the poor family, with a look on his face that you know. "No need. I'm not short of money." Qin Hung's light words almost choked the other party to death. "Is this my hacking mantra?" The depressed person who had difficulty naming the family said with a smile. "If that's the case, then you don't have to pay back the remaining gold coins." "Right. No, I'm not short of Chinese coins, but I'm short of gold coins." Qin Hung refused without hesitation. "Then," he said, "you should slowly recruit people. I have to level up." "What the heck? You went secretly to defeat the boss?" "Right. The person who had difficulty naming the person laughed and cursed. Ha ha. Qin Hung chuckled and went to the warehouse to get a random scroll and wait. As soon as Qin Hung left, Dragon Tattoo privately said, "Boss, won't you let him take us to fight the leader of Woma?" The person who had trouble naming him shook his head. "We have already formed a guild, so why bother fighting the leader of Woma? But the leader of Woma can explode good things. As long as he is willing to clear out the monsters at the third door of Woma, we can beat the leader every day." Dragon Tattoo's eyes were filled with excitement. At this time, the poor man patted Dragon Tattoo on the shoulder and said, "If it were you, would you be willing to clean up the monsters at the door?" "Would it be me instead?" Dragon Tattoo thought for a moment, shook his head, and said with a wry smile, "I understand, boss." The person who had difficulty naming the name murmured, "It's good if you understand. Don't force others to make things difficult for you. Besides, this time I almost owed him a huge debt to get the Wama horn. After you owe him too much, don't organize people to open up the wasteland of Wama-san. That is his territory. Unless others clear up wasteland, we can go in and rob it again." Qin Hung didn't know the idea of naming the poor households. Otherwise he would be glad that he had not misjudged the person. At this time, he took the random and flew all the way into the Beach City mining area. The Corpse King in the Corpse King Hall has already spawned, so you have to fight him quickly. As for this trip to the eastern part of the Beach City abandoned mining area, of course, I wanted to change places. I couldn't just go in from the same place all the time, which would arouse suspicion. Passing through the dense mining crowd, Qin Hung arrived at the eastern part of the abandoned mining area. Unexpectedly, there were several players from the Marfa Friendship Alliance mining here. When they saw Qin Hung arriving, they all greeted him warmly. "Hello, Prodigal Brother. Hello, Vice President. Wow, Vice President. You are here to mine too." Qin Hung. Chapter 104 Prayer Necklace. Come on down to Woma. Beach City Abandoned Mine Area East. After Qin Hung said hello to everyone, he started mining with peace of mind. When zombies spawned out, he would grab them fiercely. After a few times, zombies appeared again, and everyone took one look at them and stopped caring. As luck would have it, after more than 10 minutes, the yellow-robed bald zombie emerged from the ground. After being beaten to death, Qin Hung looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to him. He stepped into the hole and entered the palace of the Corpse King. We have fought before, and this time there are only more than 20 Corpse Kings. The first Corpse King he hit exploded, and something good came out, which made Qin Hang's eyes narrowed in excitement. Prayer Necklace. Taoism 0 to 4. Durability 5/5. Weight 1. Requires level 15. The prayer necklace is the most difficult part in the prayer set. I didn't expect it to be revealed so quickly. You can wear it at level 15. It has Taoist attributes of 0/4, which is really powerful. However, since Qin Hung had a Z-bead necklace, he naturally no longer had to wear a prayer necklace. In fact, even if he didn't have a Z-bead necklace, he wouldn't wear it. When a character dies, the prayer equipment will disappear. Tonight, he is missing a prayer helmet. This necklace is very precious. It will be used to complete the prayer set in the future, so it cannot be worn casually. Qin Hung used the 24-hour portable warehouse scroll. As soon as it was used, the portable scroll was immediately connected to the warehouse, and a window appeared to choose to store or retrieve items. Qin Hung picked up everything that the Corpse King exploded one by one, and stored the equipment, skill books, powerful solar water, etc. inside. After closing the warehouse, the scroll in the package was still the same scroll. Depend on. It turns out that this is how the 24-hour portable warehouse scroll is used. Qin Hung suddenly realized, taking a closer look. Sure enough, there is a small time display on this scroll. At this time, the time above shows that there are more than 23 hours left. In this case, the time should start from the time when the scroll is obtained. Fortunately, I didn't plan to save it for use. Otherwise wouldn't it be gone tomorrow? It took less than half an hour to kill all the zombie kings. 5 of them in total. Obtained more than 30 pieces of equipment and more than 10 skill books. In addition to the prayer necklace in front, Qin Hung also revealed 2 prayer helmets. He finally made up for his loss today. The skill book has produced several good advanced skill books, including Summoning Divine Beasts and Half Moon Scimitar. This explosion rate seems okay, but compared with the increasing number of players, it is really a drop in the bucket to produce such a small amount in one day. After packing up everything, Qin Hung returned to Beaky City. Shockingly, I saw that they were still recruiting people from households in need and Dragon Tattoo. Qin Hung opened the guild panel and looked at it. It showed that more than 500 people had been recruited. Fortunately, now you only need to control people with your thoughts. Otherwise, like in the previous life, you would be really exhausted if you still had to type to accept people. After taking a look at the ranks of the members, Qin Hung was completely speechless. Surprisingly, more than half of them are players below level 10. There are not many high-level players above level 16. No wonder in the guild channel, there are constantly people asking for help with leveling and money for medicine. The co-authors are all little brats, who are only in the 7th or 8th grade. He finally couldn't help but privately chatted with those who had trouble naming. Brother, you should go to the league to recruit more people. The level of the players here is too low. Ha. It's all the same. They will be promoted soon. The household with difficulty in naming said with a careless smile. Don't you think it's annoying for them to be noisy all the time? When the time comes to fight with others for territory, are you going to take them with you? No more high-level players. When the time comes, other forces will be fierce and hire thousands of players to attack Wama-san. Also set up a guild to recruit people. What should I do with you? Qin Hung said a lot. It's not that he wants to manage these nonsense, but the strength of the guild members is related to his interests. Don't look at the more than 500 people now. It is estimated that if you shout, you won't be able to get 100 people to fight. How the hell are you going to fight against the Kwangtong family and others then? When I heard about the name of the poor households, this is really what happened. Before, he had always felt that he was the only guild in the entire server. So he should take his time. I want to take over Biki City and then go to Mingzhong. After all, the masters are all in League Heavy or Woma Forest. If you want to fight in the Alliance, go to the Centipede Cave. And if you want to go to the Woma Forest, go to the Woma Temple. Many masters who level up in Woma Temple will not return to the city. Instead, after completing the dungeon and coming out of Woma Forest, they will go to the pharmacy in Woma Forest for supplies. After thinking about it, he named the poor family and set off immediately. He went to Mingzhong City to collect people, leaving the dragon tattoo behind to collect people in Biki City. Naturally, Qin Hung would not stay and take in anyone. After he finished supplying, he immediately shouted in the guild, Brothers, let's go and help me fight the boss at Woma-san. Someone is blocking the door and bullying me. Help me. All the equipment I get when I come back will be given to you at half the price compared to the market price. What? Does anyone dare to bully the vice president? Then gather? I'll do it. This militant, was the first to respond. Not to be outdone, Emperor Yun's god of killing said, Hack! Someone dares to bully our vice president. Brothers, kill them! Kishi Yutengu. Vice president. I'm level 18. I'll come. I'm at Woma Temple 1. Jiuechen. Vice president. Take me with you. I don't want anything. I just want to see what Leader Woma looks like. Inexplicably romantic. I don't want anything. I just want to be familiar with the road. Mu Shui. Brother Prodigal's credibility is guaranteed. We helped him attack Woma 3 just now, and each of us received 100,000 gold coins. It's so cool. There are still gold coins. But this time it didn't say there were gold coins. Yumi asked in confusion. Yu Jangwin goes to hell. This time, I said I'm selling your equipment at half the market price. Aren't you satisfied? But I have no money. I want gold coins. Yumi said depressedly. The legation surgeon. What are you talking about if you don't have money? Just don't buy it. Anyway, there will be a lot of brothers buying it. It doesn't matter if Qin Heng's voice goes down. Hundreds of people will immediately respond. Qin Heng smiled and said, It's too dangerous inside. Only players above level 16 are required. Others, hurry up and level up. I will take you to kill the boss later. Meet at the entrance of Woma Temple within 10 minutes of arrival. Boss Prodigal Son, why don't you take us down to the 3rd floor to beat the leader? Night Owl asked. Don't count on the 3rd floor. We have been there. And last time more than 500 people were wiped out. At present, no one can enter except the Prodigal boss. Before Qin Hung could answer, Mu Shui was already laughing. 10 minutes later, hundreds of Marfa Friendship Alliance players above level 16 gathered at the entrance of Woma Temple. All the guild names. So vast. It looks quite impressive. The deterrence is strong. The people who were forming groups and doing business at the door were so frightened that they dispersed one after another. There is no way. These people look like they are in the same group at first glance. Who dares to get close? Who is not afraid that the other party will suddenly give him a guy, and he will be killed instantly? After a while of deliberation, everyone rushed into the Woma temple with their support of Qin Hung. As soon as these people left, a member of the Kwangtu family hiding in the corner immediately reported the situation to Princess Kwangtu tremblingly. After learning the news, Princess Kwangtu and others were stunned. Princess, are we still ambushing him? You pig. How can you beat hundreds of people? Dragging the princess will drive you crazy. No. We have to get the Woma horn at all costs. Qin Hang's trip to Woma San went smoothly. When getting off Woma 1, others went first. And there was no crazy family waiting at the entrance. The same was true for Xiao Ma Air. Qin Hung guessed that this group of people should have run away after seeing that there were so many of them. Everyone agreed to randomly gather at the corner of the Xia San entrance. After a random meal, Qin Hung actually saw the people from Kwangtu and Dynasty. But he quickly flew away. And after gathering, when he rushed to the third entrance of Xiao Ma, there were no other people here either. At this time, Dujilida looked around depressedly. Boss, is there no one here? Yu Yuji laughed and said, they must have been scared away when they saw so many of us. Mu Shui also smiled and said, yes, you must have randomly encountered people who are dragging the family and the dynasty just now. They are the ones who are blocking the prodigal son. Then let's go back and hack them. Dududududa's eyes lit up. Yes! Kill them! Militants such as Juechen and Unity Killing God also shouted. The crowd is excited. Qin Hung coughed. Ahem. Let's do this. I'll go to Woma 3. And you can divide into 2 groups. One in Woma 1 and the other in Woma 2. Divide into groups of 5 or 6 people. Fight monsters while waiting for the Woma guards. Ha ha. This is a good suggestion. Most people agreed. But some people said, Boss Prodigal Son, you can clear away the monsters at the third door of Woma. Once cleared, we can all go down and fight. After the words fell, everyone looked at Qin Hung expectantly. For them, Woma 3 is a big treasure, with Woma leader and Woma guards inside. The prodigal son of Kinya can kill the leader of Woma alone. If so many people go down, they will definitely be able to sweep the entire third floor of Woma. This question made Qin Hung freeze immediately. How the hell should I answer this? Just as he was racking his brains to think of how to make everyone accept it reasonably, Mu Shui spoke. Are you stupid if I tell you? Night Owl asked in confusion. What do you say? Now that we've cleared it up, won't we have more places to level up? We can also fight the boss, Yugi enigmatically said. Yes, as long as we stand firm. Can't we bake bread inside? Mu Shui chuckled lightly and said, Ha ha, I bet that as long as the prodigal boss clears the entrance, the high-level players on the first and second floors, and even those in the Centipede Cave, will pour in. When the time comes, the boss really appears. How many people will we fight against? 100 people? 500 people? Or 1,000 people? But Night Owl and others were still a little unhappy. After all, the boss is right at your feet. It's a bit frustrating to be able to enter, but not allowed to enter. Mu Shui continued with a smile. Nothing but, Woma-san, I suggest that we don't open up Wasteland. Otherwise, there will soon be a second guild, a third guild, and a 10th guild. And then our guild advantage will be gone. Besides, the boss of the prodigal son also said that the things he caught would be sold to us at half the price of the market price. Which I think is okay. Think about it. There are so many of us going in. And a boss only has so much stuff. Can you grab it? Take a longer view. Okay, brothers, come with me to a reserved area to practice leveling. And hack the whole family. The equipment they carry is much better than the boss. Clean them out of Woma. Ha ha. Okay. Kill them. They tricked us into working in vain last time. Let's go. Let's go. When he heard that there was going to be a fight, Dujilidududida immediately raised his hands and feet in approval. It seems that the naming boss also deceived us. Right. Idiot. We must speak out unanimously now. Under Mu Shui's shout, more than 100 players from the Marfa Friendship Alliance rushed into the corridor behind them, looking for the Kwangtua family and others, ready to fight. Seeing that all the guild members were gone, Qin Hung wiped the cold sweat from his face. This matter just now was indeed difficult to deal with. And if we didn't handle it well, we might lose people's support. Fortunately, Mu Shui's clever little mind spoke out for him. Just when Qin Hung breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to enter Woma 3, Mu Shui came over for a private chat. Boss Prodigal. My performance just now was okay. Well, not bad. Thank you, Qin Hung said sincerely. Ha. It's okay. Alas, this crappy game costs money too fast. The 100,000 gold coins you gave me before have been minted, and I have to go mining again later. Life is miserable. Mu Shui's distressed sigh came from the other side. Qin Hung. This guy. Rubbing his face. Qin Hung smiled and said, Ha. You are short of money. Right. I will give you 500,000 gold coins to buy medicine when I come out later. Ah. Is it true? Boss is so nice. Ha. My brother. You're welcome. And by the way, don't tell other people. Qin Hung was a little confused. Don't worry. Boss. I understand. Ah. I saw the people from the crazy family. Without talking about it first. I wish the boss to use more famous brand equipment. Okay. Be careful. Don't get blown up. The two tacitly understanding guys ended the call. Qin Hung silently pondered for a moment and entered Woma 3. The two Woma guards had been refreshed after the fight this time. Fortunately, one of them was given a piece of brand name equipment. Siebel bracelet. This made Qin Hung, who wanted to explode a Taoist priest's brand name bracelet, depressed. Why couldn't he always explode it? It was already 1 o'clock in the morning, and it was still early for the leader to refresh. With a 24-hour portable warehouse, Qin Hung did not go out anymore and calmed down to kill monsters here. During this period, the shouts of guild members kept coming from the guild channel. Most of them are Mu Shui's group. They were on the second floor of Woma, fighting against the Quangjia family, the dynasty, and the iron-blooded people from the second floor to the first floor, and then from the first floor to the second floor. People are constantly asking for help from guild members. What made Qin Hung speechless was that, hearing their voices, many people below level 10 came to Woma Temple to join the battle. A bunch of militants. With a sigh, Qin Hung ignored them and continued to kill monsters. Not long after, the durability of the invisibility ring finally dropped to 1/5. So he used the special repair scroll. To his surprise, the invisibility ring could not be repaired only once after opening this scroll. After repairing the invisibility ring, the repair window was still there. He tried to put in other equipment on his body to repair it, but it still worked. Therefore, the excited Qin Hung repaired all the equipment on his body, as well as the top-notch brand name equipment stored in the warehouse. Everything was repaired, and the windows were still there. Qin Hung simply didn't close it, just left it hanging and killed the monsters himself. Although my vision was affected a bit, it wasn't really a big problem. More than an hour later, the leader of Woma finally appeared. He repeated his old trick and killed him. This time, the leader of Woma still gave him 2 pieces of Woma equipment and 2 skill books. Purgatory, Platinum Ring, Howling Hail, Exploding Flame. Not bad. After storing the things, he didn't leave and continued to spawn monsters. It's hard to find a portable warehouse, so naturally you have to make good use of it. Otherwise you will suffer a big loss. At this time, it was already past 2:30 in the morning. Qin Hung was not practicing leveling here, but also leading the Dark Warrior to the entrance. In a blink of an eye, it's 3:30. Qin Hung repaired the lost weapons and clothes again, and returned to Beach City without continuing to fight monsters. He still had big things to do. Back in the city, Qin Hung first traded with the merchants. Wow! Big brother! I haven't seen you for a day. And you have become the vice president of the Marfa Friendship Alliance? You took out the Woma horn. Right. Seeing Qin Hung again at the inn, the gold medal businessman asked excitedly. Yes. Qin Hung nodded and did not deny it. TSK. The effect of the invisibility ring is really too powerful. With an envy, the gold medal businessman asked curiously. How many gold coins were sold? Not long ago, the poor people sold all our gold coins at a high price. 1 billion. Qin Hung said hee. Ah, this price is very fair. No wonder he requires us to supply him with at least 5 million gold coins every day and buy it at a high price. By the way, I don't have any gold coins here, so just exchange them, Qin Hung said. Okay, the equipment will only be replaced by skill books and medicine powder. The two quickly completed the transaction, and Qin Hung exchanged a package of around level 20 equipment for more than 40 skill books and more than 300 packets of medicine powder. Brother, I still have 3 million gold coins. Do you still have the goods? Well, I don't need the gold coins for the time being. I have to exchange them with others. Qin Hung did not sell any more equipment to her, but agreed to sell it to his brothers. Okay. You can come to me anytime if you need anything. The gold medal businessman twisted his waist and walked away. Qin Hung then made another transaction with a legendary businessman and an honest businessman. What surprised Qin Hung was that the honest merchant did not trade intermediate skill books with him this time. Only 4 books above level 28 and more than 400 packets of medicine powder were sold to him. Those skill books with levels from 10 to more than 20 levels were not sold. The honest businessman was very frank and said with a smile, "Brother, seeing how enthusiastic you are about collecting books, I'm going to stock up on some too." Okay. Qin Hung didn't care either. Everyone was doing business in the world, and he couldn't stop others. Fortunately, he got more than 40 skill books from the legendary businessman. After these 3 large transactions were completed, Qin Hung continued to trade with several small merchants, and once again acquired more than 30 skill books and more than 100 packets of medicinal powder. After the transaction was completed, I went to the beach city store first, but I only bought one small item. It became increasingly difficult to find anything, and Qin Hung no longer wanted to go shopping on Taobao. Qin Hung was bartering with the merchants. He looked at the gold coins on his body, and saw that they had reached more than 55 million gold coins. Afterwards, Qin Hung stored all the good equipment he had in the warehouse, wore a level 22 professional uniform, and went to the butcher's place. Next, he stocked up on meat nuggets, gold mines, etc. It would take a long time, and with so many people, he was afraid it would be unsafe. Last time he accidentally missed a prayer, and he was still depressed for a long time. He originally disliked the trouble of hoarding meat cubes, but after having a portable warehouse, he started hoarding meat cubes again. With so much money, you have to do something. Now you can still get equipment and sell it for money. What if everyone levels up in the future? If you can do something, it's a little bit. Even though he sold a Walmart horn for 500 million. Who knows how much gold coins he will spend in the future? This all needs to be prepared in advance. As the level increased, he had a hunch that he would soon need gold coins. If we don't do more now, we'll be in trouble if there's not enough in the future. In fact, it is quite fast to stock up on meat cubes with a portable warehouse. Because this is a virtual world. You only need to tell the boss how much you want to buy. You don't have to click and buy one by one with your hands like in the previous life. Therefore, buying a package of chicken nuggets here is just a matter of words. In the past, the only trouble was that Qin Hung hated it, and had to run back to the warehouse to store it after buying it. Now you only need to buy 46 pieces, and they can be stored in the warehouse quickly. Instead of storing them one by one, you only need to have a thought and store them all. Therefore, in less than 10 minutes, Qin Hung cleaned up all the chicken pieces with quality above 5, and venison with quality above 12 in Beach City. After a few days of no sweeping, a lot has accumulated here. More than 10,000 pieces of chicken pieces with quality 5 or above were purchased, and more than 5,000 pieces of venison with quality 12 or above were purchased. The average price of chicken is 200 gold coins, and the average price of venison is 400 gold coins. The total cost of the two together is more than 4 million. If it increases 5 times in the future, there will be more than 20 million. It's just a little tiring when selling. After getting the meat, Qin Hung also bought 10 bottles of deer blood. Not bad. 90 bottles. After finishing this, Mu Shui came over. Qin Hung gave him 1 million gold coins, and he was so happy that the guy kept thanking him. "Boss is mighty! You are the sun in my heart!" Okay. Thank you. Go and level up." Qin Hung waved helplessly to send this clever guy away. However, it's hard for Qin Hung to say anything when others make money based on their skills. In turn, he has to thank others. As for the equipment he promised to the brothers in the meeting, he would certainly not forget it, and still had a lot of it. I just don't have time to trade with them. Let's wait until tomorrow. Qin Hung came to the door of the weapons store. There are more people here, but they are not completely crowded into one pile, but divided into 3 piles. There are NPCs on both sides, and in the middle of the weapon shop entrance, who can buy and sell equipment. It seems that the officials are becoming more and more considerate. 10 minutes later, Qin Hung bought all the high-quality gold mines and black iron mines in Beach City and Viper Valley. This time, Qin Hung bought 330 yuan of gold, or with a quality of 15 or above, and 2,300 yuan of black iron, or with a quality of 10 or above. A total of 17.8 million gold coins were spent. After looking at the package, there were more than 33 million gold coins left. This money can be earned quickly and spent quickly. But there is no way. Now that the gold coins are temporarily unavailable, you have to let them roll. Money begets money. Otherwise, if you leave it alone, it won't rise. It's like if you have $1 million and you deposit it in the bank. You'll only get that little interest in a year. But if you want to double your assets, depositing it in the bank is definitely out of the question. You have to invest. However, investment is risky. So be cautious when entering the market. Don't trust any franchise easily. Don't believe in high-yield financial management. Don't believe the teacher who will teach you to speculate in stocks, foreign exchange, and futures. Remember one sentence? There will be no pie in the sky. If these old guys are really so awesome, they can't have fun with their own family. So they have to make money with you every day? In short, you must pay attention to financial management. Otherwise you will be harvested by others. After finishing the gold mine, Qin Hung took a look at the grocery store, and his eyes suddenly lit up. 1 bottle of blessing oil and 2 bottles of God of War oil. Buy it and store it in warehouse. This feeling of picking up leaks is really exciting. There were 7 bottles of blessing oil and 5 bottles of God of War oil in total. Qin Hung narrowed his eyes with joy. At this moment, Guan Hai and Xiao Budian's voices sounded on the guild channel. Brother prodigal son, we have also joined the guild. Brother, I'm level 19. Why are you still level 22? I'm almost catching up with you. Ha. You are rising so fast. Come on. Qin Hung smiled helplessly. He had been running back and forth between the Corpse King Hall and Woma Temple, which really wasted a lot of time. This is helpless. If we don't get some equipment now, when will we get it? In fact, his upgrade is not too slow. He is now level 23, and should be among the highest level players in the entire game. He doesn't believe there are level 24 players now. There are only a handful of players at level 22. After chatting casually with Guan Hai, Qin Hung put on his equipment and took the time to arrive at the Viper Valley mining area. Not long after, the Corpse King Palace opened its doors. Entered and finished the game quickly. This time it was pretty good. There was also a dog book and half-moon scimitar, as well as a few small masterpieces. After depositing his things, Qin Hung returned to the beach city and put various emergency items in the package, and then exited the game. Today he went to pay homage to his parents. It was the first time he left Feng Yu Tower. He was looking forward to it. Chapter 105 Return to the village to worship. You are indeed not dead. After getting up and washing up, it was already past 4:30, and there was no time to practice. Qin Hung touched the ashes on his face, and quickly came to the kitchen. Fatty Xiao was already waiting for him there. After killing the cow in the morning and eating breakfast, let Nyo Air accompany you back to the village. Yes. Thank you, Manager Xiao. Qin Hung once again followed Nyo Air to the backyard to kill the cow. At this time, other people who were killing pigs and slaughtering cattle were already at work. Qin Hung smiled and greeted warmly. Good morning, fellow seniors. Good morning. Xiao Qin, it's such a pity that you didn't go last night. There were a few watery hooves coming to Chunfeng Street. TSK. Senior brother. I'm just 16 years old and still a child. Don't lead me astray. Haha. You are the only one who dares to say that you are a child. Where is your face? Everyone was joking and working, and time passed quickly. While they were chatting and spanking, a disciple who was killing a young ox suddenly said, Hey, have you heard? Senior brother Chu Feng was promoted to a 3-star warrior this morning. Nonsense. Of course I've heard about such a big thing. Nyo Air sighed. TSK. That guy Chu Feng came with me. But I didn't expect that among this generation of disciples, he would grow the fastest. It's only been 1 year, and I've cultivated to 3 stars. He is truly worthy of being the peerless genius of my Feng Yu Tower. Well, by the way, we came in at the same time. Why is there such a big gap between me and him? Nyo Air said this with a look of envy. Haha. Others are immersed in practicing every day, but you are working hard among the girls every day. How can you compare with others? That's right. You recruit 5 at a time. It's weird if you can't compete with others. Others laughed. Nyo Air didn't care, but smiled on his face. Hey, I am self-aware. To practice this thing, you need to be talented. A stupid person like me is only suitable for working hard. I'm like a universal key. I can open any lock. Hee. Everyone looked at him with contempt and continued to discuss. Do you think, with senior brother Chu Feng's talent, will he become the next young master? Of course. He is only 16 this year. So he will definitely have no problem achieving 4 stars before he is 20. TSK. A 20-year-old young master is so awesome. Hearing this, Jin Hung couldn't help but interrupt and asked, what are the conditions for becoming a young master here? If you want to be a young master, you must first be a pretty boy. Moreover, you must be proficient in astronomy, geography, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, etc. The most important thing is to become a 4-star martial artist before the age of 20. Beyond this age, even if you become a 4-star at the age of 21, it won't work. Yo Air explained. Then he asked with a smile. Haha. What's the matter? Xiaoqin, are you also interested in the young master? It's just that your face is not wide enough, and you can't pass the first level. Haha. Haha. Xiaoqin, you can't be too ambitious. The young master is too far away from us. Haha. Our Fengyu Tower has only maintained 3 young masters for so many years. Don't think so much. Yes, you can work as a handyman for 3 years with peace of mind. Learn some martial arts. And then marry a wife in this Fengyu Tower and live a good life. That's good. Marry a wife in Fengyu Tower? Thinking of those flowery girls, Jin Hung felt a little pain in his balls. However, he changed his mind and asked, that's not right. Don't you have to do a handyman job for 3 years before you can learn martial arts? You can practice it in 1 year? Yo Air smiled and said, haha. We are disciples recruited by the sect in the village. Then after you become a young master, will you always be a young master? Jin Hung continued to ask like a curious baby. How is that possible? This man has limited energy. Everyone has a golden age. When he becomes a prince at the age of 20, he is promoted to an elder at the age of 40. And he no longer holds the position of prince. If you don't have good looks, good martial arts, and bad knowledge, then you should give up on being a young master. Haha. Everyone made fun of Jin Hung for a while. But Jin Hung didn't care. Of course, he wouldn't say that he wanted to make him a young master on the first day of the moon. No one would believe me even if I told you. At this time, Yo Air sighed. I hope Chufeng can become a young master soon. Have you heard? There is an assassin among the new generation of disciples of the Yin sect. Assassin? 4-star martial artist? It's not the guy nicknamed the one who chases life with one sword. Right? That's him. He's only 15 years old. And he's even more awesome than Chufeng. It's really him. It's incredible. He became an assassin at such a young age. It's scary. Haha. What does this mean? The 3rd prince of the Yin kingdom became a 4-star martial arts master at the age of 14 last year. Damn! Are you talking about the royal family? Why don't you talk about the perverted 7th prince of Qin? He became a martial artist at the age of 10. A group of people were chatting and working. But Jin Hung silently remembered it in his heart. A morning passes quickly. After breakfast, Manager Xiao asked him to wait for half an hour before asking someone to accompany him. Seeing that there was still time, Jin Hung quickly excused himself to go to the toilet and return to his residence. Seizing the time to improve his cultivation, the invisibility ring was turned on, and he became invisible instantly. He planned to turn the experience of fighting monsters last night into his cultivation first. The reason why he was invisible was of course, because he was afraid that Neo Air would suddenly come to see him practicing. Open the real person panel. Jin Hung, host. Martial arts 3 stars. 121666/1200000. Remaining experience points 311314. Gold coins 33131466 sealed. Promote. Jin Hung thought silently in his heart. And the legendary door in his mind opened again with the music. Countless energy surged out from the legendary gate and poured into Jin Hung's body, tempering his 8 meridians, and so on. More than 20 minutes later, after the tempering was completed, Jin Hung opened his eyes. Although he has not been promoted to 4 stars, he is much stronger than before. The map opened and expanded a lot. I glanced at the character panel and it became Jin Hung, host. Martial arts 3 stars. 432980/1200000. Remaining experience value 0. Gold coins 33131466 sealed. As long as he plays the game for 3 more days, he should be able to be promoted to 4 stars. Just as Jin Hung was experiencing his own changes, he saw a small green dot in the distance on the map approaching at great speed. With a thought, Jin Hung released his invisibility. It must be Neo Air. Sure enough, Neo Air's voice sounded outside the yard. Xiao Qin, are you done? Let's go! Finally, Qin Heng set off with Niu Er and another disciple. Another disciple is De Zhuang, a 3-star warrior. He was the person who traveled with Dr. Yuan last time. He was the one who participated in the burial of Qin Heng's parents and others. This time I went with him. Otherwise Qin Heng wouldn't know where his parents were buried. Venjiyula Racecourse. Can you ride a horse? If not, I will take you, Niu Er asked. Horse riding? Well, I've learned a little bit. Qin Heng thought about his memory. Not to mention, those dead chief parents really taught him in the village. It seems that apart from not teaching him martial arts, he has dabbled in other aspects. He has even taught music, chess, calligraphy and painting in this world. And this father is quite amazing. In fact, Qin Heng didn't know whether he had ever been taught martial arts. Because until now, the memories of Qin Heng in my mind are all broken. Occasionally I can think of some things, but I can't think of some things. For example, he couldn't think about the battle that destroyed the village that day. Otherwise he would get a headache. Qin Heng carefully tried riding a horse at the racecourse. Except for a little trouble at the beginning. Combined with his memory, he was able to control it quickly. After all, he is now a powerful 3-star warrior. Both physically and mentally. He is much stronger than ordinary people. And he can easily control horses. Seeing this, Niu Er and Da Zhuang both nodded secretly. The two of them didn't have any suspicion. After all, horses are an important means of transportation nowadays. Villagers who can ride horses are too ordinary. The three of them each rode a big black horse, and set off from the back door of Fengyu Tower. The back door is also a bustling street. Under the sun, people are coming and going, and small stalls and hawkers are intertwined. It is very prosperous. Walking in Fengyu City for the first time, Qin Heng saw everything was new and looked around. Not long after, the leader De Zhuang stopped. He casually threw a bag of broken silver to Qin Heng. This is the monthly salary that sister you will pay you first. You can buy some sacrifices here. Wages? Qin Heng was stunned. He had never thought that he would be paid for being a handyman. When he opened it, he saw that it was 10 pieces of evenly broken silver, which were combined into one piece of silver. What can a piece of silver buy? Anyway, when Qin Heng was in the village, an ordinary villager's monthly consumption did not require so much. You can get by just fine with 2 pieces of broken silver at most. In other words, working as a handyman in Fengyu Tower is considered a high-income group. Sighing in his heart, Qin Heng took the money and entered the shop selling sacrifices. Under the guidance of Niu Er and the others, he bought candles, incense, paper money, and some paper houses. A lot of things look similar to the paper money from the previous life. But the styles and amounts are different. It only cost 10 copper coins in total. How much is 10 copper coins? A piece of broken silver is equal to 100 copper plates. After buying everything, the three of them hurried out of the city. As they were running down the street, there were sudden sounds of fighting and killing in front of them. Qin Heng's eyesight was now extraordinary, and he saw a group of people fighting in the street with swords from a distance. Several bloody guys were already lying on the ground, motionless. They were probably too dead to die. He was just thinking about whether to stop and give way, when De Zhuang had already shouted over him. Fenji women is doing business. Get out of the way. The group of people who were fighting were startled for a moment, turned their heads to glance at the 3 attendants, then turned around and ran away holding the bodies on the ground. Holy shit! Is the name of Fengyu sect so useful? Qin Heng was shocked again. This kind of treatment seems to be the treatment of the upper class. At the same time, a strange thought came to his mind. The refugees refused to embrace such a powerful Fengyu sect. Is this stupid? Or stupid? This can only show that people in this world really look down on actors. This is a matter of concept. For example, in the previous life, it was normal for Qin Heng's tribe to wear masks. But it is really difficult to ask people in other countries to wear masks. The issue of 3 views cannot be changed in a short time. Are you not used to it? Don't worry. In Fengyu City, it's normal for such gangsters to fight. De Zhuang chuckled and said, if someone bullies you when you go out, just say that you are a Fengyu sect disciple, and no one will dare to bully you. Yes, whoever dares to bully our Fengyu sect disciples, we will kill his whole family. He. Niu Er haha answered the call. Qin Heng. It seems that Fenji woman is very defensive. I like this guy. The 3 of them talked and laughed and walked out of the East City gate like the wind. After leaving the city, the 3 of them rode horses and galloped along the wide dirt road, with a large area of farmland on both sides of the road. At this time, it was late autumn, and the farmland was covered with golden rice. Many farmers are bending down to harvest in the fields. What surprised Qin Hung was that there were many disciples wearing Fenji women serving at the edge of the rice fields. Ha! You're surprised? These rice fields were created by our Fenji women over the past 100 years. This used to be barren land, De Zhuang introduced with a proud look. And those vegetables are also ours. Going further, we have various farms on the mountains over there, Nyoer added with a smile. Qin Hung was surprised. Then, doesn't the entire surrounding Fengyu city belong to us? De Zhuang smiled and said, Ha! There is no city here, but our Fengyu sect master took root here and developed it into a city step by step. It can be said that this is our Fengyu sect's territory. Qin Hung. Depend on. With such an awesome force. Those refugees are so noble. Are they unwilling to join? You deserve to starve to death. Ha! I'm telling you. With nothing to do on the road. De Zhuang and Nyoer introduced Fengyu sect to Qin Hung. It turns out that this is a zone that is ignored by major powers. Many people flee from famine, war, or commit serious crimes, and come here to take refuge. Originally, this place was an extremely chaotic gathering place compared to now. More than 100 years ago, the master of Fengyu sect took this place with his disciples and built it into a huge city. Isn't the country jealous of this? Of course not. The reason why various countries do not move to Fengyu city is that the leader of Fengyu sect is an 8-star grandmaster. 9 stars do not come out. And 8-star grandmasters were nuclear weapons in their previous lives. No one is willing to offend a great master. In addition, Fenji women mainly engaged in singing, dancing and entertainment, and had no ambitions. So various countries allowed it to develop in this unconcerned area. Anyway, I can't get this piece of land. Just don't let my opponent get it. After walking for more than 10 miles outside the city, both sides of the road became desolate. There were dense woods and towering trees everywhere. From time to time, various birdsong and animal roars can be heard in the woods. The village where Qin Hung is located is called Jute Village. So named because jute is abundant near the village. It is more than 30 miles away from Fengyu city. Half an hour later, the three of them arrived at Jute Village. The village is not big. It looks like there are 100 households, surrounded by railings. But at this time, it was a piece of ruins and dilapidated buildings. This is what the robbers left behind last time. Qin Hung followed De Zhuang to a large mound in the west of the village, with a long wooden sign stuck on the mound. The letter contains a line of large characters. Tomb of the Jute Villagers. De Zhuang pointed. It's right here. And your parents are also in there. Qin Hung stood silently, looking at the entire cemetery. Just as he was about to pay his respects, he suddenly frowned slightly. Before he could say anything, De Zhuang had already spoken first. There seems to be something wrong with this cemetery. I don't remember it looking like this. Could it be that someone has moved it? Who? De Zhuang suddenly turned his head and looked behind him. Not far away, I saw a figure wearing a silver mask walking slowly. Qin Hung turned around and saw the man in black holding a long sword. Every step he took seemed to be measured and precise. The silver mask was engraved with a crescent moon, and the two exposed eyes exuded a dark light that made people shudder. Silver-faced crescent moon! Martial master? De Zhuang blurted out and took 3 steps back in shock. When Daniel heard this, he also took a deep breath and pulled Qin Hung back. After the shock, De Zhuang took another step forward and asked respectfully, The Fengyu sect disciples have seen their seniors. I don't know that the seniors from the hidden sect are here. What are your orders? The silver-faced crescent moon is the unique symbol of the hidden door of the killer sect. Anyone who wears this mask is at least a 4-star martial artist. At this time, in his perception, the person in front of him was a martial artist with 4-star strength. At this time, De Zhuang did not think that the other party would be here for no reason. But thinking in his heart, he had never offended anyone in the hidden door. So he revealed his identity, hoping that the other party would retreat in spite of the difficulties. After all, in terms of strength, Fengyu sect is not much weaker than Yin sect. Nyoer was obviously relieved when he saw De Zhuang reported out of the house. The Fengyu sect has a wide network of contacts, and they mainly deal in Fengyu business. So they don't have any mortal enemies. Most heroes in the world would give Fengyu sect some face. But this time, Nyoer obviously guessed wrong. The silver-faced man walked up slowly, looked at De Zhuang and Nyoer who were a little trembling, and finally fixed his eyes on Qin Heng's face. His eyes suddenly lit up, filled with murderous intent. Die! Holding hands with a blur, there was a sword cry. The long sword is unsheathed. Draw the sword. A terrifying sword energy slashed towards the three of them in an instant. This is obviously a sword and three eagles. At the critical moment, De Zhuang drew his sword and struck out a sword energy with all his strength. There was a loud bang, as big as a kite with broken strings. It was blown dozens of meters away and fell to the ground, motionless, not knowing whether it was life or death. Niu Air was so shocked by the aftermath of the sword energy that he vomited blood and fainted. Where is Qin Hung? He was also blown away by the aftermath of the sword energy, and fell to the ground on the other side, motionless. Ha ha! You should be dead this time. When I cut off your head, will you still die? The silver-faced man murmured and sneered and walked towards Qin Hung. But at this moment, Qin Hung, who was lying on the ground, turned over, vomited blood, frowned and asked, "Why do you want to kill me? Your name is Qin Hung?" The silver-faced killer seemed to be making final confirmation. "Yes. Why kill me? We seem to have no grievances." "Right. There is no point in admitting it or not." Qin Hung saw unlimited murderous intent in the other party's eyes. He wants to trick the other party out right now. But Qin Hung was disappointed that the other party didn't play according to the routine. "Ha ha! You are indeed not dead. There is no need for the dead to know. So just die depressed. Ha ha!" The silver-faced killer moved his steps and raised his sword casually to cut off Qin Hung's head. When he thought about it, this was just an ordinary person with a sword. But the next moment, something unexpected happened. The guy who was lying on the ground vomiting blood raised his hands at the same time. The next moment, his body suddenly turned red and green. A sharp pain came. "This is poisoned?" Before he could react, another fire talisman-like thing hit him in the blink of an eye, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. Chapter 106A Fierce Battle with a 4-star martial artist. Kill! Jude Village. Boom! The silver-faced killer, who was caught off guard, was blown away by Qin Hung's soul fire talisman and crashed into a dilapidated house, filling the sky with smoke and dust. Ah! Boom! The whole house exploded. The silver-faced killer, dressed in tatters, roared angrily and rushed out. Qin Hung turned out to be a warlock, so he couldn't let it go. The opponent's spell attack was very powerful, and even with his martial artist's internal power to protect his body, he was injured. What made him even more uneasy was that the other party's spell had the effect of shocking the soul. After being hit by the spell, his whole mind seemed to be haunted by resentful ghosts, and his spirit was severely damaged. If he hadn't cultivated to a 4-star martial arts master and had strong mental strength, he might have been so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Even so, his mind was severely damaged and his attack power was greatly reduced. This is like a normal person whose hands and feet are trembling with fear and cannot run. How can he hold a knife and form an effective attack? In short, after being attacked by the opponent's spell, although the injury was not serious, his combat effectiveness has been significantly weakened, which made him extremely vigilant. Therefore, this time, he is ready to take action with all his strength. But the next moment, he rushed out of the dilapidated house and was stunned. Qin Hung is missing. Asshole! Damn it! Did you run away? The silver-faced killer rushed to the place where Qin Hung was just now and looked around, but found nothing. He pricked his ears, but still found nothing. Ran? Or is it hidden? The silver-faced killer wasn't sure. After all, the magician's spells were weird and mysterious, even worse than their hidden sex. But he believed even more that Qin Hung must be hiding, because with his internal strength, he can hear any movement within a few hundred meters. He absolutely did not believe that Qin Hung could escape from his range of perception in such a short period of time. After searching, the silver-faced killer, who couldn't find Qin Hung, sneered and said loudly, "If you don't come out, I'll chop off their heads." Turning around, he walked towards Niu Air. At this moment, there was a crisp sound behind him, and then a strong wind hit. Snort. Die. He turned around. His sword as long as a dragon. A sword struck hard. The next moment, he was stunned. His powerful sword energy hit a skeleton holding an axe. There was a crisp sound. The little skeleton was blown away by the powerful sword energy of the silver-masked killer. At this moment, a fire talisman struck the silver-masked killer's neck from behind at close range again. With a bang, the silver-faced killer broke a nearby tree and fell to the ground. The originally dark neck of the silver-faced killer instantly became bloody. If he hadn't had the internal power to protect himself, his neck might have been broken by this blow. He endured the severe pain and looked back, only to see Qin Hung standing not far away. He raised his hand again, and a fire talisman flew towards him at great speed again. This time, the silver-faced killer was hit in the neck and was seriously injured. Regardless of his image, he rolled around to avoid a fire talisman. But then another fire talisman came. Puff pung pung. Boom boom boom. Qin Hung kept throwing out the scars, bombarding the silver-faced killer. The silver-faced killer was forced to hide in embarrassment by the fire talisman. Fire talismans exploded around him, blasting out huge human-shaped holes in the ground. Countless gravel and soil splashed hard on him, which made him even more embarrassed, and his injuries continued to worsen. When has Silver Masked Killer ever been treated like this? I feel extremely frustrated. At the same time, I was also shocked, because the opponent's attack speed was too fast. Not much worse than him. A 4-star martial artist. This shows that the other party is most likely still a warrior. A break for both law and martial arts. If that were the case, this would be terrifying. If you don't kill the opponent today, it will definitely become a big problem in the future. My heart was spinning rapidly, and while dodging, I took out a healing elixir and drank it. The injury on my neck instantly improved a lot. Gradually, he got used to Qin Heng's bombings, and with his cultivation as a 4-star martial artist, he quickly adapted and adjusted. With a backhand sword, he shattered the skeleton that rushed towards him again. When Qin Hung fired another fire talisman, the silver-faced killer exploded the fire talisman in the air with a burst of sword energy. Boom boom! Fire symbols are flying from the sky. They were all shot down one by the silver-masked killer. Ha ha! I have seen through your tricks. Die! The silver-faced killer suddenly accelerated. His body flashed continuously, and he instantly dodged all Qin Heng's soul fire talismans. And the powerful sword energy struck down angrily. A half-moon appeared in Qin Heng's hand. Powerful internal energy was poured into the half-moon, and a soul fire talisman that was even more terrifying than before was blasted out. Boom! The soul fire talisman and the sword energy collide violently. The dilapidated houses around them were shaken by the turbulent airflow, and suddenly collapsed and shattered. Qin Hung was blasted by the powerful sword energy, so much that he vomited blood and flew 7 or 8 meters away, while the silver-faced killer only took 5 steps back. Which one is strong and which one is weak? It's clear at a glance. Ha ha! Die! The silver-masked killer was overjoyed and pounced again. Fight fast. Although he will also be injured. The injury is obviously not as serious as the other party's injury. After exchanging injuries for injuries, it won't take long for him to hack the opponent to death. Qin Hung said nothing, gathered his inner strength, and once again fired out the powerful soul fire talisman to fight with the opponent non-stop. At this time, in his eyes, a red blood bar appeared on the top of the silver-masked killer's head. Yes, the same red health bar as the game monster. When he struck the silver-masked killer with the soul fire talisman for the first time, a health bar appeared above the opponent's head. At the same time, the system prompt also sounded. The target is attacked by the soul fire talisman, and the psychic shock takes effect, reducing the target's attack power by 10%. This surprised him. He never expected that soul fire talisman, a Taoist priest's normal attack skill in the game, would actually have a special psychic attack effect in reality. Reduce target attack? What a surprise! The appearance of the opponent's health bar also means that as long as he lights up or poisons the opponent's health bar, the opponent will die. Currently, 1/9 of this blood bar has been knocked down by him. Actually, the first time he fired the soul fire talisman on the opponent, he only lost a little bit of health. But when the second blow hit the opponent's neck, it almost wiped out 1/10 of the opponent's health. This shows that in reality, attacking the vital points can kill the opponent quickly. This is also easy to understand. For example, if you chop off the opponent's head with a sword, no matter how much blood you have, you will die instantly. Originally, his soul fire talisman was a long-distance attack, but when the opponent was fighting at close range, Qin Hung had to use the soul fire talisman for half a month to resist the opponent's attack. At this time, he was a 3-star martial artist, and he was originally unable to fight like this with a 4-star martial artist. The opponent is injured and mentally shocked. He also has equipment bonuses, a whole body of defense, and high attack and Taoist bonuses, coupled with his own agility. He could barely withstand the opponent's attack. Fortunately, he practiced once before coming here, otherwise it would have been even more difficult, and he might have had to run away. Now, although the opponent's attacks were powerful, causing him to vomit blood and get injured every time, he drank a bottle of powerful golden medicine. secretly used healing techniques, and occasionally used powerful solar water to instantly recover from his injuries and carry on. Staying there is no problem at all. As long as his opponent doesn't have his head chopped off, he can kill him. Brush. He summons little skeletons from time to time. It's a pity that the little skeleton at level 0 cannot pose a threat to a 4-star martial artist regardless of its speed or attack power. The most you can do is interfere with the opponent, and he will be beaten to death by the opponent a few times. The opponent's attack power is much higher than that of the Woma guards. Rumble. The more they fight, the crazier they get. Like two tornadoes, they swept through the surrounding houses and trees, shaking them all to pieces. Qin Hung deliberately guided the silver-faced killer away from the tomb. In addition to being afraid of damaging the tomb, he was also afraid of accidentally injuring Niu Er and De Zhuang. Both of them were shocked to the point of not knowing whether they were alive or dead. But if they were not dead yet, wouldn't it be unfair to be shocked to death again in the aftermath? If Qin Hung doesn't kill the silver-masked killer, he won't be able to save them. We can only distract him first, and then talk about it. After a moment of frantic fighting, the silver-masked killer became more and more frightened. He was a little powerless. The guy on the opposite side was beaten to the point of vomiting blood every time. But he was like an unkillable cockroach, full of resilience. I kept fighting with him, but no one fell down. On the other hand, in addition to being constantly shocked by the opponent's fire talismans, what frightened him even more was that his vitality was obviously weakening. He understood that this was all caused by the other party's poison. As an elite disciple of the hidden sect, of course he understands poison. It's just that he happens not to be good at using poison. He is good at using swords. He didn't pay much attention to the other party's poison at first, except that he felt severe pain. But as time went by, he felt that this poison was a big trouble. The red medicinal powder corroded his constitution, reducing his physical strength and worsening the injuries he suffered. The green powder was even more terrifying, constantly devouring his life. Originally, as a 4-star martial artist, he was full of vitality. But once he was entangled by the green poison, it immediately and continuously corroded his vitality. He had a feeling that if he continued to be poisoned by this poison, his vitality would soon be swallowed up. During the battle, he panicked and took out various antidote pills from his arms. But after eating them, they were all useless. The opponent's green poison is like gangrene attached to the bone, which cannot be driven away. The antidote pills were useless. So he took out various vitality-increasing pills and ate them. But something happened that made him panic. No matter what Dabu pills, Fuyong pills, or dairy pills he took, these elixirs that could replenish essence, blood, and vitality were all useless. Under the opponent's green poison, his vitality is steadily decreasing. In addition, he was constantly being attacked by the other party, and the injuries were getting worse. And he was terrified. Will he be poisoned to death by the other party? However, during the battle, he also saw that although the opponent's poison was powerful, it had a time limit. After he fought with the opponent for a while, the poison on his body was gone. Unfortunately, he was poisoned again in the blink of an eye. We can't go on like this. We have to come up with a trick. Bang! After another duel with Qin Hung, the silver-faced killer threw a black fog bomb, which exploded on the ground with a bang. The black mist filled the air and instantly covered 100 meters in radius, making it impossible to see even one's fingers. Qin Hung could no longer see where the other party was. Ha ha! I admit that you are very powerful. But that's it. Accept my dark killing. The eerie laughter came, and Qin Hung looked around in panic. Seeing Qin Hung turning like a headless fly, the silver-faced killer approached lightly and quickly, sneered and slowly wiped Qin Hung's neck with his sword. The shady smoke can affect the opponent's sight and disturb the opponent's mind. The effect is also to shock the mind, and extremely poisonous. Coupled with their hidden sect's physical and mental skills, it was impossible for the other party to notice this sword strike. Since his debut, he has killed too many targets with this move. In fact, this trick is easy to crack. That is, quickly run out of the black mist. But it's no use, because you can also throw the second and third black fog bombs. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Qin Hung, who was originally looking around with fear on his face like a headless fly, raised his hand with a sword and stabbed the silver-faced killer fiercely into the heart. Can he see me? How can it be? The silver-faced killer was surprised and quickly retreated to dodge. But he was still a step too late, and was stabbed hard in the shoulder by the opponent's scimitar. Perhaps the silver-masked killer's injuries were too severe, and his defense and other abilities had been greatly reduced. He was stabbed through by the sharp scimitar. A lot of blood gushes out. The Silverface Killer was completely panicked now. Turned around and ran away. Boom! A fire talisman hit his leg impartially, causing him to crash into a dilapidated house, dozens of meters away, like a kite with its string cut off. Bang! The Silverface Killer crashed into a house, and continued to run away in fear. He can't bear it anymore. Facing a guy who couldn't be beaten, could poison, and could see through his invisibility. He completely lost his will to fight. But how fast can he run after being seriously injured? Qin Hung caught up with him in the blink of an eye, and bombarded him with waves of anti-scarves from behind. The Silverface Killer dodged awkwardly. But unfortunately, his foot was also injured. He could dodge one, but not three. And the more injured he is, the more serious the injury will be, and he will soon be unable to avoid it. Rumbling, the whole person was submerged in Qin Hung's countless ants' towels. Finally motionless, Qin Hung stood not far away and did not step forward to check. Instead, he raised his hand and summoned the little skeleton again. The little skeleton moved forward with a small axe, bent down, and slashed hard at the silver-masked killer's head. Bang! The silver-masked killer, who was motionless at first, suddenly moved and tried to block it with his sword. Blows the little skeleton away, and then he gasps, "Don't kill me! I can tell you why I want to kill you! Oh, tell me!" Qin Hung narrowed his eyes slightly. He really wanted to know who wanted to kill him. He felt like he was involved in a conspiracy. "You swore a poisonous oath to let me go. I'll tell you," Silver-masked Killer said. "Yes, I, Qin Hung, swear that if I don't let you go, you will be struck by 5 thunders. Master's mission." Seeing Qin Hung swear, the Silver-faced Killer finally breathed a sigh of relief and gasped. In this world, warriors generally do not swear poisonous oaths. Otherwise, if they break it, they will have inner demons, and it will be very difficult when they advance to the next level. Reason? No. Then why did you just say that I was really not dead? I accepted the mission and came here to check whether you are dead or alive, and whether you want to see your body after death. So, you dug a new grave? Yes. Seeing that you are not here, I have been instructed by my master to wait for you here. Anything else to add? That's all I know. You can go now. Thanks. The Silver-faced Killer breathed a sigh of relief. He was still young and had not yet enjoyed the tenderness of a woman. The other party was still too young and actually let him go. As long as he returns to his master's door and learns that this guy is a master of both martial arts and martial arts, the person who will come after Qin Hung will be at least a grandmaster. Puff pung pung. There was a sound of a spell behind him, and he looked back in horror. A scarf hit him hard in the face, sending him flying backwards and crashing into the little skeleton. The little skeleton raised the axe and split most of his neck with the axe, causing blood to flow wildly. You, the Silver-faced Killer, who fell to the ground, covered his throat with his hands and glared at Qin Hung angrily. It seems that I want to ask him why he betrayed his trust. Qin Hung shrugged. I did promise to let you go, but I didn't swear not to attack. If you can't run fast or hide, you can't blame me. Nah. The Silver-faced Killer uttered the last curse word, tilted his head, and took his last breath. But Qin Hung was still uneasy, so he ordered the little skeleton to chop off the opponent's head with an axe. And then he breathed a sigh of relief. Ding dong! Congratulations on getting 2,000 experience points. Huh? Can you still gain experience points by killing the opponent? Qin Hung was pleasantly surprised. He moved forward excitedly. After groping for a while on Silver-masked Killer, he took out a package and threw it into the game package. After putting away the small skeleton, he rushed towards Neo Air and the others. I don't know if these 2 senior brothers are dead. Chapter 107. Chasing Life with One Sword. Mingyue's suspicion. Jude Village. Qin Hung came to Neo Air first, and after scanning, he saw that there was also a blood bar on his head. There is still 1/2 of the health bar, so he is probably still alive. He took a breath and found that he was still breathing. Just as he was about to heal the other party, he stopped again. With a roll of his eyes, he first used the healing technique to heal all the injuries on his body. Then he picked up a brick with his left hand and slapped it hard on his right shoulder. Click! The whole shoulder suddenly drooped and folded. Fortunately, he didn't feel any pain, but the amount of blood on his head was a little less. He hit his chest hard with a brick again, and with a slight vomiting, his internal organs were immediately injured, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. In this way, it is a bit like an injury caused by a shock wave. Without treating himself, Qin Hung dragged Neo Air to De Zhuang with one hand. De Zhuang was more miserable. He was not dead, but he was seriously injured. He was vomiting blood unconsciously from the corner of his mouth, accompanied by broken meat. The silver-masked killer's sword almost killed him. There is only a handful of blood left, and it will probably be empty in a while. Qin Hung couldn't save him if there was a vacuum. Now, as long as he still had health, it would be fine. After placing the two of them, Qin Hung opened the game map and checked. There was no one around. Then he took out a bottle of powerful solar water, thought about it, and put it back. The powerful solar water can restore a lot of injuries in one go, and the other party will wake up instantly. How to explain it? In order to avoid trouble, he first fired a few quick healing spells at De Zhuang, and then fired one in Neo Air. We cannot treat the two of them at once, otherwise it will cause unnecessary trouble. It's almost enough to regain mobility. Seeing the two people's health bars slowly increasing, Qin Hung ignored them and sat down on the ground, waiting slowly. Of course, he kept the game map open, just for fear of someone sneaking over again. While waiting, he was also reminiscing about the battle just now. Actually speaking, Silver Masked Killer, as a 4-star martial artist, is indeed stronger than Qin Hung. After all, there is a big gap between 3-star and 4-star. It should be easy for Qin Hung to beat 1 star against 2 stars with the support of equipment. But it is really difficult for Qin Hung to beat 3 stars into 4 stars. But due to carelessness, the silver-faced killer suffered hidden losses from Qin Hung one after another, and was finally killed by Qin Hung. What Qin Hung summarized was naturally the battle process, and he had not done enough in those areas. Those places should be able to do better. In the end, I concluded that my skills are too monotonous. The only attack skill is the Soul Fire Talisman, and the skeleton's level is too low to be of much help in such a battle across a large realm. If you also have mage or warrior skills, it should be easier to kill the opponent. The mage's lightning technique and the warrior's assassination technique are both powerful attack skills. With the Soul Fire Talisman, Qin Hung felt that in reality, its more important effect was not to cause damage, but to shock the soul. If it were an opponent of the same level, and Qin Hung used a Soul Fire Talisman to pass over him, the opponent would probably lose half of his combat effectiveness. Naturally, he can crush the opponent easily. Qin Hung could win the 3-star battle against the 4-star one. But in the end, the battle was still about the potion. That is to say, Qin Hung, a freak who knows healing arts and has many powerful solar water, can compete with the 4 stars. Another person would have fallen under the terrifying bombardment of the 4-star martial artist. For example, De Zhuang, who is also a 3-star, can't even catch the silver-faced killer's sword. It seems that when you log out of the game in the future, you will need to have a lot of potions ready in your package at all times. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of the worst. Who knows if it will be needed that day? When the potion is gone, he can't go to the game to buy it immediately, or go to the warehouse to get it, because he simply didn't know whether his entire body had entered the game, or whether he was just in a state of consciousness. It seems that he needs to test it someday, so that he will have a better response when encountering danger. After the battle was concluded, Qin Hung thought about the purpose of the silver-masked killer. The other party is here for you. I'm just a farmer's son. Just because he's handsome? Others sent 4-star killers to chase him all the time? Have you been waiting for him here? Obviously impossible. Combined with the knowledge of those robbers and the chief dad, Qin Hung was very suspicious of his true identity. Hiding from enemies here. The only explanation is this. But who is his enemy? Hidden Door? He should be a sect similar to cultivating killers. So it is very likely that they accepted someone else's commission. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that they are direct enemies. If Emin is an enemy, it would be better. At least he would know. If not, there are still people hiding in the dark, wanting his life. And this person can make Emin issue master missions and dispatch 4-star martial arts masters. And it is impossible for him to be an ordinary person. Therefore, if you want to find out who is chasing him behind his back, you can certainly find out clearly by going to the hidden gate. However, his current strength is low, and even if he has an invisibility ring, it is not easy to go. Besides, he doesn't even know where the hidden door is. It seems that everything will be fine in the future. Don't go out of Feng Yu Tower anymore. And don't show your face easily in front of outsiders. Do you want to stab your face twice? After thinking about it, Qin Hung finally couldn't let go of his face. He grabbed a handful of dirt and wiped it hard on his face. Finally he looked at the paper money on the ground. This thing can't be burned. Otherwise, The enemies who were still unsure about his life and death should be able to guess that he is definitely not dead. He picked up the paper money and other items and threw them into the game package. After doing all this, he checked himself again and tore all the holes in his clothes that were broken by the sword energy. After finally confirming that there were no flaws, he was about to continue waiting. His eyes moved and he looked at Neo-Air, only to see that the other person's health bar had basically recovered by 2/3. Blinking and blinking, Neo-Air finally opened his eyes, but he was still a little dazed. In fact, only a few minutes had passed from the time Jin Hung finished curing them to Neo-Air opening his eyes. The recovery speed of the healing technique is still very fast. Brother Neo, wake up! Wake up! Jin Hung shook Neo-Air with his hand. Don't disturb me. Let me sleep for a while. Neo-Air muttered, and actually closed his eyes again. This made Jin Hung speechless for a while. Brother Neo, are you going to Chunfeng Street? Chunfeng Street? Go! 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 Neo-Air suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. After seeing his surroundings clearly, Neo-Air stood up with a roar. Hack! Xiao Qin! Run! This time he was completely awake, and Neo-Air instantly remembered what had happened before. No need to run. He's dead. Dead? Neo-Air asked in shock. Well, over there. The heads were chopped off. Jin Hung pointed to the distance with his uninjured left hand. Neo-Air looked over in surprise. It was true. Who killed him? Neo-Air asked in surprise. I don't know. He died when I woke up. Jin Hung frowned and touched his drooped right hand with his left hand, a look of pain on his face. Neo-Air stepped forward and checked Jin Hung's body. This hand is seriously injured and has some internal injuries. The rest is fine. I just need to go back and let Dr. Yuan take a look. Then, he checked a Shuang who was lying on the ground. Instantly, a joyful look appeared on his face. Senior brother is okay. He was just seriously injured. That's great. As he said that, he picked up De Zhuang's hand and released his inner strength, causing De Zhuang to wake up leisurely. Junior brother, leave me alone. Run! De Zhuang shouted immediately after he woke up. Brother, wake up! He is dead. His head is broken. Ah, dead? De Zhuang stood up, looked down Neo-Air's hand, and was also shocked when he saw the head of the silver-masked killer. How did he die? Did you kill him? Neo-Air shook his head. I don't know. He was dead when I woke up. Xiao Qin woke up before me. Xiao Qin? I don't know. It's just like this when I wake up. Jin Hung shook his head. Let's go and take a look. De Zhuang and Neo-Air moved forward to check on the silver-masked killer, while Jin Hung turned around and looked at the cemetery where the entire villagers were buried, his eyes flashing. Kneel down and bang your head 3 times. Dad? Mom? The uncles and aunts inside, although strictly speaking, are not your relatives. But since I borrowed his body to travel through time, I will bear his karma. You are also my biological father and mother. Don't worry. I, Jin Hung, will avenge you when I am able. You have also seen the paper money. I can't burn it for you. Don't blame me. You can go and be reincarnated with peace of mind. Jin Hung was murmuring in his heart. And while he was murmuring, a big stone seemed to fall in his heart. Suddenly, I felt extremely relaxed and at ease. Unlike before when there was always something restraining me. He understood that by coming to worship and promising revenge in the future, the owner of this body was completely freed from his original obsession. Other side, Neo-Air and De Zhuang were also carefully inspecting the body of the silver-masked killer and the surrounding signs of fighting. There are traces of fire here, and the holes on the ground look like they were created by a spell. There are traces of burnt marks on his neck and body from the spell attack. Could it be that an expert from the Fumin passed by and saved us? There are traces of spell bombing everywhere here. It must be. After the two analyzed it, Neo-Air said depressedly, I don't know why, but the master of Yin always kills him when he comes up. Has our Fengyu sect offended Yin? I don't know. Let's go quickly. If anyone else from the hidden door comes, it will be over. Neo-Air picked up the silver-masked killer's body, while De Zhuang picked up the silver-masked killer's head and prepared to leave. Huh? He's so young. He looks like he's still a child. De Zhuang lifted up the silver-masked killer's silver mask and said in surprise, Isn't this the newly promoted assassin from the hidden sect that you mentioned, who chases life with one sword? Jin Hung had already finished kneeling and asked in surprise from behind. Well, it's very likely. Let's go. Get out of here first. It's too unsafe here. De Zhuang took the lead and walked out of the village. when passing by a private house that was not broken. He went in to get a sheet and wrapped the body of the silver-faced man. When we arrived outside the village, fortunately, the horses were still there. Fortunately, the horses were tied outside the village. Otherwise, they might have been affected by the fight just now. De Zhuang first fed Qin Hung a healing medicine, and then Nyo Air and Qin Hung shared a horse. There was no way. Qin Heng's hand was injured, and he was an ordinary person, so he couldn't ride a horse. Although he was injured, he got better after taking the healing medicine. The corpses were tied to a group of horses, and he rode one and drove the other without any problem. The three of them rushed all the way to Fengyu Tower. On the way, Qin Heng's game map was fully opened, and he paid careful attention to his surroundings. When he was fighting the silver-masked killer before, he also discovered another function of the game system. That is, at that time, silver-masked killer's small dot on the game map was red. This shows that the red dot is the enemy. It is much more convenient to have this function. Qin Hung only needs to keep an eye on the map. You can detect hidden enemies. Fortunately, the journey was smooth and there were no more accidents. The three of them returned to Fengyu Tower smoothly. As soon as they returned to Fengyu Tower, the three of them were sent to the pill pavilion of Fengyu Tower. After Dr. Yuan checked the injuries of Nyo Air and De Zhuang, he threw a pill to Nyo Air and a bottle of pill to De Zhuang and ignored them. As for Qin Hung, she inspected it carefully with gleaming eyes. Finally, he rolled his eyes and said, "Your shoulder is easy to say, but the internal injury is a bit serious. Just stay here and recuperate for the next few days." Stay here to recuperate? Qin Heng's expression froze. And when he faced Dr. Yuan's smiling round face, he felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. Just when he was about to refuse, Dr. Yuan's delicate hand had already picked up his right hand, straightened it up and pressed it. There was a crisp sound, and the dislocated bones were reset. Qin Hung showed a painful expression. "Just be patient, and it'll be fine. It won't hurt soon." Dr. Yuan chuckled and handed Qin Hung a healing pill. "Thank you." Qin Hung swallowed. "Then you two go back first. He stays." Dr. Yuan waved away Nyo Air and De Zhuang, which made them speechless for a while. Especially De Zhuang. He clearly knew that his injuries were more serious than Qin Heng's. So why did he leave Qin Hung alone? However, he doesn't want to stay here either. It's too scary here. The two of them nodded and thanked, turned around and left. I'll go back too. I can just rest in my residence and recuperate. I'm afraid I'll dirty your bed here." Qin Hung stood up and wanted to leave. "Ha ha. You are a patient now. This room is for patients. What are you afraid of?" Dr. Yuan smiled so hard that he could hardly see. Then, he glared at Nyo Air and the others. "Why don't you leave quickly? What are you looking at? Do you want to stay too? Let's go. Let's go. Thank you, Sister Yuan." Nyo Air and De Zhuang timidly exited the ward. As soon as they entered the hospital, a figure fell from the sky. It is the bright moon. "Sister Yu." Nyo Air and the other two bowed respectfully. "Where is Qin Hung?" "In the ward inside." "Follow me." Mingyu took the two of them back. In the ward, Mingyu first checked the injuries of the three people, and then asked them carefully about the incident. Nyo Air and De Zhuang answered truthfully. So it was naturally impossible for Qin Hung to tell the truth. He said lightly that he was stunned by the aftermath and brought him over. After listening, Mingyu fell into deep thought. She had just learned that Qin Hung and the others had been hacked in Huangma Village, and she had already flown to Huangma Village to check. Grandmaster can fly at the speed of the bright moon in just over 10 miles. It will naturally arrive very quickly. After checking the signs of the fight, she immediately flew back. The first thing to do is to check the injuries of the three people. While caring about these disciples, the main thing is to check who killed the hidden sect killer. The killer used a sword. Judging from the situation at the scene, the man and the killer fought for a while, which was very fierce. If it were really one of these three disciples, they would definitely have a lot of sword wounds on their bodies or sword marks on their clothes. So the first thing she did when she came back was to check on the three of them. Even Qin Hung, an ordinary person, was not spared. But I checked it again and found nothing. From this point of view, it was indeed an expert from the Talisman sect who saved them. However, why did the hidden door killer attack the three of them? Mingyu squinted her eyes and looked at Qin Hung. Chapter 108. The bright moon will surely retaliate. Draw the sword. Fengyu Tower. In the pill pavilion. After Mingyu pondered for a while, she suddenly asked, "Have you three had any issues with the men?" Qin Hung and the others shook their heads. Okay, you go back first. Remember, you are not allowed to tell anyone about your visit to Juma village. Qin Hung, you are seriously injured. I will give you 3 days off. Sister Xiaoyu. Qin Hung cupped his fists. 3 days of vacation. Doesn't that mean he can lie in bed and play games for 3 days? Should I keep hurting myself and make it bad forever? Wouldn't there be more holidays? This idea was immediately dismissed by Qin Hung. If he remains in poor health, doesn't this give Yuan Yuan the opportunity to study herself? That's not okay. Hey, Qin Hung doesn't need to leave. You can stay here to recuperate. I'll take care of you for 2 days. Seeing that Qin Hung was leaving, Dr. Yuan suddenly became a little anxious. No need. I'll just take a rest. Qin Hung cupped his hands towards Mingyu and Yuan Yuan, turned around and hurried outside. Just kidding. If I stay here for 2 more days, I won't even know how much flesh I have on my body. This guy. Is my sister that scary? Yuan Yuan stamped her foot angrily. Mingyu looked at this best friend speechlessly. You are not scary. If you are not scary, why do all the disciples hide away when they see you? Seeing the 3 of them walking away, Yuan Yuan put away her smiling face and sat down on the stool. Sister Yu, did you find anything? Looking at the scene, it's the Fu sect disciples fighting with Yijian Juiming. I checked Qin Hung and the other 3, and they shouldn't be the Fu sect disciples. Oh, why did that sword chase kill our people? Could it be because of that incident? Well, it's very possible. I didn't expect them to be so stubborn and determined to retaliate. After so many years, they are still thinking about it. Then let's just forget it. Huh? Beat my disciple. How can you just let it go? I will kill one of their branches later. Mingyu snorted coldly. Sister Yu, calm down. They are the ones who are going to suffer this time. That sword-chasing life is their new assassin. If it is just gone, can Emin let it go? Yuan Yuan chuckled and continued. According to the scene, it was Fumin who fought with Yijian Juiming. Emin will definitely go to Fumin to ask for someone. We just have to watch the show and that's it. Hearing this, Mingyua's eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands and said, Yes, you will turn that corpse of a sword-hunting man into a corpse later. Also, inform all disciples who are aware of it, and do not allow any unauthorized spreading to the outside world. After saying that, she turned around and walked out. Sister Yu, kill 2 less. Don't use our moves. Don't attract their attention. Yuan Yuan warned from behind. I know. What a waste! The bright moon flew into the sky and disappeared into the sky in a blink of an eye. Yuan Yuan looked at the disappearing figures in the sky speechlessly. Sister Yu is a little bad this month. If a disciple suffers a loss, he must get it back. I hope she kills 2 less and doesn't let Emin find out. Otherwise what she just said will be in vain. Qin Hung returned to his residence and looked at the time. It was already past 1 o'clock at noon. After closing the door and window, he took out the package with a sword that chased his life. When he opened it, he found some broken silver, a few pieces of gold, a stack of banknotes and a thin book. Picking up the notebook, Qin Hang's eyes suddenly lit up. Draw the sword. There are only 2 pages in it. 2 pictures. 1 action of drawing the sword, and 1 action of sheathing it. Each action has its own internal method of operation. Qin Hung was naturally overjoyed when he saw it, but he was worried that he didn't have any powerful means of attack. This sword drawing technique came at the right time. Thinking back to the horror before when the silver-masked killer drew his sword, he knew that this move was extremely powerful. Qin Hung took out Ban Yu and slowly swung his sword according to the movement route of his internal energy. Sure enough, he could clearly feel that his sword energy had condensed a lot. If his sword energy before was an iron sword, then his current sword energy is a steel sword. No wonder Samsung couldn't catch any of Samsung's powerful swords. If he didn't have equipment defense bonus and potion healing, etc., it would be difficult to deal with him. However, this sword drawing technique requires long-term practice to maximize its power. Qin Hung doesn't have time to practice this now. If you have time, you might as well enter the game and level up more. At this moment, his ears moved, and footsteps came from the yard. After putting things away and putting them into the game package, Niu Er's voice soon came from outside. Xiao Qin, here are your 2 new sets of clothes. Let's go to the kitchen to eat. Qin Hang's handyman clothes were in tatters, so Niu Er sent him 2 sets of clothes. Have a meal? Yes. It's time for lunch. After putting on new clothes, Qin Hung washed his face a little and wiped some dust. He followed Niu Er to the kitchen and prepared some food. As soon as he sat down, a group of handyman disciples gathered around him. Brother Nyo, I heard that you met Jian and chased your life. Is it true? Brother Nyo, how did you escape from Jian Jueming? A group of people gathered around, chattering away, leaving Qin Hung speechless for a moment. Damn it! Didn't you say it was kept secret? The one who spread the word with his big mouth? Ha ha! What's wrong with chasing life with a sword? I blocked him easily. Nyo Air wiped the lard from his mouth with a proud look on his face. Blow it. It's good if I don't kill you with a sword. Ha ha. Senior brother De Zhuang should have blocked it. Brother Nyo, you are only 1 star. How could you block a 4-star attack? Others obviously don't believe Nyo Air's words. Damn! Are you looking down on people? Senior brother De Zhuang was blocking the front. But I, Nyo Air, also fought hard to draw the sword. Otherwise, without my blocking, do you think the 3 of us were only slightly injured? Nyo Air rolling up my sleeves. I almost swore to God. Shut up! Everyone! At this moment, Fatty Xiao came over and gave Nyo Air a fierce look. Yin Sudao. From now on, this matter will be stopped. If anyone spreads the word or discusses it again, they can go and play abalone for a year. Play abalone for a year? Everyone's expression suddenly changed upon hearing this, and they immediately became silent. This surprised Qin Hung. Is abalone really so scary? After Manager Xiao left, Qin Hung asked Nyo Air doubtfully. Are abalone scary? Well, it's very scary. Nyo Air nodded and said nothing. What does it look like? Qin Hung wanted to know if the abalone here was the same as the abalone in his previous life. Not here. On the other side, there is a special pool to keep them. Can I go take a look? Qin Hung was really itchy. No. Abalone farming is very demanding. However, if you really want to take a look, I can tell you a quick method. Nyo Air said. What way? Nyo Air whispered. Then when Manager Xiao comes later, you tell him that your wife is here. I will definitely send you to play abalone for a few days. Qin Hung. In the end, Qin Hung gave up his curiosity and returned to his residence. He is not stupid. When Nyo Air and others heard about abalone, their expressions changed. It's definitely not something fun. I'm not that cool yet. When he returned to his residence, it was already past 2 o'clock. Qin Hung brought water and washed his body that was dirty during the fight. Then he lay down on the bed anxiously and entered the game. This is the first time Qin Hung has entered the game at this point, and it feels quite fresh. Listen to the noisy chatting among the guild brothers. Some want to form a team. Some want to buy skill books. And some want to sell equipment. Ignoring those, Qin Hung looked at the number of people in the guild and found that it had reached 1,300 people. There are 15 of them above level 22. There are more than 600 people above level 16. While he was checking, Guan Hai's voice came over the guild channel in surprise. Brother prodigal son, why has it come to this point? Don't you need to go to school? Big brother, you're here. The little voice also sounded. Ah. Ha ha. I'm sick today and am lying in bed. Qin Hung said haha casually. Ha ha. You're not skipping class. Are you? Nowadays, many students are skipping class just to play this game. The student with difficulty in naming also laughed. You're not talking about yourself. Are you? You don't sound very old by the sound of your voice. Qin Hung chuckled. Of course. It doesn't matter if I go to class or not. Hee hee. The person with difficulty in naming laughed. Isn't it bad? If you don't learn more knowledge, you will suffer in the future. Qin Hung said casually. What's the disadvantage? The boss's money is enough for him to make dozens of lifetimes. Does he still need to work hard? The voice of naming the trail sounded. Qin Hung and everyone. Game riddle. The boss is a super rich second generation. He's so awesome. Give me some gold coins. I'm going to be poor. Night Owl. Boss, please give me some junk equipment. Hearing that the guild leader named Difficult Household was so awesome, countless people's voices suddenly rang out, all asking for equipment, gold coins and so on. The person who named the poor family laughed and said, Ha ha, don't look for me. I'm poor too. The prodigal brother is the rich man, and I still owe him several 100 million gold coins. Fearless Lone Wolf. What? I owe several 100 million gold coins? And basked in the sun. Good guy. I call him good guy. Everyone exclaimed again. Qin Hung smiled and said, Don't look for me. I still have to support my family. I can't compare with him. A super rich second generation. By the way, If anyone in the club needs equipment, you can come to the beach city and warehouse to find me. We sell professional equipment from level 15 to level 24 at half the price than merchants. The stock is limited. So come quickly. The brother who accompanied me to Walmart yesterday will be given priority. He packaged it up and sold it to merchants for about the same price. It was better to sell it to his brothers to increase the strength of the guild. Game puzzle. Prodigal boss. I want it. Give it to me. And Yuan Jiang and Tian Du, I said. President Prodigal Son. Give it to me. I want it. Brother Prodigal Son. How many are there? I can swallow them all. Qin Hung shouted, and countless voices sounded instantly, startling Qin Hung. He pondered for a moment and said, everyone can only buy what they have, and we won't sell any more. By the way, there are also top-quality equipment for various professions, and there are some in various parts. If you want them, you can get them all at a half discount. He had no choice but to say this. What he sold was half cheaper than the market price, and some might even be cheaper than what the merchants paid for them. There must be many people among them who want to take the opportunity to buy it and then sell it to make a profit. That wouldn't be appropriate. After shouting, Qin Hung tried to use the sword drawing technique in the warehouse. But it's useless. External skills cannot be used in the game. In the end, Qin Hung spent more than half an hour selling 3 packages of ordinary equipment and 1 package of top-quality equipment to the brothers in the guild. A total of more than 26 million gold coins were sold. Among them, most of the best equipment was bought by people from disadvantaged households. In this way, he only has brand-name equipment in his hands. Top-quality equipment that is useful to him. And some ordinary equipment above level 22. There are not many players above level 22 in the guild, so players will not buy these equipment for the time being. There is no doubt about the value of brand-name equipment. But at this stage, players simply cannot afford it, because the shipment rate is really very small. At present, there are only 2 places where players can explode famous brand equipment. Woma Temple and Centipede Cave in Death Valley. Players cannot go down to Zuma Temple and Pig Cave at this stage. The entrance is full of dense wedge moss and other monsters, and you will die as soon as you enter. As for the Woma Temple, you can't get down to the 3rd floor, so the only ones who can deliver goods are the Woma guards on the 1st floor and the 2nd floor, and the evil pincers of Centipede Cave. There are many levels in Centipede Cave, and there are more than 6 or 7 maps with evil pincers. But Qin Hung didn't see anyone wearing brand-name equipment at all. I don't know if it couldn't be exploded, couldn't be worn, or was stored away. That day he picked up a Z-bead necklace and gave Iron-Blooded King a dragon ring. But others could hardly see him wearing it. When he was trading with the high-level brothers in the guild just now, he checked the other party's equipment and so on. Only the poor-named family wore a dragon ring, and the named Xiaofa wore a ruby ring. Everyone else is the ultimate shop outfit, etc. Judging from the explosion rate of Woma Guard, we can understand that the explosion rate of the evil pincers at the same level as Woma Guard is not very good. In the end, there was a group of people surrounding him, wanting to buy equipment. Qin Hung had no choice but to check the warehouse to see if there was any extra equipment that could be sold. At this time, another brother from the guild rushed in. It's wooden level. Ha. Boss, I'm late. Do you still have any equipment? Qin Hung did not answer, but looked at the weapon in Mu Shui's hand. His eyes lit up. This is a special weapon. The long sword has a green handle with a hint of red, which is extremely conspicuous. Open the opponent's equipment bar. Praying Blade. Attack August 20th. Accuracy +3. Attack speed -1. Weight 10. Durability 16/20. Requires level 20. It is indeed a prayer blade. Pray for the weapon parts in the set. Qin Hung currently has prayer helmets, prayer necklaces, and prayer rings. There is only 1 ring left, 2 bracelets, and a weapon to complete the set. Even though he had reserved the palace of the Corpse King all day long, there was no such thing as luck. If the Corpse King's palace never explodes the prayer blade, there is nothing he can do. Therefore, now that he saw the prayer blade in Mu Shui's hand, Qin Hung would certainly not let it go. I don't know why a Taoist priest would use a prayer blade. It probably looks good and has high attack power. Rolling his eyes, Qin Hung said cheerfully, of course we have the equipment, including brand name equipment. It depends on whether you can afford it or not. Brand equipment? Ah, let me see. Let me see. Mu Shui shouted excitedly. When the people around him heard this, they became more energetic and gathered around him. Qin Hung took out a bunch of warrior equipment from the warehouse, put it on the trading column, and showed it to Mu Shui. Holy crap! Purgatory with 0/25 attack. Dragon Ring with 0/5 attack. Ghost Gloves. Ghost Necklace. Death Gloves. Shura. Skull Helmet. Looking at the items in the transaction column, Mu Shui wiped his mouth and his saliva almost flowed out. He couldn't help but read out the attributes of some equipment, which made the people around him feel itchy. What? What brand name equipment? Let me see it. I want to see it too. Guanhai asked. What is Purgatory? What is the Ghost Necklace? Can you show it to us? Dragon Tattoo. Brother! Screenshot! Let's chat at the screenshot release meeting and let everyone see the appearance attributes. Yes, you can take screenshots. Mu Shui immediately took a screenshot of the attributes of each equipment and sent it to the guild chat. As soon as the picture was posted to the guild chat, it immediately aroused waves of exclamations from everyone. Inexplicably romantic. Damn! What a guy! A big guy with an attack of 0/25. My Bahuam only attacks at 12 points. Damn! SA World. Oh my god! The Dragon Ring has an attack of 0/5. It has 3 more attack points than the black crystal ring I am wearing. Brother Chi. My day! Attack 0 out of 5 Ghost Necklace. Fearless Lone Wolf. This is such a perverted piece of equipment. It's not even introduced on the official website. This is the first time I've seen it. Beep. 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 This is definitely brand name equipment. Everyone exclaimed. And even the poor people and a few wealthy people had their eyes lit up. But the next moment, they were depressed again. Because although they have Chinese coins, Qin Hung doesn't want Chinese coins. There are no gold coins. How much do you get for selling these equipment in gold coins? Anyway, everyone feels that it can't be taken out at the moment. Qin Hung ignored them and asked Mu Shui with a smile. Ha ha. How's it going? Which one do you like? Mu Shui smiled and said, I want them all. But it's a pity that I don't have that much money. Do you want to change the weapon in your hand? Qin Hung asked with a smile. Weapon? You mean this prayer blade? It's for attack. What are you doing here? Mu Shui asked in confusion. Ha ha. Don't I have a helmet? I want to see if I can put it together and see if it has any properties. Qin Hung smiled and said, Which one do you like? I'll trade with you. That's it. Let me take a look. Well, I want this silver snake, but it requires level 26 to bring it. I changed it. What should I use it for? After Mu Shui looked around, he finally selected a silver snake. This weapon has super high magic. When you hold it in your hand, it definitely looks more attractive than the prayer blade. Ha ha. They are all from the same guild. Let's do this. Silver snake plus a demon subduer in exchange for your praying blade. Qin Hung agreed. Okay. Deal. Chapter 109 Selfishness. The target touches the dragon god. Is it a loss to exchange a silver snake for a prayer blade? It's hard to tell who will lose from this thing. They are all rare items. Qin Hung has several silver snakes, but he may not be able to explode the prayer blade. If by then, he has collected other prayer equipment, all he needs is a prayer blade. Wouldn't he be anxious? This thing is gone when it dies. And most players don't understand it. It would be a pity to consume it. As long as he puts together a set of prayers, Qin Hung can secretly harvest a wave of players. By then, let alone 1 silver snake, 10 silver snakes may be earned back. When Mu Shui got a silver snake, he was also very happy. In his opinion, he made a lot of money. Because although the attack power of the prayer blade was strong, the attack speed was slowed down, which made him very incompetent. And it was not a magic weapon. Another reason is that he did not see the hidden attributes on the prayer blade. The legendary trumpet on the official website forum is now updating game information almost every day. The famous brand equipment has hidden attributes, which he also revealed. There is a picture of equipment in his post. A platinum ring. Hidden attribute, defense 0 to 1. I don't know where I got the information. Mu Shui often visits the forum, so he naturally saw it. Therefore, after he defeated a corpse king to obtain the prayer blade, he was very disappointed to find that it had no hidden attributes. Now if he exchanges it for a high-level weapon, of course, he will be extremely happy. This silver snake's attack power and Taoist skills are so high. It must be an awesome weapon. When you get promoted to level 26, you will definitely be awesome after you get it. Fearless Lone Wolf. Brother, what did you change? Yes. What did you replace that prayer blade with? Seeing that the two people had completed the transaction, a group of people immediately started asking questions. Hee hee. I changed the silver snake and the demon subduer. Mu Shui smiled happily. Bai Yifei. Damn it! I've made a lot of money. Yan Yang. President Prodigal Son. You must have lost money. A bunch of people chattering. Qin Hung smiled and said, We are collecting perverted equipment from 3 professions. It is best to add 3 profession attributes. You can come with any kind of pervert. I will buy it with gold coins or exchange it for brand name equipment. Jiuechen. Ah, I have the Demon 2 bracelet. Do you want it, President? The crazy devil also became a god. I have the Devil 3 black sandalwood. How can I change it? Murderous tofu. Would you like to exchange my small bracelet with Merrick 2 for purgatory? The most powerful man in my village. Damn! If you want to trade for purgatory with the small bracelet of Gong 2. Are you crazy or are you going crazy? Qin Heng's words immediately caused a group of players to shout. As long as you are extremely perverted and add several attributes to the original. Don't come if you add 1 or 2 attributes. Qin Heng quickly added. Suddenly, the sounds of various equipment reporting stopped. There is only one left called Demon 3 Ebony Bracelet. I don't want this. Qin Heng refused. If the brand name equipment has hidden attributes, wearing a Siberian bracelet should be better than the Magic 3 Ebony Bracelet. Unless it's Ebony Magic 4 or above. It's almost the same if you change it to Siebel. At this time, the entire inn was crowded with brothers from the club. Everyone had just bought new equipment, and their faces were full of excitement. Dragon Tattoo. Boss, take us to fight the boss. The fearless lone wolf said. Yes, boss. Everyone is here. Go fight the boss. And go to Walmart 3 kills leader. Game Riddle. Yeah. Go to Walmart and beat the leader to get famous brands. A group of people clamored to kill the leader of Walmart, which immediately aroused the resonance of everyone in the guild. In an instant, hundreds of people online in the guild said they wanted to fight the leader, causing the guild channel to buzz. Qin Hengyi suddenly felt dizzy when he named the households in difficulty. Qin Heng would definitely not want to take everyone to fight Woma-san. He had the same thought in naming the poor households. When the two of them were thinking about how to speak, Mu Shui smiled and spoke. Ha ha. Everyone. It's better not to go to Woma 3. Last time we went, there were so many monsters and a lot of dark warriors blocking the door. Once you enter, you will die. Why don't we go to the Death Coffin and Centipede Cave? I saw a big boss there this morning. A huge centipede that came out of the soil. It was so scary. The person who had difficulty naming his name brightened up and laughed. That's right. Wama-san is not easy to play. We can go to the Death Coffin, where there is a big boss named Evil Centipede. Let's go chop it down. Cloud Emperor Killing God. Ah. Where is the Death Coffin? The map inside is so big. The most I can do is run to the dark area. Tianxiang. Yeah. I haven't been there either. And basking in the sun. Ha ha. Okay. Let's chop down the evil centipede. Brother Kikiki. Blast it. A bunch of people started to set off, shouting, and gathered at the entrance of Centipede Cave. Qin Heng didn't move, and he wouldn't participate for the time being. The leader of Wama-san and the palace of the Corpse King are still waiting for him to clean up. So what are you going to do to join them? However, the evil centipede in the Death Coffin has the same name as the dragon-touching god from the early stages of the previous life legend. The dragon-touching god was originally called the evil centipede, and was later renamed the dragon-touching god. It's just that these people are so ignorant and fearless. The evil centipede doesn't know any special methods. With the current level of this group of people, no matter how many more people are used, they will be dead. Thinking of this, he reminded, I've seen this boss before. It's very powerful. It can paralyze and poison. You'd better put on garbage and fight it. That's it for the reminder. As for how to defeat monsters, Qin Heng won't tell you. Now that so many people have spoken out, it will be impossible for him to kill them in the future. Even if he had to say it, he would tell the people in need in Guanhai at most. Anyway, hold on for now. The first one to touch the dragon god will be able to explode some good stuff. When the time comes, I will individually recruit people from needy households to try. Don't blame him for being selfish. Who doesn't have some selfish motives? If he were a real-life player in China like the others, he might be more generous and even take Guanhai and the others to the palace of the Corpse King long ago. But now, he has traveled to another world. Fighting monsters and leveling up in the game and earning gold coins are his foundation. Telling others how to defeat the boss means cutting off one's own wealth and one's own cultivation. He wouldn't do this kind of thing without thinking. The only reason why he wanted to tell the method to the households with difficulty in naming was because he saw it. The other party didn't want to take people to Woma 3 to compete with him for territory, which he could still see. If others respect me, I will respect you. Woma-san took care of it himself. And this evil centipede was given to the poor households, which was very worthy of him. As for the players in other guilds, pull them down. Who knows if there are spies from other forces? In his previous life, he had never seen such a butterfly within a butterfly trick, especially during a siege. If each other arranges spies for each other, it is called having fun. He bets. Now, the big and small forces such as the Kwang family, the dynasty, and the Iron Blood have arranged for many people to sneak into the Marfa Friendship Alliance. Therefore, such top-secret things cannot be said directly in the guild channel. Everyone ran to fight the evil centipede, but Qin Hung didn't follow to join in the fun. Mu Shui also didn't go for the time being. He was left behind by Qin Hung to explore the way. He wanted to go to Woma 3, but he was afraid that the Quanzhou family would wait to ambush him on the first and second floors. So before he goes in now, he first invites someone to take the lead. I originally wanted to call Guan Hai or Xiao Beitian, but they were still leveling up in the secret passage. Qin Hung had no choice but to find the level of clever ghost wood. Naturally, Mu Shui happily agreed to the boss's request for help. The other party had just replaced his prayer blade with a silver snake, and he laughed so hard that his teeth almost fell out. He was sure that the boss meant to give him a preferential treatment. So when the boss opened his mouth, he quickly agreed. After the two made preparations, they quickly gathered at the entrance of Woma Temple. At the entrance, there were already hundreds of people gathered here, asking for help and doing business everywhere. Mu Shui took the lead into Woma Temple, followed by Qin Hung. All the way to the third gate of Woma, there was no ambush, and no one from the dynasty, Tai Blood and Quanzhou came across. On the first and second floors, no matter how random he is, there are almost no monsters. There are players everywhere waiting to fight monsters, many of whom are members of the Marfa Friendship Alliance. Boss! Explode more things. I'm going to fight the evil centipede. Mu Shui flew away with a hiss. Bring junk equipment with you. Qin Hung said another private message before entering Woma 3 with his head covered. Woma 3 is still the same as before. Monsters are densely packed together, making it a restricted area for players. It took more than 10 minutes for Qin Hung to kill the leader of Woma and 2 Woma guards. This time I was pretty lucky. A Woma guard exploded a piece of Inferno magic shield. Leader Woma revealed a summoning divine beast, a Z-bead necklace, a ruby ring and a bottle of blessing oil. What makes Qin Hung speechless is that he just can't get the Taoist priest's brand name bracelet. The more anxious he is, the less likely he is to explode. Every time the boss is about to die, he will pray, "Come out quickly," but he won't come out. Open the portable warehouse and store the equipment and so on. Qin Hung continued here and spent another half an hour leading all the dark warriors who appeared in the hall to the door. What made Qin Hung a little depressed was that there were obviously many fewer dark warriors refreshed in the hall this time. Only more than 30. Could it be that there are too many doorways? So the game system refreshes less in the lobby? After pondering for a while, Qin Hung ignored it and let it lead as much as it wanted. Now that the households with difficulty naming them obviously don't want to take away his cake, then he has to work hard to protect it himself. He had a premonition that he would form a Marfa Friendship Alliance by naming needy households. The major forces will definitely organize their forces to defeat Wama-san as soon as possible. When the place really falls, it will become a battlefield for the major guilds to compete. Although he is also in the guild, if he joins others in defeating the boss, he will not mention the benefits he will get when the time comes. How can he enjoy it all by himself? Call out. He's back in the beach city safe zone. Only then did the guild chat channel open. It was too noisy inside, so he just closed it in order not to affect himself. As soon as it was opened, various chatting sounds suddenly started ringing. Name the needy household. Brothers who are coming from behind, please follow us. We are about to enter the dark area. Wait here for 10 minutes. Boss, wait. We'll be there soon. Okay. Hurry up. I go. Are these guys new to the dark zone? Didn't he just clean up all the way and run over? Qin Hung ignored them and did not close the guild to chat. He was a little curious about how they would fight the evil centipede. Take out a bunch of random items from the warehouse and soon arrive at the Viper Valley mining area. According to the old method, Qin Hung successfully entered the Corpse King's palace. There are still more than 40 Corpse Kings in the Corpse King's palace. Here, 20 heads are refreshed every time. And it seems that the maximum number of heads refreshed is more than 40 without refreshing. Qin Hung beat the Corpse King and listened to the name of the needy households, and others organized a crowd to clean up the monster. After a while, I finally understood. It turns out that there are not many high-level players now. So there are not many monsters in Centipede Cave, except for the outer layers. Starting from the dark area, the monsters are very dense. The monsters in that place spawn much faster than in the Woma Temple. It is simply too difficult for a single player to fly randomly and clean up the death coffin by himself. Therefore, the people who named the people in need gathered outside the dark zone and prepared to lead people to rush through it. As a result, when Qin Hung finished defeating the Corpse King's palace, these guys had just left the dark zone and reached the space between life and death. The Woma Temple has not been cleared so quickly, but it seems that we can still catch up. I took a look at what the zombie kings exploded. They were pretty good. 2 dog books, 1 half-moon scimitar, and 2 magic shield, 2 small pieces of top-notch equipment, the Witch 3 magic robe, and the Lingfeng sword with 6/13 attack, which are very good. After opening the portable warehouse and storing the Corpse King's belongings, Qin Hung changed into a level 22 professional attire. If you want to fight the evil centipede, of course you have to wear garbage. General body, soul battlesuit, magic helmet, demon subduing, phoenix pearl, 2 Taoist bracelets, 2 pearl rings. In fact, even if you look at this piece of garbage, if you sell it, it will cost about 1 million. And this is still the merchant price. Selling players requires at least 1.5 million. At this stage, without a famous brand, this is the strongest professional attire for a Taoist priest at level 22. After digging out a dungeon from the warehouse and flying out of the Corpse King's palace, Qin Hung landed in the forest of the Viper Valley with a hiss. It immediately startled several players in civilian clothes who were cutting down red snakes and tiger snakes. A tiger snake next to him bit Qin Hung, and Qin Hung casually took a piece of Annie's scarf and shouted at it. A figure with 35 health floated up. Before the tiger snake could crawl over, the little skeleton struck down with an axe, killing the tiger snake immediately. With a ding, the tiger snake actually dropped something. This made Qin Hung, who was about to do the random thing, stunned. After taking a closer look, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. This tiger snake was quite generous, and actually gave him a bunch of gold coins, an iron sword, and a bottle of Ares oil. The God of War oil is difficult to explode. I didn't expect it to explode just by hitting it casually. What a surprise! A player next to him stepped on the iron sword reflexively, and immediately walked away with a blushing face. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do it. Ha. It's okay. I'll give it to you. Picking up the God of War oil, Qin Hung was in a good mood and said with a smile, Ah, thank you. Thank you. The player stepped on it again excitedly. Qin Hung ignored him. After storing his things, he randomly continued to fly away. As for whether that iron sword is the best, I don't care anymore. He would also pick up jewelry and look at it. And weapons would only add 1 or 2 attributes at most. So it was extremely difficult to get the best ones. Of course, that doesn't mean that low-level weapons don't have the best quality. In his previous life, he had seen a perverted ebony sword with 0 out of 6 magic, and a perverted banyu with 1/5 Taoism. But it's really too little. Qin Hung entered the alliance, and after flying around randomly, he went directly to Tuching. When he came here, Qin Hung ran around the store. This time, he was depressed and only bought 1 top-notch item. Here, it seems that someone is also squatting here to scan the goods. Helpless Qin Hung randomly showed up at Shabak and took a look around. Fortunately, he found 3 small items here. After storing his things, Qin Hung had a random meal and finally arrived at the Death Valley Mountains in the north. After passing a pile of strange-shaped stones at the entrance of the cave, Qin Hung entered the Centipede Cave with his head covered. Chapter 110 Team up to rush to the death coffin. Evil pincer. Brush. Qin Hung appeared in a winding valley. Death Valley. The first floor of the dungeon. By the light of the candle, Qin Hung looked at the surrounding environment. The ground is a dry dirt road with many potholes and uneven surfaces, and many large rocks protrude from the ground. There are dry rock walls on both sides of the road. From a distance, they look dark. A breeze blew, bringing with it a somewhat unpleasant smell. Fortunately, the smell is not very strong. Otherwise, the players would have to run away without having to fight monsters. There are no monsters at the entrance. Only a dozen players seeking to form a team. After rejecting invitations from several people to form a team, Qin Hung put on his invisibility ring and randomly disappeared. At this stage, Centipede Cave is still an area with few monsters. And he doesn't know if he will randomly find monsters. It's much more convenient to put on the invisibility ring. In fact, he can become invisible first and then randomly, which can also achieve the effect of invisibility. But in this way, it is not so convenient, and the running is not so fast. The first floor of the dungeon is divided into two main roads in the east. Go to the left and follow a straight line all the way to the end without turning at the middle intersection. When you reach the end, go to the lower left corner, where you can access the connecting passage. When the game opens the unknown dark hall in the future, you can go there through the connecting passage. Qin Hung is now taking another main road. Go straight up to the right. Go to the top, and then turn left to see a cave. After entering, you can reach the gloomy stone house, which is a stone house. Go to the cave entrance above to go to the north of the first floor of the dungeon, and then pass through in more maps to enter the deepest part of the centipede cave, the death coffin. There is the most awesome boss in the centipede cave, the evil centipede, commonly known as the touching dragon god by players in previous lives. Random can be used here. Qin Hung flew randomly, but he flew to the middle of the map, a narrow path, with a relatively large leveling space not far away, an endless black abyss on both sides. Looks weird. There are no monsters, just some players waiting for the spawn in a relatively open area. Looking at the endless abyss next to him, Qin Hung was suddenly curious. Would this person fall into it? I played on a computer in my previous life, and I didn't feel much like leveling up next to this kind of abyss. Now that it's virtual, don't tell me. It feels so real. It's like standing on the edge of a cliff. I wonder if players who are afraid of heights will not dare to come here to fight monsters. Qin Hung tried to lift his foot and step towards the abyss, but sure enough, he could not stretch his foot over. Tried a few more times. Still the same. In this way, with this layer of protection, people who are afraid of heights may not be afraid. After several random attempts, Qin Hung randomly arrived at the lower entrance in the upper right corner. Sure enough, there are a group of players waiting for the refresh here. The entrance to the lower level on each level of Centipede Cave will be refreshed much faster than other places. Qin Hung covered his head and entered the next map, the Eerie Stone House. This is a small, dark natural cave with nothing, not even a map. There are two exits here. One is connected to the east of the first floor of the dungeon, and the other is connected to the north of the first floor of the dungeon. With his head covered, Qin Hung entered the next map from one of the entrances, north of the first floor of the dungeon. This map also looks like a spider web, just not as dense. A winding circle, connected by small intestinal pathways around and in the middle. There are some relatively open places from time to time in the intestinal trail. Surrounding the small intestine trail is the endless abyss, which is dark and extremely penetrating. Boo-hoo-hoo. After a random flight and several consecutive flights, Qin Hung appeared in a pile of monsters. Crunch. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Sissy-sissy. A huge black pincer. A half-human giant wasp flying in the air with its wings flapping. A centipede more than 2 meters long. And a giant worm more than 1 meter long. Listening to the crawling and chirping of the monsters, Qin Hung felt cordial in his heart. These sounds are so familiar that I sometimes dream about them. The memory instantly flashed back to the previous life, when I spent countless nights fighting monsters in this centipede cave. You can find the next level almost every way with your eyes closed. He was wearing an invisibility ring at the moment, and the monster did not attack him. Qin Hung didn't kill these monsters either. He was in a hurry to chase the large army, so naturally he wouldn't stay here. Boo-hoo-hoo. After a random pause, Qin Hung stopped at the lower left corner of the map. There is an entrance here that leads to the next level. After entering, it is also a small cave. Stone Tomb Creek. Wow! Wow! The cave is not big. A small stream flows through it. Qin Hung crossed the stream and entered the next level through the hole above it. Dark area. This is the most complex and largest map in Centipede Cave. The whole map is like a spider web, with many winding paths extending in all directions. Up to 5 exits. Qin Hung often got lost here back then. Therefore, he admires the naming of difficult households and wooden levels. These two people were able to touch the innermost death coffin in just a few days. It was really awesome. What's even more awesome is that the current game here does not have a panoramic map of the entire map. You can even touch the innermost death coffin, which is really difficult to hang. Now, Qin Hung can't be troubled here. After a few random moves, he arrived at a more open area in the middle. This is the middle door of the dark zone. After entering, you can reach the next map between life and death. At this time, a large number of monsters have been refreshed at the entrance. It will take some time to clear a path. Qin Hung replaced his invisibility ring, and the monsters around him immediately rushed toward him. Qin Hung turned around and ran away. This place is relatively open and suitable for attracting monsters. In more than 10 seconds, Qin Hung opened an opening and rushed into the next level at high speed. The moment he entered, he put on the invisibility ring again. Between life and death, the door is also densely packed with monsters. This has to be cleared by the large force in front. Otherwise there will be more. This is a relatively small map. Very open. Except for the abyss in the middle. Other places are relatively large. It's a good place for players to level up. After all, the more open the place, the more monsters are spawned. The easier it is for players to run. And it is safer. It's also easier to attract monsters. And you can attract a large area once you attract them. Unlike most of the narrow alley maps like the Dark Zone. Once the monsters are refreshed, they are blocked at both ends and there is no place to run. Of course, this kind of place is also a place where major forces compete for each other. Leveling up is easy. The entrance to the next level is above the map. Qin Hung was stunned and saw almost no monsters elsewhere on this map. This is because the main force has just cleared up. He quickly flew to the top of the map, covered his head, and entered the next level. A line of sky. There aren't any monsters at the door. This map is huge. And what's even more valuable is that there aren't many trails. And many places are open areas. The death coffin on the last floor is right next to it. Therefore, this is also a battleground for the military strategists of all major forces. At this time, the name Difficult Household was leading hundreds of guild members in front of this map. Qin Hung listened to their random shouting and didn't bother to ask where they were. Fly directly and randomly. Anyway, the map is so big. If you fly a few times, you can always encounter it. After this flight, although Qin Hung was well prepared, he was still startled. There are dense monsters everywhere. After several times in a row, Qin Hung finally encountered a large army cleaning up monsters not far away. After opening the portable warehouse and storing the invisibility ring, Qin Hung, who was covered in garbage, chased after him. There was no way. Even though they were all good at it. Who knows if a group of people inside would suddenly attack him and try to explode his invisibility ring. As long as 7 or 8 people attack him at the same time, he will die instantly. Qin Hung had really seen this kind of thing too many times in his previous game. Not to mention the peer group. There are even more excessive ones in order to explode equipment. For example, Qin Hung had seen the bosses of 2 guilds engage in a guild war, killing each other's members and exploding equipment. I have even seen people maliciously change the guild's attack mode during the Shabak siege, and specifically look for players with low HP and equipment to stab them behind their backs. In short, in the face of the temptation of huge interests, never underestimate the human heart. In reality, father and son and brothers will turn against each other over money, let alone on the internet. As soon as Qin Hung caught up, he immediately saw hundreds of people divided into small teams. The warriors and Taoist skeletons are in the front, killing monsters. The Taoist is in the back to increase blood healing, and the mage is in the back to use lightning or fireball to attack. Seeing Qin Hung's arrival, everyone immediately greeted him warmly. Big brother, you are finally here. The little one didn't even want to fight the monster, and he was so excited that he pounced on him. But Qin Hung turned on the anti-harassment function to stop him. She was so angry that she pouted her mouth and slashed at Qin Hung with a yin yu. As a result, Qin Hung's little skeleton hit her with an axe, and she was so frightened that she immediately circled around Qin Hung. Brother, you big bad guy. Stop it. I'm dying. I can't stand it anymore. Dying. Ah. Dying. Gaga gaga. Qin Hung paused the little skeleton speechlessly. This girl is just careless. I suffered a loss once, but I still play like this every time. Brother prodigal son. Haha. You came just in time. Guan Hai, wearing level 22 professional attire and holding a moon in his hand, was using explosive flames to hit the monsters and warriors on their heads. A big circle of sparks appeared. Brother, you came just in time. Clean up the monsters quickly. Remember to use guild mode. Don't hurt your own people. There are too many monsters. The people who had difficulty naming were struggling to kill among the monsters. Guan Yun invites you to join the team. Qin Hung was invited, and after agreeing, he changed the attack mode to guild. Guan Hai greeted. This way, Guan Yun has specially reserved a team spot for you. Qin Hung followed the little one and checked on the team. Similar to the previous life, each team can only form 11 people including themselves. This 11-member team includes watching the clouds, watching the sea, The Little One. The Cloud Emperor Kills the God. Essays on Heaven and Earth. Dragon Tattoo. The Wanderer at the End of the World. Game Puzzle. Wooden Levels. Fearless Lone Wolf. Doodle-a-doo-da-da. Among them, the Taoist priests include Guan Yun, Tianyao Wanderer, and Mu Shui. The wizards include Guan Hai. Little Dot. Game Puzzle. Do-do-do-do-da-da. The warriors include Cloud Emperor Killing God, Essay World, Dragon Tattoo, and Fearless Lone Wolf. It's a pretty standard big team. After checking, the lowest level members are all at level 20. The highest ones are level 23 for Prodigal Son of the End of the World, level 22 for Seaview, Cloud View, and Dragon Tattoo. Everyone was wearing ordinary professional attire, and no one was wearing top-notch equipment. It seems that Qin Heng's reminder is still useful. Boss Prodigal Son, you're well on your way. Come on. Hurry up. This team originally had only 2 Taoist priests and 4 warriors with only 1 Dragon Tattoo level 22, which had low defense and was eaten away by monsters until the blood was wiped out. Therefore, the 2 Taoist priests continued to add blood to the warriors in front. And also you have to give them monster poison. It's a bit confusing. Qin Heng arrived and treated him with poison, which immediately relieved him a lot. To Qin Heng's surprise, he saw that Mu Shui did not summon a skeleton. You haven't learned how to summon skeletons yet? Qin Heng asked. Mu Shui smiled awkwardly. Haha. It's too expensive. I haven't learned it yet. I just barely learned a soul fire talisman. Qin Heng. He chatted privately. Damn. Didn't I give you 1 million? Time is short. I haven't had time to buy it yet. Mu Shui said with a smile. Yeah. The skill books are really expensive. A warrior's attack and killing swordsmanship cost 250,000 gold coins each. And I didn't learn it either. Emperor Yun's god of killing said, equally depressed. What a coincidence. I haven't learned the art of attacking and killing swords either. Hee. The fearless lone wolf said with a smile. Qin Heng. I go. No wonder the 2 warriors cut down the claws with 1 blow. And the slash pincers only lost a little bit of health. Of the 4 warriors, 2 were defeated, relying entirely on 4 mages to fight. Fortunately for the mage, this group has all learned the lightning technique, and Guan Hai has explosive flames for group attacks. 3 people attack a monster with lightning at the same time. Watch the sea and attack in groups. Coupled with Guan Yun's poisoning, the beating was not too slow. Everyone has experience in attracting monsters. A team can only attract more than 10 monsters and kill them without any problem. Qin Heng was treating and using his Ant's Towel at the same time, with his skeleton participating in the battle. The speed of clearing monsters suddenly accelerated a lot. Add 25 experience points. Add 23 to the experience value. Add 20 experience points. Rows of experience points keep popping up on the screen. Although there are 11 people sharing experience points, there are so many monsters that they can't stand it. So the experience points gained are still considerable. From time to time, monsters will burst into potions and equipment. Every time equipment is released, Guan Yun, Wood Level, Fearless Lone Wolf, Dragon Tattoo, and Cloud Emperor Killing God. These 4 people are the most active in grabbing equipment. It was really, as soon as it burst out, it was licked clean. The other people didn't care, but the little ones wanted to pick up the equipment every time they saw it. But she was a mage, so she was far away. Before she could get close, she was robbed, and she pouted in frustration. Qin Heng smiled and did not grab it. Although the equipment may be of the highest quality, he just sold a bunch of things. And all the brothers in the club know that he is rich and worth hundreds of millions. So why bother to rob him? In addition to their group, there were hundreds of people cleaning up monsters around. Everyone tries to separate as much as possible, and each kills his own monster. But it is inevitable to hit other people's monsters first. Qin Heng often saw the situation where Emperor Yun killed several people and stepped on a piece of equipment, but could not pick it up. At this time, people from other teams will not come over to grab it. Anyway, when the time came, it was picked up. The crowd did not intend to clear up the sky. Instead, under the leadership of the people named in need, they headed towards the entrance of the death coffin. After all, they had to clean up the monsters before entering the death coffin, and they didn't bring that many potions. Otherwise, it would be funny to kill the evil centipede without any potion. Hundreds of people were cleaning up all the way, which was pretty fast. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the lower right corner, led by the named Poor Household. There is an entrance here, and inside is the death coffin. However, When everyone arrived, they were surprised to see a huge white guy at the door. Evil Pincer. Chapter 111 Contradiction. Evil Centipede. Centipede Cave. A line of sky. Entrance to the death coffin. Duh. Crunch. At this time, a huge monster was hovering among the monsters. It has a huge body the size of 7 or 8 people. A silver-gray hard metal L. And huge, extremely sharp pliers. Evil Pincer. This is the other boss in Centipede Cave, besides Evil Centipede. The items that can be exploded are similar to those of Woma Guard. Seeing the boss, everyone became excited and pushed forward crazily. The soldiers rushed to the front, and even the mage was much closer. Swish. Brush. When the evil pincers were reached, more than a dozen poison spells were used to brush the evil pincers back and forth several times. The mage's lightning and fireball techniques also hit him. Suddenly, the electricity made the evil pincer squeak and jump around. The terrifying body tried hard to rush over and attack the players, but a group of mobs blocked it, and it couldn't rush forward. Seeing this, the person named Difficult ordered. This boss has high attack and high defense. The warrior has to hold the monster in front of him. Don't cut. Let the monster block it. Mage Electric. Obviously, this is not the first time he has fought this boss. As everyone attacked, the blood volume of the evil pincer was also revealed. The same as 1,000 drops of blood. If a single player kills it, it has high defense and magic defense, so it may be a little slower. There are 50 or 60 mages and a lot of Taoist priests here alone. Of course, with so many people, not everyone can attack the evil pincer. Some people are behind and can't squeeze through. There are more than 10 mages and more than 20 Taoist priests who can defeat the evil pincers at the same time. The evil pincer's blood volume is rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few seconds, the blood will be gone. Everyone rushed forward in an instant, and the soldiers also chopped the monsters in the direction of the evil pincer. In less than 10 seconds, the evil clawworm jumped hard, lifted its tail, and lay on the ground with a crunch. With a ding, a 9x9 explosion occurred on the ground. Equipment, powerful potions, little sun water, golden potion, etc. exploded all over the ground and were scattered at the feet of the monster group. Qin Hung saw a Seabay bracelet and a copy of Half Moon Scimitar. At a glance, shipped. He wanted to squeeze in and grab it, but there were too many people and monsters, so he couldn't squeeze through. I looked at the system prompts again and found that I didn't get any experience value prompts. This evil pincer was obviously not fought by their team, so he stopped trying to grab equipment. Soon, the monsters that stepped on the equipment potion were cleared away by everyone. Equipment was picked up and stepped on, and for a while, everyone was embarrassed. The Sea Bear bracelet was stepped on by Guanyin, who was in Qin Heng's group, and the Half Moon Scimitar was stepped on by the Naming Trail. Boss, this is our group's fault. Tiantian Gigi shouted, dissatisfied. Inexplicably romantic. Yes, our experience. These two things should be given to us. No. Guanyin said only one word. Still stepping on Seabear's bracelet, Guanhai spoke helpfully. Haha. What a joke. We didn't contribute. Why should we give it to you? Yeah. We all fought together. How can we say it belongs to you? Mu Shui also sneered. Haha. That's right. Why do you say it's yours? If you're not convinced, come and fight. This violent person, was already glancing at the opponent's face. It seems that he wants to find someone to try the lightning technique. That's right. It's as if we didn't fight monsters. If you don't accept it, fight. Yun Emperor, Killing God, and several other members of the same group also spoke, with obvious dissatisfaction on their faces. Although they weren't stepping on it, a group of people had been leveling for a while, and at least they had some feelings. Naturally, he helps his own people, but the experience points belong to us. Tiantian Duster was still arguing, but Feng Lu was embarrassed to speak. If it doesn't work, give the boss some money. Bai Fei chuckled. At this moment, the person with difficulty in naming came over and spoke. Okay, we are all in the same guild. What did I say before I came here? Have you forgotten it? Ordinary equipment. Whoever picks it up gets it. Whoever finds brand name equipment will give it to me, and I will determine the price. Stop fighting at every turn. As a guild, can we unite? I'm talking about you. Dudu. Back off. Back off. The person who named the person in need walked over and waited to separate the crowd, especially the two violent elements Dudu and Yun the Killer God. Then he continued, there is no official data for this cyber bracelet, but there is a record of this thing on the legendary trumpet post. It has hidden attributes. It is a brand name equipment. So, do you want to watch the clouds? If you want it, if you find it, we can give you a 15% discount. You give me the remaining money, and I will share it with everyone. If you don't want to, just go away. I'll take it and share the dividends with everyone. The rest of you, back off. After everyone else had retreated some distance, Guan Yun looked at Guan Hai. We don't want it anymore. Let's share some of it. Guan Hai shook his head. It is impossible to estimate the price of a brand name equipment at present. He sold a large magic 2 bracelet to a rich player for 1,000 Chinese dollars. This thing is worth at least several $1,000s. He didn't want to wear it at all, so he would have paid more for it. Guan Yun walked away and stepped on the person who named the person in need. Everyone finally said nothing. The person with difficulty in naming then smiled and said, one thing to say. I don't know much about the market of this thing at the moment because it is not sold in the market. The current market price of a large Magic 2 bracelet is about 5 million gold coins, which is 1,000 Chinese dollars. I've seen pictures of this thing. It's from Magic 2, but it has hidden properties. It's difficult to come up with, so the price is only 3,000 Chinese dollars, or I'll give it a discount of 2,700 Chinese dollars. There are 300 brothers present, and each person can share 9 yuan. Please message me privately later and tell me your bank account number, and I will send you money. Okay. Thank you, boss. Bai Yifei was the first to shout when he saw that he had received the money. Long live the boss. The game puzzle followed closely. Long live the boss, shouted the fourth child. Everyone cheered and got money. Although they couldn't get the equipment, everyone was still very happy. The person who named the household in difficulty looked at Qin Hung again. Brother prodigal son, don't you still want the Chinese coins? Of course. I have no shortage of Chinese coins. Qin Hung smiled. Then after this dividend is paid out, I will owe you an additional 180,000 gold coins, for a total of 470,800,000. The household with difficulty in naming said depressedly. He really didn't want to owe money. But why did he owe more and more? Silk. Holy shit. Oh, almost 500 million gold coins? Everyone was stunned for a while after hearing this. This is almost 100,000 yuan converted into Chinese dollars. Ha ha. That's why I say he is the rich man. The household with difficulty in naming said helplessly with a smile. Qin Hung smiled and said nothing. He originally didn't want this small dividend. But when he thought about this rich second generation from a poor family, come on. He didn't treat his money as money at all. So don't be pretentious. Anyway, everyone has a share. Mosquito legs are also meat. Who knows how many gold coins I will need in the future? The more the better. Soon, the poor families picked up Sibei's bracelet, and Shout Out picked up the Half Moon Scimitar. This book is not worth much money. What I will learn in the future will be kept privately. The poor family member smiled and took the Half Moon Scimitar. No one said anything. The current market price of this thing is only 250,000, which is only half the price of a level 22 piece of clothing. Qin Heng's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything in the end. What could he say? Do you think this thing might be worth tens of millions in the future? Doesn't that offend people to death? Do you want to exchange the 450,000 gold coins for this book? After thinking about it, I might as well forget it. After all, I have to learn how to name families with difficulties. In the remaining time, everyone snatched up the potion, and the senior warrior took the lead in entering the death coffin. As a senior Taoist priest, Qin Hung was sent to the front line and followed the soldiers in. As soon as you enter, the screen is full of monsters. Pincer worms, jumping wasps, centipedes, densely packed with giant worms. The soldiers attacked desperately from the front, while Qin Hung and other Taoist priests from behind kept adding blood to them and making them invisible. The skeleton babies also rushed forward to share the monster's firepower. A team of mages rushed in, and thunder and lightning exploded, especially Guanhai and Xiufa. The two people's explosive flames spread out in a large area, attracting the hatred of most monsters. They do not attack the warriors in front of them, but always want to pass them and attack the mages behind them. Everyone's pressure was greatly reduced, but he still kept shouting, "Jia, jia, jia." It wasn't until a bunch of Taoist priests came in that Qin Hung freed up his hands to use the Soul Fire Talisman to help clean up the monsters. His Soul Fire Talisman has reached level 2, and it is still very powerful at killing monsters. Name it, boss. There are so many monsters here. How did you kill them? Emperor Yun, the god of killing, asked in confusion as he chopped down the monsters. Ha ha. It's simple. This is enough. The person with difficulty naming smiled and rubbed his fingers. Everyone. Dragon Tattoo. Ha ha. There are more than 10 of us. And the boss has hired a team of mages. He will chop with a knife. And the mages will help him with electricity. The experience points are all his. Can we kill them quickly? Qin Hung and everyone. Depend on. Having money is a shame. You can do whatever you want. Even if you hire people to help fight monsters and level up. You can only get it by yourself. No wonder the level rises so quickly. Everyone was talking and laughing, admiring the cleanup along the way. The more people there are, the more powerful it is. Even if there are many monsters, they cannot withstand being killed by many people. The entire map of Death Coffin is a bit like a horizontal, human, character. It starts with a main road, and then divides into an upper road and a lower road in the middle. When the named poor family led Qin Hung and others to the middle, they encountered an evil pincer again. Except for the first 1 or 2 floors. This boss does not refresh very much. Starting from the dark zone, it appears on every floor. The place is just too big and hard to find. Qin Hung wanted to come here to fight the evil pincers before. But with Woma San and the Corpse King Palace, he really didn't have time to fight them. If he had time, he would also like to go to the pig cave to look for the white boar and the evil viper. Although others say there are too many monsters and it is too dangerous to get in, the chances of him getting in and standing still are very high. Qin Hung was thinking about what was on his mind. He only had time to poison the evil pincer, put a towel on it, and it was gone. There was a ding, and something exploded on the ground again. However, there are no good items this time. Only ordinary equipment. Even so, everyone still stepped on it with a roar. Qin Hung was at the front of the team this time, and had good internet speed. He was very lucky to step on the most valuable demon killing ring. And because he was the first to use the poison, the boss was also from their group. He picked it up immediately, and grabbed another valuable magic robe for a woman. Open the portable warehouse, and store the things in it. Qin Hung asked the little one at level 21. Do you have any clothes at level 22? No. The little girl shook her head. Although she followed Guanhai and the others to spawn monsters in the secret passage, the zombies there were not in level 22 professional attire. I'll give it to you later. No. I can explode it myself. The little boy refused. I'll give it to you if I tell you. Why are you so stubborn? Qin Hung was speechless. Okay. Then I'll buy it with gold coins. I've made a lot of gold coins now. The little girl rolled her eyes and smiled. Okay. Qin Hung stopped worrying about this, and just sold her cheaper. Led by the people named in need, everyone headed down the road to kill. When they cleared a relatively wide area, the households with difficulty naming finally stopped. Everyone stop. The evil centipede is right in front. Don't go any further. Where is it? Tian Duster asked in confusion. It's underground, and it will come out as soon as you get close to it. The person who had trouble naming said through gritted teeth. Bai Fei asked. Then how are we going to fight? Charge directly. The person with difficulty in naming nodded and said loudly. Well, everyone, be prepared. The high-level warriors will be in front. The Taoist priests will follow behind to increase blood, and the mages will attack from a distance. Boss, how much blood does it have? I don't know. I just took a look at it last time and flew away. Be careful. It will poison and paralyze you. Get ready. Qin Hung watched from the side as the naming of the households in difficulty was being arranged without saying a word. There are over 300 people here, and there is no telling if there are any spies from other forces. He would not spread the method of defeating the evil centipede casually. Besides, this is the first evil centipede I've killed, so I should be able to explode some good stuff. After waiting for a while, the players can no longer fight and break up. Then I can recruit a few needy households and Guanhai to fight, and that's it. Let's put aside the spies. There are so many people here. It's really like beating up the evil centipede. Qin Hung may not be able to grab good things. Just like the first evil pincer he killed just now. He didn't even get a hair. Not to mention how good a guild is. Qin Hung selling their equipment at half price in the market is already very benevolent. It's better to forget about this method of defeating the boss, and wait until you're full. Just like the Corpse King Palace, naming it is more difficult than naming it. No matter how good your relationship is with him, he won't tell you now. Why tell a person when he can have enough to eat? Isn't that stupid? While waiting, Qin Hung stored the 2 pieces of equipment he had just picked up, as well as the more valuable soul battle clothes and demon-subduing clothes. Into the warehouse. He changed into a piece of light armor and a ling thing that he just picked up on the road. Anyway, if we don't use that method to defeat the evil centipede at the moment, no matter how many players there are, they will all be wiped out. There's no need to wear anything valuable. After Qin Hung finished changing his equipment, he was also called to the first echelon of Taoist priests. Soon, the team was arranged, and the leading soldiers took the lead and rushed forward. There are dense mobs ahead, and no one knows the old monster is there, so they just rush up and kill them. Qin Hung and many Taoist priests rush forward. As a result, as soon as the soldiers rushed to the mobs, a loud rumble came from the ground, and a huge centipede emerged from the ground. How big is this centipede? Its body is as thick as 7 or 8 people, and it is 4 stories high. The huge hard body was covered with dense, long, sharp legs, and the 2 long tentacles on the ferocious head swayed. Those long, sharp teeth are terrifying. What's even more frightening is that it only has half of its body out at this time. No one knows how long his lower body is. Even Qin Hung, a hardcore player, doesn't know. He has no choice. Every time he killed this thing in his previous life, it always came out half of the body. Ah! What a big centipede! Everyone exclaimed. It was the first time for many people to see the evil centipede, and they were stunned. Especially little girls, like Xiao Budian, were so frightened that they turned around and ran away. Even Guanyin retreated silently. What are you doing standing still? Kill me! Explode famous brands! Shouted the person who had difficulty naming. Those soldiers immediately worked harder to kill the monsters in front of the evil centipede. Only after clearing out the mobs can everyone chop down the evil centipede. Everyone was about to apply poison to the evil centipede, but something strange happened. The players around the evil centipede all turned gray and became motionless, all paralyzed. Then everyone turned red and green. The next moment, the blood volume dropped like crazy. Poison everyone. Chapter 112: The Terrifying Evil Centipede. Group Attack. Death Valley. Centipede Cave. Death's Coffin. The evil centipede was also called the dragon-touching god by legendary players in previous lives. It is the most powerful boss in Centipede Cave. Legend has it that it can explode the 3 divine weapons: the paralysis ring, the dragon slaying, and the soul-hungry staff. But in the previous legendary game, Qin Hung killed it many times. Unfortunately, the best one was a kitchen knife, Jing Zhongyue, or a dog book. What will happen if you slay the dragon again in this life? Qin Hung doesn't know. A group of warriors rushed forward to chop the monster in front of the evil centipede. And Qin Hung and other Taoist priests also rushed forward. With a loud cry, the evil centipede's huge head rotated rapidly, and its ferocious eyes revealed a cruel look. Puff puff puff. Puff puff puff. Countless gray and green saliva spurted out from its mouth. Water splashes everywhere. The next moment, all the players who rushed forward turned gray-white, and then turned green again in the blink of an eye. The system prompts that you have been poisoned. The system prompts that you have been poisoned. The body cannot move. This is being paralyzed by the petrification of the evil centipede. The body turns green. This is the green poison sprayed by the evil centipede. Fearless lone wolf. Jia, you're paralyzed. Households with difficulty in naming. Taoist priest, hurry up. This poison is so fierce. Soldiers, hold on. The mage is calling. The soldiers in the front row shouted Jia crazily. But there was no Taoist priest to give them blood, because the Taoist priests behind him were also paralyzed. And those who were not paralyzed were frantically adding blood to themselves. How to add blood? As for the mage, the same is true. He was paralyzed as soon as he rushed into the evil centipede's sensing range. How could he fight? They couldn't move. But those little monsters were not dead. Pincers, centipedes, and jumping bees attacked them instantly. The blood volume of the soldiers in the front rows suddenly dropped drastically. Everyone drank from the blood bottle and carried it hard. But as soon as the paralysis ended in a few seconds, everyone was paralyzed again after slashing the monster twice with their swords. How the I do you fight this? Everyone's expression suddenly changed. The frequency of paralysis of this boss is too high. Under the attack of the evil centipede's green poison and mobs, how can these warriors, who are only around level 20, withstand it? The blood volume bottomed out in an instant. Ah! I can't stand it anymore. The first one with the dragon tattoo flew away with a hiss. Several soldiers who reacted slowly fell to the ground in the next moment. A lot of potions exploded on the ground with jingling bells. Random ones. And equipment. Fly randomly! Qin Hung shouted and flew away instantly. When the others heard this, they suddenly jumped up and down, and ran away randomly. On the other hand, the person who was named Difficult relied on the powerful sun water on his back and the high defense of the best equipment. He was stunned to withstand the attack of the mobs and picked up 2 pieces of equipment before flying away. Brush. Qin Hung appeared in a dense group of monsters. He flew again and was lucky. This time he appeared at the entrance of the death coffin. I looked at the blood volume on my body. It was level 23. 160 drops of blood. In just a few seconds, it had dropped by more than 20 drops. Lose 4 drops of blood every second. This poison is so strong. It's the same as the Taoist priest's 3rd level poison. Sure enough, it's the same as the evil centipede from when Legend of the Past started. The toxicity is so abnormal. After filling up his blood, Qin Hung ran all the way back. I also met several soldiers running back on the road, and they all apparently flew away randomly. When they ran back again, everyone's expressions were not very good. Before the boss could be touched, 7 or 8 people were dead. Fortunately, what everyone wears is trash. But no matter how trashy it is not shop clothes and is still worth a lot of money. Several people who had lost their equipment had already complained in the guild channel. But when they learned that they had been picked up by people such as those named in need, they became excited to do it again. Everyone began to discuss how to fight. Dragon Tattoo. Boss, there's no way to fight this. You'll be paralyzed and poisoned when you go up. There are also mobs. How to fight them? Fearless Lone Wolf. Yes, its green poison is too strong. The blood volume drops like a swish. Cloud Emperor God of Killing. If you want to fight it, you must first clear out the surrounding mobs. But how to clean up the mobs is also a problem. After all, they will be paralyzed as soon as they get close. After a while of discussion, everyone sent out a death squad. Send out a few players who have stripped off their equipment. Rush to the mobs not far away. Attract all the mobs over. And die gloriously. Another one rushed up and was lured over some distance. The next one lured all the little monsters to the crowd. After sacrificing 3 players and clearing out all the mobs, it was still worth it. Now that the mobs have been cleared, how do we fight them? After the battle just now, everyone also understood that the evil centipede has a full screen attack range. In other words, no matter how many players you rush up to, as long as you enter its sensing range, they will be paralyzed by petrification and poisoned. As for whether there are other attack methods, no one knows. As for Qin Hung, of course he won't say how to fight now. How should I explain it? There will be a lot of trouble by then. So let them study it slowly. Anyway, it will be over by recruiting a few people to fight later. After everyone discussed it, they couldn't come up with any tactics. Later, thinking that there were many people, they just rushed forward and chopped them down together. The person who had difficulty naming the enemy commanded. The Taoist priest rushes in and flushes the poison first. Prevent it from regaining blood. Soldiers and mages rush up to fight. If they can't hold back the blood, they fly randomly. Come back and fight again. Brothers, go for it. Brand name equipment is right in front of you. As soon as the words fell, all the players rushed forward to start fighting. Then I saw players constantly being paralyzed and turning green before they even rushed to the evil centipede. Brush. I had better luck in naming the trail. I rushed forward and finally gave the evil centipede a handful of green poison and red poison, and instantly breathed out an ant scarf. Pong! The ant scarf exploded on the evil centipede, and a blood bar was displayed on the evil centipede. Everyone finally saw the blood volume of the evil centipede. 999/1000. Haha. It only has 1,000 drops of blood. One of us can kill it with 2 cuts. The poor family was overjoyed after naming it. Other players also saw hope, and their eyes were shining. But the reality is cruel. The frequency of paralysis of the evil centipede is too high. Many warriors couldn't rush to the evil centipede at all, and were always on the way to being paralyzed. Occasionally, a few lucky ones rush forward and are paralyzed before they can even take a stab. Immediately afterwards, the evil centipede bent down, and its countless sharp claws quickly beat them to a pulp. The reaction is fast, and it flies randomly. Those who were slow to react immediately jumped on the street. Only mages and Taoist priests are in the distance, and occasionally they are relieved of paralysis and use long-range attacks. But they can't hold on for long, because the green poison of the evil centipede is so perverted. He loses 4 drops of blood every second. How much blood does a level 20 mage have? He has to keep taking medicine. But how many gold creation medicines can a mage carry? Most of the backpacks contain blue potions. Taoist priests occasionally relieve paralysis, just to give themselves a ring. And then, they stop and are paralyzed again. Even the baby skeleton they summoned was paralyzed, and was stuck every step of the way. It finally reached the evil centipede, and was swatted to death. Master. Dien. The person with difficulty in naming was paralyzed not far from the evil centipede, and said depressedly, "He has high defense. So I wanted to rush forward and slash him. But he kept being paralyzed." Boom! Boom! There are many people. And when there are always some mages to relieve the paralysis, they quickly electrocute the evil centipede. The Taoist priest adds blood to himself and the fragile mage. As for the warriors, they carry a lot of red potions. So be happy. As a result, less than 5 minutes later, all the mages could no longer bear it. There is no red in their backpacks. And they can't survive just by relying on the occasional blood boost from the Taoist priests. The blood loss is too fast. There are constant mages flying away. The Taoist priests couldn't bear it either. They carried less red in their backpacks, and had healing skills. They could only carry a few powerful solar water, and 1 or 2 bundles of red. Which was too much. And what about the evil centipede in front of us? I don't know how much health is left. It's still 999/1000. Everyone. Come on! It has been powered for so long. It must be dying. At this time, the household with difficulty in naming finally moved in front of the evil centipede. He didn't come wearing any trash. He was wearing abnormal equipment and had high defense. He was touched several times by the opponent and gave him a severe chop. Then he widened his eyes and looked at the evil centipede's health bar that reappeared. A word came out of his mouth. Depend on 700/1000. The mages were electrocuted for almost 5 minutes. That's it? Everyone was stunned. Everyone couldn't understand that the same evil pincer with 1,000 drops of blood was killed in less than 10 seconds. This evil centipede still has more than half of its health after being beaten for so long. How to fight this? Qin Hung took the opportunity to remind loudly. The evil centipede should not be afraid of magic attacks. Warriors chop! Warriors chop! Why didn't he say it before? How can I say that I haven't fought before? It will be a disaster if people suspect that you are a relative of the game company. Now is the right time to say it. A word to remind the person in your dream. Everyone suddenly realized. The remaining mages flew away without hesitation. There's no point in staying anyway. Ha ha! Soldiers, come up to me. Kill him with 1 sword each. After understanding the situation, the troubled man laughed and commanded. Come on! Emperor Yun, the god of killing, waved his sword and shouted. A group of soldiers wanted to rush over without fear of death. But they couldn't get through. Always paralyzed. The people who were named in difficulty were also paralyzed for a long time after being slashed with 1 knife. And paralyzed again after being slashed twice. The evil centipede is not dead. Those sharp claws have been attacking him. Wearing top-notch equipment and powerful solar water. He only lasted for more than 10 seconds before flying away. When the other warriors finally reached the evil centipede, something depressing happened to everyone. Sissy. Crunch. The mobs have been refreshed. A large swath of centipedes, pincers, jumping wasps, and giant worms sprang out and attacked the paralyzed warriors. Warriors such as Unity Killing God, Mu Shui, and Dragon Tattoo were already drinking potions to fight against the green poison of the evil centipede. How could they withstand the attack from the monster again? Fly in an instant and die. The warriors collapsed, and the monsters charged at the Taoist priests not far away. Qin Hung and others all ran away randomly in an instant. After everyone ran away, they gathered together again and complained. The little mushroom said, Boss, we can't fight it. It's so abnormal. Doodle-a-doodle-da. Yes, our mage's attacks are ineffective against it. Jiuechen said. Ha. It's better if it's hard to beat. If you kill it, you'll definitely be able to explode something good. Guan Hai. I think we should think about how to fight. After a while, its health will be full again. Everyone began to discuss again. First of all, the opponent's poison was too powerful. If they wanted to withstand it, they must bring more potions and powerful solar water. But everyone's red was almost consumed when they came. There was another wave of consumption just now, and there was even less left. In the end, it was decided to let some people go back to the city to carry medicine, while the others, at Qin Heng's suggestion, went to clean up the mobs in other parts of the death coffin first. He also had selfish motives. He had beaten many evil centipedes in his previous life. This guy is just like the leader of Woma. He will run away if he doesn't have much blood. And he was running away through the ground. At this time, You have to search all over the map. If you want to lure it out of the ground, it will only come out when it passes through its sensing range. This means that it is no longer possible to find them by flying randomly. You can only search them one by one along each road. At this point, if the map is still full of monsters, by the time you clean up the monster and find it, its health will be full. Therefore, Qin Hung now proposes to fight the mobs to prepare for the next dragon slaying. Everyone was divided into two groups. One group walked to the edge, bypassing the evil centipede's perception range, and continued to clean up the mobs. One group returns and takes the upper path to clear out the mobs. Qin Heng's group took the bottom lane. Miraculously, no one in Qin Heng's group died despite 40 or 50 players dying just now. Not to mention, as the last map of Centipede Cave, Death Coffin has a really high equipment explosion rate. As everyone continues to kill, some equipment of around level 20 will drop from time to time. Most of them were snatched up by Dragon Tattoo, Fearless Lone Wolf and Guanyin. Qin Hung and Guan Hai didn't grab it. Qin Hung was too embarrassed to fight with these brothers to grab the rubbish. Guan Hai and Guanyin to grab it. As a mage, the little one was a bit far away, so every time the equipment came out, she would rush over happily. It's a pity that the daylilies are gone long ago. She was not depressed, and stepped on the gold coins with a smile. Occasionally when a mob exploded, she would rush forward with a scream of excitement, and finally be able to grab one or two pieces of equipment. Everyone was happily fighting monsters. But bad news came from the other side. The 20 or 30 people sent back to carry the medicine were randomly unable to rush through. There were too many monsters at the door of each floor. But they are not random. If they call me, there probably won't be any potions left by the time they get here.
Boss, what should I do? Are you still fighting?
SA World asked.
Yes. Boss, do you still want to fight?
Others also asked.
How to fight Mer? Organize it again and start from scratch?
The household that had difficulty naming them said depressedly.
The main reason is that your level is still too low. A few more level 22 people will definitely be fine.
But look at you. All of you are still wearing medium-sized armor. You can't fight the evil centipede even if you rush up to it. Next time, wait until everyone is level 22 before coming back. Good.
After a while of discussion, everyone stopped thinking about the evil centipede and settled down to kill monsters. When the medicine was gone, they all returned to the city. At this time, Qin Hung chatted privately to name the needy households.
Boss, I just made an observation. There is a way to try to defeat the evil centipede. You leave a few of the most trusted people behind. After they leave, we can try it.
Chapter 113 Slay the Dragon. Wuji Stick. After another half hour, the mobs in the death coffin were all cleared away, and everyone dispersed. Many people in the guild made an appointment to form a team and come to Centipede Cave again. But no one mentioned that they would fight the evil centipede again, because it's so perverted. However, everyone is very interested in the other boss, Evil Pincer. This big guy who was not too difficult to kill and could explode famous brands was instantly liked by everyone. There are people constantly shouting in the guild to form a team to go to Centipede Cave, kill evil pincers, and explode famous brands. At this time, there was still a group of people staying next to the death coffin and the location of the evil centipede. Qin Hung, named the poor household, named Xiao Dao, named Xiufa, named Xiaozhan, Dragon Tattoo, watching the sea, watching the clouds, Xiaodian, except for the little one. Everyone present was level 22 or above. Qin Hung and the household with difficulty in naming are level 23. Currently, the only people Qin Hung trusts are Guan Hai, his wife, and Xiao Duandian. And there are only 4 people he trusts most among the households in need. They are all from his rich circle. Everyone else is hired. Everyone reorganized into a team. Brother, hundreds of people haven't killed the evil centipede, but only 9 of us can win.
The little one looked confused.
Yeah. Brother, how do you fight? Just tell me directly. Don't be secretive.
The people who named the poor households were also full of curiosity. I asked Qin Hung just now, but Qin Hung didn't say anything and kept delaying it until now, which made him feel itchy. Others also pricked up their ears. Qin Hung smiled at this time and said,
I just observed that the most powerful thing about this evil centipede is its green poison. If its poison is not powerful, we Taoist priests and you 3 warriors should be able to kill it if we go up and chop it down and apply poison. Nonsense. Can you still change his toxicity?
The person who had difficulty naming him curled his lips.
Ha ha. Have you ever heard of Li Dai Dao Zhan?
Qin Hung asked with a smile. Everyone shook their heads. Guan Hai.
Speak in human language. Ha ha. Actually, I just had an idea suddenly. I'm not sure whether I can do it or not.
Qin Hung said with a smile.
This evil centipede sprays poison. And we will also apply poison. What would happen if we applied a layer of poison to ourselves first? Walked in front of it. And were sprayed with poison?
This. Everyone thought for a moment. And their eyes suddenly lit up. The person who had difficulty naming the name smiled and said,
Perhaps its poison will have no effect. Hey. If we don't apply poison to ourselves, aren't we still being poisoned?
Little Bit blinked and asked in confusion. Guan Hai smiled and said,
But our poison is not as strong as theirs. You can try it.
A few people did as they were told. And there was no shortage of potions. Because of the difficulties in naming. Several people from the same group just asked for the remaining powerful gold-creating medicine, saying they wanted to go to Yixianshan to have a look. Will Qin Hung be short of potions? Of course he has a warehouse with him, which contains potions and random scrolls. He doesn't even know how many he bought. There are also a lot of powerful solar water. After he had the warehouse with him yesterday, he picked up all the powerful solar water that various bosses and zombie kings exploded. When Qin Hung took out a batch of powerful solar water and threw it on the ground for a few people who were about to chop it up, everyone was stunned. No one knew that there was so much powerful solar water in Qin Hung's backpack. Of course, Qin Hung was not stupid enough to bring out hundreds of them. His backpack only had 46 spaces in total. Just throwing out 30 bottles for everyone to share was already very surprising. Coupled with the little sun water accumulated from killing the mobs just now, everyone's life safety was immediately greatly guaranteed. After some preparations, those who were ready to go up and chop were Tianyao Prodigal, named the Poor Household, named Xiaozhan, Dragon Tattoo, Guanyun, and named Xiao Dao. 3 Taoist priests and 3 warriors. Guan Hai and the other 3 mages are responsible for cleaning up the surrounding monsters. The person named Difficult has the highest defense. He rushes forward and lures the monsters around the evil centipede to clean them out. In the end, the task of poisoning her own people was given to Guan Yun. According to Guan Hai, she was reluctant to level up the monsters with poison, so the poisoning technique was still at level 1. Guan Yun changed the attack mode of the entire group and applied green poison to everyone. Qin Hung also applied one to her. The 6 green players immediately and cautiously touched the evil centipede. Qin Hung was actually worried because he didn't know if this method would work here. Fortunately, no accidents occurred. When they appeared within the attack range of the evil centipede emerged from the ground, turned its huge body, and spat at them. In an instant, 6 people were paralyzed and poisoned. To everyone's surprise, Qin Heng's method was indeed effective, and the green poison sprayed by the evil centipede on them had no effect. They are still losing 1 drop of health per second, not 4. Don't underestimate the 3 drops of blood. It adds up to a considerable amount. It is precisely because of this constant metamorphosis of green poison that everyone's blood volume is consumed quickly.
Ha ha! It works!
Everyone rushed forward in ecstasy. But within a few steps, he was paralyzed. However, the people who were paralyzed were not so panicked this time. Guanyun's level 0 poison only loses 1 drop of blood every second. Losing 1 minute is just a matter of drinking a bottle of potion.
Ha ha! Brother Prodigal Son, you are so smart. You can even think of this.
Dragon Tattoo praised. Others also praised Qin Hung. Qin Hung smiled and said,
Ha ha! I just suddenly thought of it.
Everyone was chatting. And as soon as the paralysis ended, Qin Hung, a guy with incomparable internet speed, was the first to poison the evil centipede. Just after applying the poison, he couldn't move again. In fact, with his first level poison at this time, he wears the invisibility ring and has a portable warehouse. He can probably kill the evil centipede by himself. After applying the poison, run out of the attack range of the evil centipede. If the poison is gone, go up and replenish it. The opponent will be poisoned in less than 10 minutes. It's just that he has decided to tell the people in need about how to fight the evil centipede. So naturally he won't regret it. As the saying goes, if people respect me 1 foot, I will respect others 1 foot. The person who had difficulty naming the name didn't need to take his guild members to Walmart to get his cake. Naturally, he wanted to make up for it. After all, there will be many opportunities for everyone to cooperate in the future. Now he can still have an advantage with the invisibility ring and his own understanding of the game. But what about in the future? By the time everyone was over level 30 and familiar with the game, he, the Lone Ranger, had reached the end of his game. Now the number of players in the game is still increasing. When tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of players fight, he himself will not be able to compete. When the time comes, naming people in need, Guan Hai and others will be his most powerful help. He was thinking about something in his mind. But his feet were not slow. As soon as the paralysis was lifted, he moved closer to the evil centipede. With 1 or 2 steps, he was paralyzed. After a few minutes, Guan Yin poisoned everyone several times. And then the 3 warriors rushed to the evil centipede. Cut it down hard. 1 person and 1 knife instantly took away more than 40 drops of the evil centipede's blood. Seeing the effect, everyone cheered and continued to chop. But within 2 cuts, they were paralyzed. The evil centipede's sharp claws attacked, and the 3 of them drank powerful golden sword medicine and powerful solar water to resist.
Prodigal son, you 3, stop rushing over and help us get more blood,
shouted the family who had difficulty naming.
Good.
Qin Heng and the others thought the same thing. Their Taoist priest level was still low, and their defense power was not that high. At this time, all you need to do is drink the potion to resist Guan Yin's poison, and you can still have your hands free to add blood to the soldiers. After thinking about it, Qin Heng asked Guan Yin to simply withdraw from the attack range of the evil centipede. Specifically, he and the name trail were constantly refreshed with poison and increased blood at the same time, while Qin Heng was responsible for adding blood to the soldiers. He also poisoned the evil centipede. As for the 3 warriors, the green poison Guan Yin gave them quickly disappeared. At this time, the 3 people named the poor household stopped running away and drank the potion to carry on. Qin Heng and Ming Xiaodao kept adding blood to the 3 of them as soon as they were relieved of paralysis. Only then could the HP of the 3 warriors be restrained. Otherwise the 3 of them would not be able to bear it down. After all, powerful solar water and small solar water are also limited. After 3 minutes of fighting like this, the evil centipede only had 400 drops of blood left. Everyone's faces gradually became excited. If you kill this thing for the first time, you can always explode something good. Right? Just then, something unexpected happened. A loud roar. The evil centipede has crawled back into the ground. The households with difficulties in naming, Guan Hai and others were left stunned.
Damn! What's weird? Oh my god! Why are you missing? Hey! It's almost dead! Isn't it running away?
Everyone started shouting angrily. Qin Heng said anxiously,
It has reburied into the soil and must have gone somewhere else. Let's all run along the road to look for it. I'm here. Guan Hai is on your side, and Dragon Tattoo is on top.
After Qin Heng gave instructions, everyone immediately ran around looking for him. Soon, Dragon Tattoo met the evil centipede again not far ahead on this road.
Over here. Come on.
Everyone rushed over and cleared out some mobs first, then repeated their old tricks and rushed forward to continue beating the evil centipede. Fortunately, the evil centipede's blood volume has not been restored to full, only to about 700 drops. 2 minutes later, as the evil centipede's blood volume gradually became less and less, Qin Heng also moved towards it. Everyone's expressions were constantly changing. Their eyes widened, and they were all ready to rush forward to pick up something. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With a shocking scream, the evil centipede fell to the ground. Along with the sound of a jingling bell, a lot of things exploded on the ground. Red, green, white, gold, colorful. Qin Heng, who had a very fast internet speed, stepped on a long stick and stepped on it. After stepping on a helmet, the rest of the things were snatched away by everyone. After checking the things, everyone didn't leave. They all looked at the equipment they picked up. After all, they still had to share the stolen goods.
Ha ha! Famous brand. Famous brand again. I picked up a dragon ring.
The person who had difficulty naming the dragon ring was the first to laugh and posted a screenshot in the team chat.
Damn! It's really a 0 out of 5 attack ring. It's awesome.
Everyone was delighted.
I am a famous brand.
Guan Yin said the same, but no one knew what she was talking about. It wasn't until she traded it to Guan Hai, and Guan Hai posted the screenshot to the group chat that everyone knew it was a magic 1/5 life necklace. At this time, no one will pick up the famous brand and remain silent, because everyone has a video. When you look back, you will know.
Ha ha. It's really good to have 2 famous brands at once.
Although Dragon Tattoo didn't get any good stuff, he was still very happy. Qin Heng smiled at this time and said, I also have a good thing. As he spoke, He sent a screenshot of the long stick. This is a long and slender stick with colorful patterns in gold color. Wuji stick. Attack August 16th. Taoism 3/5. Weight 15. Duration 23/25. Requires 25 points of Taoism. Note, it is made from the trunk of the world tree and mixed with the 5 elements divine water. Speaking of which, most of the people just ran towards the dragon ring, because they know it's a famous brand. On the contrary, no one had seen the Wuji stick that Qin Hung picked up, and no one rushed to grab it.
My day! Holy shit! I'll go! It's an artifact!
As soon as the Wuji stick was launched, the entire group screamed in surprise and cursed continuously. At present, the best Taoist weapon that everyone has ever seen is the Taoist 1 and 3 Silver Snake. When Mu Shuiwei and Qin Hung exchanged equipment earlier, everyone was already shocked at that time. But this Wuji stick has a Taoist skill of 3/5 and an attack of 6/18. Whether it is Taoist skill or attack, it completely crushed Silver Snake. The most amazing thing is its explanation. Ordinary weapons have no explanation at all. The two things don't seem to be on the same level at all. No, it's several levels different. The difference is too big.
Damn! The attack is better than the Shura weapon in my hand.
Looking at the Shura weapon with 0.20 attack power in his hand, the man with difficulty named it suddenly felt bad. After everyone was shocked for a while, their faces became excited. 3 pieces of brand name equipment were released. How to divide them?
Go back to the city first, and then we'll talk about it later. Don't cry to death if you get disconnected here.
The person named the poor person burst into laughter. Soon, everyone gathered together again on the 2nd floor of the Tuchingen warehouse. At this time, Qin Hung had already replaced his equipment and picked up the Wuji stick. Wuji stick. 3 out of 5 Taoist skills. Z-bead necklace. 1 out of 5 Taoism. 2 road 2 bracelets. 2 0/4 Taoist platinum rings. Tao 3 soul armor. Prayer helmet. Coupled with his 7/7 Tao skills. Qin Hung's Tao skills at this time reached an astonishing 11/32 points. Everyone gathered around Qin Hung and looked at him in wonder. His equipment was so awesome and luxurious.
Wow! Big brother! You are so handsome and cool!
The little boy circled Qin Hung with the yen yu and slashed Qin Hung twice from time to time. What made Qin Hung speechless was that this girl always liked to use the whole attack mode to kill him. Qin Hung had to make the little skeleton stop.
Can you change the mode? No. Peaceful mode is too boring. I love hearing your screams when you are attacked.
The little guy chuckled and continued to chop. But with his little attack power, he couldn't cut off even a few drops of Qin Hung's blood. Players attack each other. When attacked, the system will make a simulated scream. I didn't expect this girl to be so good. Qin Hung had no choice but to ignore him and let her do whatever she wanted. Everyone then discussed how to divide the equipment. Qin Hung asked for the Wuji stick, but Guanhai did not ask for the life necklace. They named the poor family and asked for the dragon ring and the life necklace. After a while of discussion, the price of the life necklace was the same as that of the Siberian bracelet, priced at 2,700 Chinese dollars. The dragon ring is much more expensive as a warrior equipment, priced at 3,500 Chinese dollars. As for the Wuji stick, no one knows what level of weapon it is, and it costs 10,000 Chinese dollars. Qin Hung actually couldn't estimate the value of the Wuji stick here. He had killed so many Woma cult leaders without exploding. This shows how rare this thing is. Of course, he would not say such words at this time. After all, he wanted the Wuji stick. In the end, the 3 pieces of brand name equipment were worth a total of 16,200 Chinese dollars. There were 9 people present, but the actual dividends were not evenly divided. Instead, they are divided according to the amount of effort. 3 warriors and 3 Taoist priests went up to chop it down. Each of them had 1 portion. That's 6. The 3 soy sauce mages each get 0.5 servings. A total of 1.5 servings. Qin Hung's idea was an extra one. 8.5 servings in total. 1905.8 per serving. After erasing the fractions, each portion is worth 1,900 Chinese dollars. If you want equipment, just pay the price difference. Qin Hung didn't have any Chinese coins to repay, and he didn't take gold coins to repay because he still had a big creditor named a needy household. In fact, those present were divided into 4 major portions. 1 share for Qin Hung, 1 share for the little boy, 1 share for Guanhai and his wife, and 1 share for the poor family member and his friends. As long as Qin Hung and the others are sorted out, Qin Hung doesn't have to worry about how they divide the remaining households that are in difficulty. In the end, The person with difficulty named Xiao Duandian paid 950. And then paid Guanhai and Guanyun a total of 2,850. Qin Heng occupies 2 shares, which is equivalent to 3,800 Chinese dollars. Excluding Wuji Stick's 10,000 Chinese dollars. He still has to spend 6,200 Chinese dollars. 6,200 Chinese dollars converted into gold coins is 31 million gold coins. He was still owed more than 470 million gold coins before naming the poor household. Now that 31 million gold coins have been erased, there are still nearly 440 million gold coins left. The name difficult household directly traded nearly 40 million gold coins to Qin Heng this time, making up for all the changes. I still owe Qin Heng 400 million gold coins. After all the transactions were completed, everyone's faces showed joy. Chapter 114 The Super Hidden Attributes of the Wuji Stick. Super Abnormal Ring. In Tuchingen. Transaction completed.
Brother, would you like to go to Centipede Cave to level up?
He invited someone who was in trouble. Qin Heng was about to refuse, but his expression suddenly changed slightly, because a picture suddenly came to his mind, which was where he lived in reality. I saw Nyoer walking into the yard carrying a lunch box, obviously bringing him food. Qin Heng was about to quit the game, but the next moment, he stopped again. Perhaps. Boom, boom, boom. Nyoer knocked on the door, but when there was no response, he pushed it open and opened the door. Come to the bedside.
Xiao Qin, I brought you food.
Nyoer shook Qin Heng's body, and Qin Heng in the game also saw this scene. Qin Heng quickly said to the poor households,
It's time to eat. See you later.
After exiting the game, Qin Heng slowly opened his eyes and met Nyoer's big eyes.
Brother Nyo, why are you here?
Qin Heng asked in a pretense of confusion.
Ha. It's already past 6 o'clock. We won't see you for dinner. So I came here to take a look. I have something else to do. So I'll leave first.
Nyoer waved his hand, turned and left.
Thank you, Brother Nyo.
Qin Heng thanked him from behind. He also didn't expect that Nyoer, a 1-star warrior, would give him food if he overplayed his game. It seems that since I came here, everyone seems pretty nice. However, thinking of Mingyu and Dr. Yuan, Qin Heng shook his head again. Of these 2 girls, one wanted to make him a young master and let him kill young oxen every day, and the other always wanted to use him for experiments. Being a young master, perhaps among the disciples of Fengyu sect, this is an opportunity for a carp to leap over the dragon gate. But Qin Heng doesn't want to do that. If he was an ordinary person, he would have succumbed to Mingyu's trap on the first day. But then again, when Fengyu Lu saved him, didn't he think he was handsome? So wouldn't he have saved him? Others give him the opportunity to rise to the top in 1 step. But he doesn't want to. So he doesn't allow others to play tricks? Therefore, after thinking about this, Qin Heng could not bear any grudge against Mingyu. After all, no matter what, others still saved him. As for Dr. Yuan, although he always wants to study him, if he really has any ill intentions towards him, when he was injured and unconscious, he could have done some small tricks to keep him in a bad condition and study. But the other party didn't do that either, which shows that it's not that bad. All in all, he is quite satisfied with his current life. It's good to do some work, play games, and practice training. At this time, if Qin Heng knew that Mingyu went out to kill people because he and Nyoer were injured, he might have a better impression of Mingyu. But he doesn't know. While eating, Qin Heng thought of another important thing. It turns out that when he entered the game, it was really just his consciousness that entered. Or maybe his soul. The body is still outside anyway. What reassured him was that the system apparently had an early warning function. As soon as Nyoer entered the yard, the system arranged the picture in his mind. It's not bad. It won't let someone touch it and cut it without even knowing it. Open the character panel and his money amount has reached 98501314 sealed. Nearly 100 million gold coins. But it is still in a sealed state. In this way, perhaps it is not that there is not enough money, but that I have not reached the level of cultivation and cannot use it. Thinking of his wealth, Qin Heng also thought of the ores, meat, skill books, etc. in the warehouse. If all this wealth is included, not to mention the increase in value in the future, the total now would be at least close to 200 million. He makes money very quickly. After eating quickly, Qin Heng continued to play the game without anything else to do. When logging in, he looked at the login interface again. Another character still had insufficient conditions and could not be created. What level does this require? Then what? After thinking about it, He stopped thinking about it. Anyway, the boat would go straight when it reached the bridge. So there was no need to worry too much. Mingyu gave him 3 days off. Take the time to play hard for 3 days. He can level up several more levels. After entering the game, Qin Hung appeared at Tuching Inn, opening the equipment bar and admiring all the equipment. Qin Hung showed a satisfied smile. Wuji Stick, Taoism 3 out of 5. Hidden attributes, attack power increased by 2. Attack speed increased by 1. Soul Fire Talisman power increased by 10%. The Wuji Stick also has hidden attributes. But when Qin Hung was in the Centipede Cave, he couldn't put on the Wuji Stick. When the screenshots were shown to the people who named him in difficulty, they only showed the basic attributes. Later, when he returned to Tucheng and put on the equipment, he didn't bother to show it to anyone else. Otherwise, the price may become even higher. Don't talk about Qin Hung, who named the poor family, and others posted screenshots. But they also didn't post screenshots of hidden attributes. It's just a tacit understanding. The hidden attribute of a platinum ring is only defense 0 of 1. But this Wuji Stick has 3 different hidden attributes. This is enough to prove its power. Adding 2 points of attack power brings the Wuji Stick's attack to August 20th, which is not much worse than the kitchen knife Jing Zhongyue's attack of July 22nd. The attack speed is increased by 1, which speeds up the attack speed even more. The power of the Soul Fire Talisman is increased by 10%, which is even more terrifying. Qin Hung tried waving the Wuji Stick in his hand, and sure enough, the attack speed increased a lot. He tried to release a Soul Fire Talisman again, and the Soul Fire Talisman issued quickly shocked Qin Hung again. The release speed is also accelerated. Qin Hung took off the Wuji Stick and repeated the experiment several times, and he immediately came up with the comparison. When using the Wuji Stick, his attack speed and release speed are about 10% faster than usual. Don't underestimate this 10%. Often I hit you 5 times, and you hit me 3 or 4 times. This is definitely a treasure. Just when he was overjoyed, he received a private message from a person in need.
Brother, do you want to practice in between life and death? No. I have something to do.
Qin Hung still had to kill the leader of Woma, so he had no time to fight monsters with the poor people. Walking out of the inn, listening to the various sounds of buying and selling in the safe area, Qin Hung quickly bought more than 20 intermediate skill books sold by some players, including
Assassination Sword Technique,
Explosive Flame,
Thunder and Lightning Technique,
and the like. Each copy above level 20 still costs 250,000. After all, these skill books are not used by most people. As for the Thunder and Lightning spells, Soul Fire Talismans, etc., they all sold for 150,000 gold coins each. Qin Hung is still buying in, and the number of players is increasing. This thing is not afraid of price increases. In addition, I also bought a copy of Magic Shield and Psychic Apocalypse, both of which cost 250,000. After buying the skill book, he didn't go to the store. It didn't take long, and he probably didn't get anything out of it. The important thing is that there are other people standing guard, and he is almost too lazy to look for them. He randomly flew to Beach City and passed by the Viper Valley village when he heard someone selling a Thunder and Lightning skill book, but he didn't bother to buy it. There are too many people there. Wuyong. It's really troublesome to squeeze and just to earn some gold coins. Flying all the way to Woma Temple, there was already a person standing at the door. Wooden level. Qin Hung wanted to come to Woma Temple, so of course, he was afraid of dragging his family and waiting to ambush him. So when I came here, I asked Mu Shui, and he happened to be in Beach City. So we came together. Mu Shui took the lead. Qin Hung followed, and arrived at the 3rd gate of Woma smoothly. What makes Qin Hung strange is that when he came in this time and flew randomly, he didn't see anyone from the Kuangyan family, and he didn't know where they went. Qin Hung entered Woma 3 alone and defeated the 2 Woma guards and the Woma leader respectively. This time, Qin Hung felt the awesomeness of the Wuji Stick, increased attack power and increased spell casting speed. The speed of killing monsters has been greatly improved. This time, a Woma guard gave a silver snake, and the Woma leader exploded a bottle of blessing oil, a copy of
Summoning Divine Beasts,
a Purgatory, a memory necklace, and 2 top-quality equipment. Top-quality equipment this time. Qin Hang's character finally broke out. The leader of Woma revealed a super abnormal ring. Charm ring, magic 1/5. Weight 1. Durability 5/5. Poison evasion increased by 30%. Requires level 23. This is a very perverted ring. The original attribute of the charm ring is magic 1/2. But here it has been increased by 3 points. and an additional 30% increase in poison avoidance has been added. You know, the brand name equipment Ruby ring only has magic 0 out of 4. And the even more awesome Zuma ring equipment, Zibilio, only has 0 out of 5 magic. Not to mention the hidden attributes. Just the basic attributes alone. This charm ring has completely surpassed Ruby's and Purple's snails. The poison evasion is increased by 30%, which gives it a different hidden attribute. Wear it, and it will be much easier to fight wedge moths or evil centipedes that spray poison in the future. All in all, this is a very perverted ring. Very good. The cheerful Qin Hung stored the equipment in his portable warehouse and lured the dark warriors around the hall to the door again. Seeing that there were densely packed dark warriors in front of and on both sides of the entrance, Qin Hung roughly counted them, and there were about 500 or 600 of them. In the past, there were more than 60 heads, but the other party couldn't get in. This time, there are hundreds of heads. I wonder how the HLU are going to get in. Thinking of the proud place, Qin Hung couldn't help but laugh out loud. Back in Beach City, Qin Hung went to the drugstore and bought 10 bottles of deer blood. 100 bottles. Not bad. Qin Hung doesn't plan to get the ores and other things for the time being, and it's not too late to sweep them up before going offline. Qin Hung, who was about to go to the Corpse King's palace, stopped again with a little excitement on his face, because he heard the shouting of Gold Medal Businessman number 3. Acquire equipment above level 10 for each profession. Brand name equipment and skill books. Large quantities of equipment above level 10. Skill books. Taoist brand name equipment. And 3-eyed bracelets are sold. There is actually a 3-eye bracelet for sale. I don't have one, so I can get one. Third sister, how do you sell the 3-eye bracelet? Qin Hung smiled and chatted privately. Brother, do you want it? Came the delighted voice of Gold Medal Businessman number 3. Come to the warehouse. Soon. The two met in the warehouse. Qin Hung's gorgeous equipment once again shocked Gold Medal Businessman number 3. She walked around Qin Hung, looking up and down, and her mouth opened wider and wider. Qin Hung gestured and felt that this girl could definitely swallow a fried dough stick and 2 eggs in one bite this time. After a while, Gold Medal Businessman number 3 finally came to his senses and said indecently, TSK. TSK. Big brother. Isn't your precious stick too perverted? Taoism 3/5. The attack is still so high. This is an artifact. You can probably kill someone in just a few strokes. Ha. Qin Hung chuckled. It's just SOSO. SOSO. After Gold Medal Businessman number 3 looked at it again, he reluctantly moved away from his intense focus on the stick. Let's get straight to the point. Brother, do you want to buy this 3-eyed bracelet with Chinese coins or gold coins? Oh, how much does it cost for Hua coins? Qin Hung asked curiously. Gold Medal Businessman number 3 smiled and said, We are old acquaintances, and I won't cheat you. For 1,000 Chinese dollars. For 1,000 Chinese dollars? Qin Hung remembered the dragon ring that had been named for a needy household and was priced at 3,500. This was still an internal price. For 1,000 Chinese dollars is almost enough. However, he still smiled and said, Let's have a fixed price. How about 3,800? Okay. Gold Medal Businessman number 3 hesitated, then nodded in agreement. How are you going to pay for it? I'll exchange it for the same thing, Qin Hung said with a smile, without waiting for the other party to think more. Qin Hung opened the transaction and put in a package of equipment ranging from level 10 to level 20. This package is worth at least 7.5 million gold coins. I have a lot more. Do you want it? This Gold Medal Businessman is in a bit of a dilemma. Hers is brand name equipment. It seems a bit inappropriate to exchange it for a bunch of ordinary equipment. 3,800 Chinese dollars, which is only 19 million gold coins. It's not like these equipment can't be sold. Why are you hesitating? At most, I'll give you a little discount. After some haggling, Qin Hung exchanged 4 packages of junk equipment for a 3-eyed bracelet, plus more than 40 skill books and more than 300 packets of medicine powder. In the skill book, there is also a Summoning Divine Beast, Half-Moon Scimitar, and Magic Shield. However, the price of the medicinal powder has increased to 3,500 gold coins per pack. This was also within Qin Heng's expectation. As the players' levels get higher and higher, the price of this thing will increase. It is estimated that it will exceed 10,000 soon. After trading so many things at once, Gold Medal Merchant number 3 even came over with several smaller accounts. Qin Hung also pretended to attract 2 brothers in the guild, and told them not to talk while he gave them 50,000 gold coins for free. It's easy to call people for such a good thing. Qin Hung pretended to trade and transfer things with him. And the gold medal businessman number 3 did not doubt him. After the final transaction was completed, gold medal businessman number 3 smiled bitterly and said,
Brother, why do I feel like I lost money?
Qin Hung chuckled and said,
What's the loss? You can sell these things for at least several million more than you can sell Sanyan.
Gold medal businessman number 3 returned to the safe area a little annoyed and started shouting,
Selling large quantities of equipment above level 10 for various professions.
After shouting, she suddenly realized why she always felt at a loss. Originally she only needed to sell a 3-eye bracelet. But now although she has exchanged it for professional equipment of higher value, it is too much. There are several packages. It takes a lot of effort to sell this. Fortunately, I will probably get a few million more gold coins after selling out. Fortunately, I don't lack time. With a wry smile, gold medal businessman number 3 could only comfort himself in this way. Qin Hung looked at the beautifully decorated 3-eye bracelet in the warehouse. The golden bracelet was inlaid with 3 bright blue gems, exuding dazzling brilliance. I was really lucky this time and bought this thing. If the other party keeps shouting for a while, maybe some wealthy people will buy it without hesitation. He replaced a Taoist bracelet with 0 out of 2 Taoism and 0-1 defense. When he checked the properties of the 3-eyed bracelet, his eyes suddenly lit up. 3-eyed bracelet, Taoism 1 of 3. Defense 1-1. Weight 1. Durability 7/7. Requires 22 Taoist points. Hidden attributes, defense 1-1. Magic defense 2 out of 2. Haha. This hidden attribute is also very powerful. Qin Hung remembered that in his previous life, the hidden attribute of the 3-eyed bracelet seemed to be just to increase magic defense. I didn't expect that 2 types were added here, which are also very good. However, the fact that a 3-eyed bracelet is now available proves one thing. That is, the 3-eyed bracelet is also classified as Woma equipment here. If it is Zuma equipment, current players cannot enter the Zuma temple and will definitely not be able to play it. In this way, the Taoist priest's other bracelet, the soul bracelet, is Zuma's equipment. Wearing that thing can increase the power of the soul fire talisman, and it is a perfect match with the Wuji stick. It's a pity that I can't get it now. How about taking advantage of these 3 days of vacation to visit Zuma? The time before was too short, and he had been running back and forth in the Woma Corpse King's palace. Now he had a lot of time, and his thoughts suddenly made him feel itchy. It's just that they all say Zuma is very perverted. After thinking about it, Qin Hung decided to go to the Corpse King Palace to finish the fight first. This time Qin Hung went to the eastern part of the abandoned mining area in Biki City and successfully entered the Corpse King's palace, killing more than 20 Corpse Kings, perhaps because of the Z-bead necklace. In addition to a large number of skill books, several small masterpieces were released this time. Magic robe, female, with magic 3. Golden ring with 3 attack. Strong gloves with 2 attack. Coupled with 2 advanced skill books such as Summoning Divine Beasts and a prayer helmet. Qin Hung gained a lot. After beating the Corpse King's palace, Woma didn't do anything. After thinking about it for a while, Qin Hung decided to go to the pig cave to have a look. If I remember correctly, in addition to white wild boars, there were also evil poisonous snakes on the 5th floor of the early pig cave. Before, he was afraid that there were too many wedge moths there and hesitated to go. But after getting the best charm ring, he finally made up his mind to go and have a look. After flying out of the Corpse King's palace, he randomly flew all the way to Tuching. After repairing his clothes, Qin Hung walked towards a huge mausoleum next to the safe period of Tuching. Stone Tomb Formation, commonly known as Pig Cave. Chapter 115, The Scary Pig Hole. Bang bang bang. Big catch. Stone Tomb Formation. There are a large number of red wild boars, black wild boars, and white wild boars inside. Therefore, it is also commonly known as the Pig Cave by legendary players in the previous life. The Stone Tomb Array is located next to the Tuching Safety Zone and looks like a huge mausoleum. The modeled earth walls are covered with various mysterious seal patterns. Legend has it that in ancient times, the leader of Zuma led many evil pigs to slaughter the Marfa continent. Later, all the pigs were sealed here by the 3 heroes, and a great earth town was built on it to suppress them forever. Qin Hung walked along the steps of the Stone Tomb Array to the top of the mausoleum, and soon came to an arch at the top. There is darkness inside this arch, and once you step in, you enter the Stone Tomb Array. Qin Hung looked back at the entire Tuching and sighed with emotion as he looked at the bustling players. In the previous life, how long had it been since I had been to the Stone Tomb Array? although he traveled through time. In Qin Heng's impression, his memory was still in the first half of his life. 7 or 8 years after the launch of Legend of the Past. Various new maps continue to emerge. Shiyu Canyon, Sealed Demon Valley, Sanyu Island, Fantasyland, Sabak Treasure Pavilion, Demon Dragon City, Fire Dragon Cave. Therefore, Pig Cave, once the most lively place, became completely deserted. No one is teaming up here to roast pig anymore. Qin Heng has not been in for more than 10 years. Looking at the arched door at the door, he seemed to see those players wearing commoners blocking the arched door and asking for money.
Brother and sister, please give me some money. If you don't give me money, you won't let me go. Unless you kill me. I built this mountain and built this tomb. I want to pass by here and leave money to buy the road.
Countless thunder and lightning crackled down. Nothing happened anymore. Now this arched door is larger than the previous one. It can no longer only allow one person to pass through. It is visually estimated that 5 or 6 people can pass through at the same time. After silently reminiscing, Qin Heng took a deep breath, covered his head, and stepped into the arch. Upon entering, Qin Heng appeared on the stone steps of a huge square earthen room. Dirt walls, dirt floors, and some mounds of dirt on the ground. There are no monsters here. Similar to the hall in front of the first floor of Woma, there is not a single person. It is the outside of the pig cave, but it was also an extremely dangerous place, because there are a lot of people here. Many players who are crazy about poverty will entangle their accomplices here to ambush those players who have just entered. 7 or 8 people attack a player who just came in at the same time, which is really an instant kill. In his previous life, Qin Heng suffered a loss here, and a platinum ring was thrown away. Qin Heng walked inside, and soon saw a step going down. Open the warehouse and replace it with an invisibility ring. A top-quality tiger tooth necklace with 40% added magic dodge. A top-quality charm ring. And a top-quality gold bracelet. Gold bracelet, attack 0 out of 1. Magic defense 2 out of 5. Durability 7/7. Weight 1. Requires level 23. Compared with the original gold bracelet, this one has 2 more points of magic defense. It's the little gem that was revealed when killing the leader of Woma just now. Now if you want to go down the pig hole, you may have to face the wedge moss filling the screen. So put it on. Pung! Added another ghost shield to myself. After getting ready, Qin Heng walked down the first floor of the stone tomb formation. Hum 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 hum. Hula hula. Egg egg. As soon as you enter, the screen is full of monsters. Qin Heng was on a step at this time. There were more than a dozen giant pig monsters standing with maces, and covered with long hair on several steps below the steps. Black boar. Red boar. Around them are terrifying black monsters. Black evil maggots. Jumping around on the ground. And in the sky, there are densely packed wedge moths. They were flying in the air. Green venom was constantly flowing out from their bodies. And some insect eggs were scattered around. They looked extremely disgusting. Under the steps, there are densely packed black wild boars. Red wild boars. Black evil maggots, etc. The most terrifying thing is that the steps are already surrounded by monsters, including the wedge moth in the sky. If there were a ranking list of monsters that legendary players hate most, the wedge moth definitely ranks first. Horned flies can come in second. The black evil maggot can be ranked third. Unfortunately, there are all 3 of these things in the pig hole. The reason why wedge moths are hated by people is that they can break invisibility and spray poisonous powder to paralyze people. One wedge moth is not scary, but a group of wedge moths can paralyze you until you doubt your life. I can't move at all. Now there was a large group of dense wedge moths on the steps. As soon as Qin Heng appeared, before he could react, they were already spraying at him. Phew! Poof! Qin Heng was instantly sprayed all over his head and face. But with a charm ring that evaded poison by 30% and a tiger tooth that evaded magic by 40%, Qin Heng was not attacked as many times as he imagined. But there were so many wedge moths that they were still paralyzed. In an instant, his body turned gray, and he couldn't move. The wedge moth's paralysis attack does not lose health, but they will attack with their wings. At this time, Qin Heng, who was sprayed by the wedge moth, was also exposed from the invisible state. The black boar and other monsters that were originally not attacking him immediately raised their huge maces and smashed them down at him. But it's too late. Qin Heng had already taken advantage of this moment to fly randomly. Whoosh! He fell into a dense crowd of monsters. And with a bang, he made himself invisible first. After the invisibility ring is broken by the wedge moth, You need to make yourself invisible again before you can regain your invisibility. Or take it off and put it on again. Gula gula. After drinking a bottle of powerful solar water and treating myself for a while, the wedge moths around me had already pounced on me. How could Qin Hung let them spray him again and fly away randomly again? The first floor of the stone tomb formation. The map on this level is a huge maze with 5 main passages, each of which is large or small. There is another main channel at the top and bottom of the map that connects the 5 channels. There are many small compartments on both sides of these passages, and there are densely packed monsters everywhere. After flying inside, Qin Hung was surprised to find that the density of wedge moths was not as high as at the door. Perhaps this was the case because the entry of many players in front attracted the surrounding wedge moths. The wedge moths are less dense, but the black peccaries and red peccaries, etc., are still densely packed. This is also the reason why players have been unable to enter. With the players' current levels, even a level 22 Taoist priest can come in. I guess I won't be able to pass the entrance, because he couldn't come in invisible. He would be attacked not only by wedge moths, but also by a bunch of wild boars as soon as he came in. The attack of the wild boar is much higher than that of the Woma monsters. Even if he was lucky enough to fly, he would still be attacked by dense monsters the next moment he landed. Therefore, at this stage, unless there is a powerful organization with many people coming in to open up Wasteland, it will be difficult to break in. But the people in troubled names are currently busy killing monsters in Centipede Cave. Who would come to such a dangerous place? In short, Qin Hung has an invisibility ring, so he is on the right foot. After a random flight, he finally landed in the upper right corner of the map. Not far from here is the entrance to the 2nd floor. There is no boss from the 1st to the 3rd floor. Qin Hung will definitely not kill monsters here. Only the 4th and 5th floors will have the leader of the wild boars, the white wild boar. As for the evil poisonous snake, Qin Hung saw the early legend on the 5th floor. As for the 4th level, I'm not sure yet. After Qin Hung landed, he was surrounded by monsters, and 4 wedge moths rushed towards him. How could Qin Hung tangle with them? Otherwise his stealth would be broken, and the wild boars and black evil maggots could kill him. Fortunately, he could still run here, so he immediately rushed towards the entrance. Rushed into the 2nd floor in the blink of an eye. As soon as you enter, you will be surrounded by monsters. Qin Hung ran away randomly. After flying around for a while, he flew to the lower left corner of the map. The entrance to the lower 3 floors is here. Qin Hung also rushed into the 3rd floor with lightning speed. Keep flying. Flying to a safe place with no wedge moss around. Qin Hung opened the warehouse and replaced the equipment such as the Z bead necklace and platinum ring. Now that we've entered here, it's not that dangerous. So naturally we don't need to wear those gadgets anymore. 3 floors down and 4 floors down. Still in the upper right corner of the map. When he got here, Qin Hung encountered a little trouble. There were too many monsters at the entrance. However, this is not a problem for him. Pung! He summoned the little skeleton, and the surrounding pigs and monsters suddenly rushed over. He took the opportunity to shake off the wedge moths and rushed into the 4th floor. After reaching this level, although the map is still a square frame, there are many small paths in the middle, and the roads extend in all directions, which is very psychedelic. There are really few places with slightly larger terrain. Call out. Qin Hung started flying randomly. Yes, flying randomly. Every time he landed in a place. As long as the wedge moth didn't pounce on it immediately, he started running to look for it. When the monsters are too dense to run and are about to be overtaken by the wedge moth, he will fly randomly. Of course, he often flies into the pile of wedge moths, so he will continue to fly at this time. Just make up for the invisibility after landing. After about 10 minutes, Qin Hung finally heard the unique grunt of the white boar in a larger corridor on the right side of the map. The sound is just around the corner ahead, but this passage is filled with monsters. Among them, 2 wedge moths were within his sight. Swish! Qin Hung first applied poison to a wedge moth and lured it over, while calling it with the soul fire talisman. The blood volume of a wedge moth is 220 points. What is Qin Hung's attack power at this time? Wuji Stick 3 out of 5 Taoist skills. Z bead necklace 1/5. Soul battle suit 0 out of 3. 3-eyed bracelet 1/3. Steel bracelet 0/2. A platinum ring 0 of 4. The other is an invisibility ring. Plus itself 7/7. A total of 12/29 Taoist points. Qin Hung's soul fire talisman at this time is level 1, which is 3 points more than the basic damage of 15 points at level 0. Reached 18 points.
The total damage is 47 points. Adding the Wuji Rod increases the power of the Soul Fire Talisman by 10%, reaching 33/51.7. Qin Heng's poisoning technique is also level 1, which can weaken the target's defense by 10%, which again is equivalent to increasing his own damage by 10%. In this way, the damage is superimposed to 36/56.8. In addition, it can poison 2 drops of blood every second. The damage reached a terrifying damage of 38/58.8. Finally, don't forget that the Wuji Stick's casting speed is accelerated, which makes it even more terrifying. Therefore, Qin Heng cast the poison spell in one go, and when the wedge moth fluttered over, it was killed by Qin Heng's 4 soul fire talismans in a row before it could reach him, and it fell to Qin Heng's feet not far away. Experience value increased 350 points. This thing's HP is not high, but its experience value is very high. Qin Heng moved forward, holding the Wuji Stick to dig up the corpse of the wedge moth. In previous games, it was said that killing this thing would lead to a paralysis ring. Qin Heng dug tens of thousands of them, but he had never seen such a good thing. But if you are not afraid of 10,000, what if you are afraid of the worst? Yes or no? Qin Heng felt like he couldn't dig it out. He just dug it out of habit to prove something. Can this thing dig out anything? Congratulations on getting a bottle of powerful golden medicine. Congratulations on getting a bottle of powerful magic potion. It went away after 2 prompts. Not bad. I can dig things. Qin Heng applied poison to the other wedge moth and killed it in a few strokes. He didn't believe he could dig out the paralysis ring without digging anymore. There was a bit of traffic ahead, and it was difficult to get through. So Qin Heng poisoned the wild boars, black maggots, scorpions, snakes, etc. in front of him. After 7 or 8 attacks in a row, the monsters roared and tried to attack him, but were blocked by other monsters. Qin Heng stood safely behind a bunch of monsters, using his anti-scarf to deal crazy damage. The black boar's health is 310, and the red boar's health is 330. Qin Heng quickly beat them to death one after another. The death of the black boar gives 380 experience points. The red boar gives 320 experience points. And the black maggot gives 220 experience points. Experience points are increased. Jingle, jingle, jingle. As the monsters died, some gold coins, potions, and a sword were dropped on the ground. The explosion rate was pretty good. Qin Heng cleared a small monster and stepped forward to pick it up. Turning a corner, Qin Heng finally saw a huge guy among a bunch of monsters. White boar. This is a huge white pig that is walking upright. Visually, it is more than twice as tall as Qin Heng. He is very strong. And Qin Heng is the equivalent of his opponent's big white legs. This terrifying guy holds a meteor hammer in his hand, and has a piece of animal skin around his crotch. He looks quite strong and tough. The white boar is the leader of the wild boars. He will reveal Woma brand name equipment, advanced skill books, and has a chance to reveal the legendary Zuma 3 divine weapons. The warrior staff of judgment, Taoist priest's dragon pattern sword, the mage's bone jade scepter. In the legend of his previous life, Qin Heng had even killed a white wild boar. But the legend here had just been opened not long ago, and Qin Heng didn't know if killing the opponent now would reveal the 3 divine weapons. In short, this is the most popular boss among players in the early stages of the legend. Who doesn't like this kind of monster that has a low HP and can produce top-notch weapons? It makes you rich instantly. Now that the opponent is among a bunch of monsters, he is a living target. Swish. Qin Heng painted the white wild boar with red poison and green poison. The big guy roared instantly, stared at Qin Heng with a pair of huge pig eyes, and looked at Qin Heng angrily. 2 long white legs tried desperately to squeeze in and attack Qin Heng, but were helplessly blocked by a group of monsters. He could only take small steps anxiously on the spot, turning his whole huge body around. Qin Heng chuckled, and his ant called out ruthlessly, and a huge 45 points of damage appeared. Puff pung pung. After a meal, my ant wiped it off. The damage has been floating between 35 and 60, and it is rarely able to hit the full value. It took Qin Heng less than a minute to defeat the opponent. At 1,600 experience points, the bell rang loudly, and a lot of colorful things exploded on the ground. Qin Heng saw 2 good things at a glance, and his eyes suddenly lit up. A magic wand and a ghost necklace. This first kill was awesome, and 2 pieces of Walmart brand name equipment were revealed at once. Qin Heng smiled and cleaned up, picking up the equipment and other equipment. After checking, in addition to 2 pieces of brand name equipment, there is also a gold ring with an attack rate of 0/3.
This is a very good explosion. After storing the things, Qin Heng's eyes suddenly glanced at the blessing oil in the warehouse. And he slapped his forehead. You're stupid. You don't know how to drink a bottle of blessing oil for weapons. He took out a bottle. After Gully used it, there was no reaction. My day. He took out another bottle and drank it all.
Congratulations on adding 1 to your weapon luck.
Finally got lucky +1 after drinking. Although there were still a few bottles in the warehouse. Qin Heng did not dare to drink any more. There are only a few bottles of blessing oil. And even if you drink it to increase your luck by 7, you may not be able to get it even by 3. In previous games, it was impossible to drink lucky +7 without hundreds or thousands of bottles. Because this thing not only increases luck, it also reduces luck. Just increase it to 1 now. If there are more later, increase it again. Qin Heng continued to fly randomly. He wanted to see if there were any evil snakes here. Randomly. Running. Random. Running. It took more than 10 minutes for Qin Heng to walk around the entire 4th floor. But no evil snake was found. It seems that it is only available on the 5th floor. Opening the warehouse, Qin Heng once again took out a lot of random scrolls, covered his head, and entered the 5th floor. The overall framework of the 5th floor of Pig Cave is similar to that of the 4th floor. But its roads are very large, with many open areas, compared with the bunch of narrow passages on the 4th floor. It is almost the opposite. The place is bigger, and even though the monsters are densely packed, they can still run around. Qin Heng stopped being random, and ran all the way looking for him. If there are too many wedge moths around, he will fly randomly. Soon, in less than 10 minutes, he found the white boar on this floor. After summoning the little skeleton to his side and luring a bunch of monsters around, Qin Heng began to hunt the white boar. He was killed in less than a minute. The bell rang loudly, and a large amount of equipment potions exploded on the ground. Huh? Ha ha. Good. Shipping again. The first explosion. Is it so powerful? A memory helmet was among a pile of equipment, which made Qin Heng smile and narrow his eyes. After clearing away the mobs and picking up all the equipment, Qin Heng's eyes lit up after checking them one by one. Coral Ring, Attack 0/4. Weight 1. Durability 5/5. Requires level 25. Ares Armor, Male Defense 5/9. Magic Defense March 5th. Weight 45. Durability 30/30. Requires attack power 46. Taoist Helmet, Defense 1/3. Magic Defense 2 of 3. Weight 3. Durability 6/8. Requires level 24. This is the first time Qin Heng has revealed these 3 pieces of equipment. Coral Rings and Ares Armor are common equipment, but they are obviously 1 level higher than Heavy Armor and Skull Rings. The price will definitely be higher. The Taoist Priest's Helmet adds a little more defense, which is a small masterpiece. Not bad. In the past, Qin Heng defeated so many Woma leaders without breaking the God of War armor. He doubted that it would only come out in high-end places like Pig Cave and Zuma. Now that he saw it, it was indeed the case. After packing his things, Qin Heng continued to look for the evil snake. In fact, he is not sure if there are evil snakes on the 5th floor of the Pig Cave. But there is nothing wrong with looking for them. Fortunately, Wang Tian paid off, and after more than 10 minutes, Qin Heng saw a big black guy in the corridor at the bottom left of the map. This guy is 5 to 6 meters long and has a waist as big as a bucket. The whole body is covered with black scales and is extremely hard. The huge black snake head. The 2 big claws as thick as a man. Extremely sharp. Evil snake. The leader of the scorpions and snakes. If the novice white boar is the favorite mini-boss of legendary players, then the evil viper is definitely the mini-boss that players compete for. Its health volume is medium. Only 1,500 drops. But its explosion rate is amazing. The probability of producing 3 divine weapons is extremely high, especially after the legend opens the demonic ceiling valley. The explosion rate of the evil snakes in the vertical and horizontal passages is simply terrifying. Qin Heng once saw a high-level mage mine 2 evil poisonous snakes at the same time. As a result, one exploded the Staff of Judgment, and the other exploded the Bone Jade Scepter. Anyway, the evil snake is synonymous with getting rich overnight. As long as you are not too unlucky, good things can come out. However, because it is not as common as the white wild boar, it can only be ranked behind the white wild boar. Qin Heng also lured a bunch of monsters to surround him, and then started killing the evil snakes. Chapter 116. The speed of light is 25. The official position system is open. Major forces attack Woma again. In the corridor on the far left side of the 5th floor of Pig Cave. Puff Pung Pung. Qin Hung first cleaned up the wedge moss around him, then poisoned the evil snake and kept breathing it with his ant's towel. The roar made it spit out huge snakeheads and scream. The huge black tail swung around, and the two huge sharp claws also swung around. He tried desperately to squeeze in and attack Qin Hung, but was blocked by a group of monsters. I could only helplessly run around in circles. It took more than a minute before Qin Hung finally defeated the evil snake. At 1800 experience points. With the sound of a bell, a lot of equipment and items exploded on the ground. Ha ha. Shipping again. Qin Hung was surprised to see a big kitchen knife. Jing Zhongyue. After clearing away the mobs, Qin Hung stepped on all the equipment and potions on the ground. In addition to a kitchen knife, Evil Viper also generously burst out a copy of Magic Shield. In addition, high-level common equipment also exploded a lot. For example, the coral ring and the blue emerald necklace with attack 2 halves, and a fancy dress. Demon robe, Magic January 4th. Defense 4-7. Magic Defense March 4th. Weight 19. Durability 25/25. Requires 28 points of mana. It's a pity that the Taoist priest's ghost suit was not played. Otherwise he would be able to wear it now. After defeating the evil snake, Qin Hung did not return to the city immediately, but instead practiced leveling here. The Woma guards on the 3rd floor of Woma will take at least an hour to refresh. Let's level up here first. I just finished cleaning up the 5th floor. It will be much easier to clean next time I come in. The monsters are very dense. Qin Hung's poisoning technique has reached level 1. His equipment is much better, and the duration has been extended a lot. Therefore, he simply used the poisoning technique to apply poison to all the monsters one by one. Legendary monsters have a characteristic. That is, if you attack it when you are not invisible, it will attack. If you become invisible again, it will not be able to see you. But Qin Hung originally wore an invisibility ring, and now he poisons the monster so that the monster can see him. Therefore, he put on a platinum ring and gave himself an invisibility spell. In this way, he becomes invisible when poisoned, and the monsters around him will not chase and beat him. Qin Hung was applying poison to the monsters when a bunch of red meatball-like monsters appeared in front of him. This is a horned fly, one of the most hated monsters among legendary players. When there are players nearby or when attacked, this guy will spit out countless tiny bats. Although those little bats are small in stature, their attack power is not weak. If they form a group, they will be very scary. If a player who has not learned group attack is trapped in a circle surrounded by a large group of small bats, he will not be able to fly. As soon as Qin Hung poisoned the horned fly, the creature immediately opened a piece of flesh on the top of his head and started spitting out little bats. Puffy! It only had over 200 drops of health, but Qin Hung breathed it to death 5 times in a row. But it had already spit out 5 little bats and flew towards Qin Hung, who knocked them to death one by one with a stick. Ding bell. A town recall scroll exploded on the ground. It's not bad. Continue to poison other monsters. If you encounter horned flies and wedge moths, kill them. Brush, brush, brush. Qin Hung applied green poison to 40 monsters in one breath. Then go back to the place where you started to flush the poison recently, and flush the poison again, because the time for the initial green poison is up, and it has to be replenished. The first level green poison lowers blood pressure by 2 drops per second. The health of the monsters here ranges from a red boar with a health of 330 to a black maggot with a health of only 180. This poison is terrible. A minute and a half later, those black evil maggots took the lead and lay on the ground, dying one after another. And after 2.5 minutes, it became even more intense. The black boars grunted and died continuously. After a few dozen seconds, the red boar and scorpion snake did the same. In more than 3 minutes, all 40 monsters poisoned by him died. But this is not the end. But it's just begun. Because Qin Hung saves time after a monster dies during these 3 minutes, and does not need to replenish poison. He will have time to poison new monsters. So a few minutes later, the monsters began to die incessantly, and Qin Hung's experience points increased rapidly. This method of upgrading can only be played if there is no one around. Otherwise, if you apply poison on one side, others will kill all the monsters on the other side, and you won't be able to poison a few monsters. Add 180 experience points. Add 320 experience points. Add 360 experience points. Add 380 experience points. The experience of constantly swiping the screen almost drove Qin Hung crazy. Previously, his Tao skills were low, his poison damage was low, and its duration was short. So this method was not suitable. Now this poisoning technique finally shows its power. The experience points that kept flooding the screen stimulated Qin Heng's brain. And he was completely excited. Apart from picking up some equipment, he didn't even pick up gold coins. One of the 2 or 3 monsters will earn 1 or 200 gold coins. Does Qin Heng lack this money? No shortage. Therefore, he just picked it up when he had equipment, and kept going back and forth to poison when he didn't have any equipment, excluding the time it takes to kill horned flies and wedge moths. He can poison almost 16 monsters in 1 minute, with an average of about 320 experience points per monster. In terms of experience value, it is almost 5,000 experience points. 5,000 experience points per minute. What is this concept? Upgrading to level 24 requires 350,000 experience points, and he already had more than 280,000 experience points. Less than 70,000 experience points. Therefore, just over 10 minutes later, a white light rose and Qin Heng was upgraded. This speed is really terrifying. In fact, it would be difficult for another player to play like this. Mainly because I haven't played it before and don't know how to do it. Another reason is that the powder is too expensive. A packet of small medicinal powder currently costs 3,500 gold coins. Qin Heng poisoned 16 monsters and needed to brush them back and forth twice. But he also had to constantly brush other monsters. In almost a minute, he needs to use a pack of green poison, which costs 3,500 gold coins. 35,000 gold coins are needed in 10 minutes. It costs 210,000 gold coins an hour. This consumption is really terrifying. In addition, his high Taoism is also a reason. It will be very painful to play like this if your Tao skills are low. You can't poison many monsters, so you have to replenish the poison from the beginning. Of course, the most important thing is that you don't know the method. Otherwise, no matter how expensive it is, the rich will do it. In short, Qin Heng has taken a huge advantage. The prodigal son of the end of the world, level 24. Experience value, 66/400000. Only 400,000 experience points? It should be upgraded soon. Qin Heng smiled slightly and continued to poison the monsters like crazy. Are there many monsters on the 5th floor of Pig Cave? There are many. Many. And no one has ever beaten them before. They are so densely packed. And this place is twice as big as the map in the previous life. There are even more monsters. After Qin Heng finished poisoning this corridor, he began to expand outwards. Poisoning. 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 Under this crazy poisoning, it only took Qin Heng an hour and a half to level up again. The prodigal son of the end of the world, level 25. Experience, 66/500000. Being promoted to the first level in 1.5 hours is really terrifying. If outside players found out, they would definitely be so shocked that they would bite off their tongues. Of course, the consumption is also huge. He spent more than 300,000 gold coins in this hour and a half. Fortunately, what Qin Heng is in short supply of right now is gold coins. At least there is no shortage of money for leveling up. Besides, did he lose? Excluding upgrade experience? In more than an hour, he exploded more than 100 high-level common equipment. Ordinary monsters in Pig Cave will drop equipment above level 24. Things like Taoist helmets, blue jade necklaces, magnifying glasses, bamboo flutes, skull rings, coral rings, etc. will all explode. Qin Heng also revealed a ghost suit, but unfortunately it was worn by a woman. There are also several pieces of top-notch equipment, the best of which is a 1/3 attack death glove. In short, this is a double harvest of experience and equipment. Just when Qin Heng was overjoyed, a different system prompt rang. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 25 and opening new functions. Official position system. This voice is the daily check-in prompt. It sounds a bit like a female voice, which is quite beautiful. Unlike the various prompts of the game system, it is mechanically dull. Official position system? What the hell is this? Qin Heng was stunned when a piece of information came into his mind, and he digested it in the blink of an eye. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face, and after experiencing it carefully, he understood what was going on. He opened the character panel. The prodigal son of the end of the world, Taoist priest. Level 25. Attack. Magic. Taoism. Defense. Luck 0. PK value 0. Title none. Official position civilian, can be upgraded, hidden. PK mode guild. Sure enough, new changes have taken place among the civilians in official positions. The display is upgradable and also hidden. And according to the information just given by his unique system, only he can upgrade this official position system. Other players do not have this function. After he upgraded, only he could see the changes in his official position. Other players still saw the word civilian. The function of official position. Each promotion can increase 1 point of all attribute points. When increased to a certain stage, it will have special effects. This is the prompt given to Qin Hung by the system. Qin Hung doesn't know exactly what special role it will have in the future, but it turns out to be a requirement of your own system. So you have to do it. Promotion. Qin Hung made a thought and chose promotion.
Ding dong. Do you want to spend 50 million gold coins to be promoted from a commoner to a captain of 10?
Yes. Upgrading to an official position requires gold coins. Qin Hung had just understood this, and was not surprised. 50 million gold coins are upgraded once. Not to mention what special effects it will have in the future. Just increase all attributes by 1 point. And you will already make a lot of money. After all, it's extra. It is also synchronized with the outside world. One attack is equivalent to 10% more damage in the outside world. Plus Taoism, magic, defense, agility, etc. This means that the attributes of his external body have also been improved by 10% in all aspects. In the words of Nyo Air and the others, their success rate has been improved. Therefore, these 50 million gold coins are still well spent. Following Qin Heng's thoughts, 50 million gold coins were deducted from the gold coins in his package with a sound. The next moment, a red light rose, and all his attribute points increased by 1. But this attribute is not directly added to his apparent attribute points. Instead, there is a +1 written in green font behind his attribute points. For example, if the attack power is 30 points, then add 1 in green font. Moreover, this green font cannot be seen by ordinary players. Only Qin Hung himself can see it. Qin Hung felt relieved that the system was so thoughtful. After all, for a celebrity like him, he will definitely receive the attention of players. There are so many players. And there are always boring people who have to calculate his attacks, damage, etc. At that time, after calculation, I found that his data was wrong. And being reported was not a good thing. Promotion. Although he felt that the gold coins were not enough, Qin Hung still tried to promote his official position again.
Ding dong. Your balance is less than 500 million gold coins. Your level is less than 30. And you cannot be promoted to Centurion.
Promotion to Centurion requires 500 million gold coins. Level 30. In this way, there should be captains of thousands and captains of 10,000 in the future. One level up to 5. Do you need 10 times the gold coins each time? These systems were not mentioned. But Qin Hung still grasped the key point instantly. I don't know if that's the case. If so, what happens next will be too scary. Could this be the gold coin sealing function? No. That's the external panel. Poor. Looks like I need to get more gold coins. Thinking that he would need to spend a lot of gold coins in the future, Qin Hung looked at the more than 40 million gold coins he had left and felt a pain in his balls. Shaking his head and no longer worrying about this matter, Qin Hung took out a new skill book from the warehouse. After being promoted to level 25, you can learn new skills. With a thought, new skills are learned. Holy War Armor, level 0. Proficiency, 0/7000. Note:
by summoning the
Blue Dragon,
mythical beast, Taoist priests can make themselves and their comrades stronger and able to withstand stronger physical attacks. Since most monsters use direct physical attacks, this ability is particularly effective when hunting and practicing. And it also makes Taoist priests popular everywhere.
This is a defense-increasing skill, similar to the Ghost Shield's magic defense effect. Bang! Qin Hung threw out an amulet and exploded above his head. The amulet instantly turned into a blue dragon shadow that enveloped Qin Heng's entire body, and then disappeared into the air.
The system prompts that your defense has been increased for 40 seconds.
Yes. After using it once, the defense can be improved to a certain extent. Hum hum hum. Ouch ouch. While Qin Hung was promoting his official position and practicing his skills, the poison monsters also died one after another. Half of the entire 5th floor of the pig cave has been poisoned by Qin Hung. I picked up 2 pieces of equipment and looked at the time. It was already 11:30 p.m. After calculating the time, the Woma guard should be cleared. Should I fight the Woma guards first? Or should I continue to clear monsters here? After all, it's so fun to farm monsters here. Of course, he could also go to Woma to clear out the 3 poisonous monsters. But Qin Hung would not dare to clean up the monsters on such a large scale. Otherwise, he will clear it out. As long as the players break through the Dark Warrior Iron Barrel formation. Wouldn't it be easy to gain a foothold in Woma 3? This is definitely not possible. If you want to level up, this is the right place. With high experience points, you can also get a lot of advanced common equipment. When Qin Hung was hesitating whether to go back and fight the boss, Mu Shui's voice suddenly came over in private. The prodigal boss, dragging the family, the dynasty, and the iron-blooded people are organizing a large number of people at the entrance of Woma Temple. It seems that they are preparing to attack the 3rd floor of Woma. What? Attack the 3rd floor of Woma? Why didn't you hear the brothers in the meeting talk about it? Qin Hung asked in surprise. Boss, everyone is discussing this in the guild. If I ask your opinion and you don't answer, I guess you will close the guild channel. Mu Shui said with a chuckle. Well, I did block the guild chat. Qin Hung said a little embarrassed. Hee hee. I understand. You have to concentrate when fighting the boss. Ha. Mu Shui laughed. Qin Hung opened the guild to chat. As expected, the guild was bustling because of this matter. Kishi Yuanjia Tengu. Name the boss. Let's block the door of Woma San. Don't let them go down and beat the leader. Otherwise, won't they blow up the trumpet and establish a guild if they beat the leader? By then, we won't be able to be the only one on our own. Cloud Emperor Killing God. That's right. We can't let them go down to fight the leader of Woma. Otherwise our advantage will be gone. Let's go. Let's go. Hack him. The fearless lone wolf said. Ha. I feel like it's a bit overwhelming to block it. Do you know how many people they have organized? There is a large dark area in front of Woma Temple. All of them are their people. It is estimated that there are more than 1,000 people. And they are still going on. Increase. Game puzzle. Yes. The number is still increasing. I also saw people from more than 10 other families and unions. Mu Shui. Well, in addition to Guangtu, Dynasty, and Iron Blood, there are also the Nitian family, the Mythical family, the Wolf clan, the God of War clan, etc. There are so many. It feels like they have brought together all the big and small families in the game. The households who had difficulty naming the name side. They are going to burn everything. Dragon Tattoo. We currently have 1,800 people. And there are less than 700 people above level 17. Many of them don't know how to use lightning or poison. Guan Hai. Then we'll do it to them. We can't let them succeed easily. As long as we contain them, they will definitely not be able to fight. Naming trail. Things are not that simple. We only have about 700 capable people. They invited too many people this time. Qin Hung smiled at this time and said, so many people died last time. And there are still people to help them fight? The person who had trouble naming said. This time, they recruited players from the official forum of the game. There is an official guarantee from the game. So give the money first. Damn. Does the game official care about this? Qin Hung said speechlessly. Of course. There will be a 5% handling fee for the guarantee. Will you do it? My day. Qin Hung cursed. Haha. It's nothing to make a fuss about. Let's discuss whether to fight or not. The household with difficulty in naming said with a smile. Fight. Guanhai and Dujiladudada agreed at the same time. Don't fight. If we fight, we may not be able to intercept them. We will also become the public enemy of almost all major forces, which is not good for our development. Dragon Tattoo and others refused. As the discussion progressed, some people supported the war, while others felt that it was not necessary. The quarrel turned into a pot of porridge. The person who had difficulty naming the family said at this time, everyone, be quiet. We'd better listen to the opinions of the prodigal brother. If he says to fight, we will fight. If he says not to fight, we will not fight. Woma 3 is related to the interests of Tinya prodigal son, and low-level players in the guild may not understand. But advanced players, like with Level and Dragon Tattoo, understand them. The president said so, and for a moment, everyone in the guild fell silent, waiting for Qin Hung to speak. Qin Hung was silent for a moment, and said with a smile, listen to what you said. They have attracted many forces this time. No matter how strong we are, we can't stop them for a while. But we can't stop them for long. What's more, it may not be able to block it. Rather than offending so many forces, it would be better. Let them be. You guys take this opportunity to go to Centipede Cave to level up more. After they establish a guild, the leveling place will probably be even more difficult. It is obviously unwise to draw the entire guild into going against all the big forces. If the opponent is so well prepared, he may not be able to stop others from playing Woma 3. Qin Hung also gave up. But, can these people really break through his iron barrel formation of Dark Warriors? Thinking of those 600 to 700 Dark Warriors, Qin Hung chuckled. Chapter 117: The Outside World's Portable Store. The Second Walmart Tragedy. Qin Hung does not advocate adding obstacles to the major forces, and naming needy households, and others no longer worry about it. So, they all agreed with Qin Hung's opinion. At the same time, at the entrance of Woma Temple, at this time, more than 1,000 people have gathered here, and more people are arriving one after another. The lowest level people present are all above level 17. There are more than 10 people wearing level 22 professional attire. At this time, these players wearing level 22 professional attire are gathering together. Among them are the Crazy Princess, the Crazy Prince, the Young Master of the Dynasty, the Iron-Blooded Overlord, the Iron-Blooded Old Taoist, and other old opponents that Qin Hung and the others are familiar with. There are 7 or 8 others, but they are the Heaven-Defying Xingyu, the Heaven-Defying Piggy, the Mythical Emperor, the Domineering Scholar, the God of War Little Sword, and the Big Wolf. All are masters above level 22. At this time, everyone was discussing how to attack Woma San. But at this moment, Princess Quangtua smiled slightly, with a look of excitement on her face, and said, "I just got the news that the Marfa Friendship Alliance has decided not to interfere in our affairs. Ha ha. Ha ha. We have received it too. They are wise. Otherwise, with so many of us, we would have to drown them with just a mouthful of spit." The Prince of the Imperial Court said with a smile, "I just received it. So this will be easy to handle. Once everyone is gathered, we will proceed as agreed and prepare to start the fight. This time, with nearly 2,000 people gathered, we will definitely be able to win. Humph! The Marfa Friendship Alliance can no longer be dominated by one family." The Iron-Blooded Overlord laughed. "That's right. If we take down Woma 3, the prodigal son of the world won't be able to monopolize Woma's leader." "Huh?" Princess Quangtu sneered. Other side, everyone in the Marfa Friendship Alliance began to discuss whether those big forces could successfully capture Woma 3. But at this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded. "Brother, are you level 25? Oh my god! So fast! Am I wrong?" Xiao Budian and Guan Hai are still leveling up in the secret passage. There are many monsters here. It is safe, and the explosion rate is high. The 3 of them are so happy here that they don't want to go out. Everyone was discussing whether to fight or not. She was bored and checked her personal level and equipment while electrocuting the zombies. But when she saw Qin Heng's level, she was stunned. When she went to Centipede Cave with her eldest brother at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, she remembered that her eldest brother was only level 23. But now she saw that he was level 25. This really shocked her. Is this leveling speed too fast? Everyone was shocked when they heard this and checked Qin Heng's level. Really? Level 25. Holy shit! President Prodigal Son, what did you eat? And Yu and Tenmu exclaimed, "It's definitely not 188. Ha ha." Guan Hai joked. Fearless Lone Wolf. "How do you level up? How long has it been since you reached level 25? Mr. Payne. President. Where did you level up? Household with difficulty in naming. Damn! Brother, you are so fast. I hired more than 10 people and still can't level up with you. I've only just reached level 24. Ha ha. I'm in Zuma 5. And the experience value here is super high. The explosion rate is also so high. It's so cool." Qin Hung would not reveal the secret of his upgrade in the guild. He simply said that he was on the 5th floor of Zuma. There's no way. There's a mix of dragons and snakes in the guild. For a hardcore player like him, he knows the guild too well. There are definitely many people from other forces here. There are some things that cannot be said nonsense. However, he then privately chatted about naming the poor households. Guan Hai and Mu Shui told him how to level up. These are the people he currently trusts more. But I also told a few people not to spread rumors. Boss, do you think I can use this method? Do you think I look like a rich man? Mu Shui was speechless. How could he have so much money? Besides, he doesn't have the ability to add a lot of poisonous monsters to the monster pile. On the other side, Guan Hai was overjoyed when he got the news, and wanted Guan Yun to do the same. But Guan Yun sternly refused. Expensive, Guan Yun said one word, and Guan Hai immediately gave up the idea in frustration. Forget it. Just go ahead and fight zombies with your little one. It will be faster. As for naming the needy households, I was very excited. But he didn't take action immediately. After all, more than a dozen people he hired were still helping him fight monsters. On the other side, the shocking news that Qin Hung was able to level up so fast in Zuma 5 instantly reached the ears of Princess Quantua, Iron-Blooded Overlord and others, making them feel itchy. Especially the crazy dragging princess and the crazy rocking girl. I can't wait to rub them hard. They each secretly decided to fight Zuma after defeating Woma-san. As major forces attacked Woma 3, Qin Hung naturally gave up his plan to go to Woma 3 to kill the boss. Going to the Corpse King's palace? Forget it. Let's wait 4 hours and do it together. After swiping through the Corpse King's palace so many times, Qin Hung figured out the rules. In this place, there could only be more than 40 Corpse Kings at most. Don't brush if there are too many. If it was brushed every 2 hours, he could wait for it to be brushed twice, and then go in and finish it once without being too lazy to run away. For now, let's continue leveling up in Judong 5. Huh? No. There is one more thing I almost forgot. Thinking of this, Qin Hang's expression changed, and he returned to the city in a hurry. I almost forgot something big. I was randomly teleported to the village of Viper Valley, where I went on a buying spree on gold and iron ores. After buying it, I continued flying to Beach City, changed into a piece of junk, and stood at the butcher's shop, ordering high-quality cuts of meat. The portable warehouse only has 24 hours, and it will arrive in more than 10 minutes. Qin Hung naturally wanted to take advantage of this moment to stock up for the last time. Otherwise, it would be too time-consuming for him to run back and forth between the butcher and the warehouse 70 or 80 times. And he would definitely not stock up. Fortunately, buying things with his mind is fast. After buying all the high-quality meat, he went to the blacksmith shop and bought high-quality gold ore and black iron ore. After finishing the purchase, Qin Hung looked at the remaining 30 or 20 million yuan in the package in a daze. No money. It used to be almost 100 million. But there are only over 20 million left. After thinking about it for a while, Qin Hung shouted in the guild.
2 hours later, a large amount of level 10 to 25 equipment was sold at Tuching, and the price was 30% cheaper than the market price. Get your gold coins ready if you want it. Only sold for half an hour. No limit.
This time, Qin Hung shouted unlimited slogans. Last time, he was afraid that someone would hoard the goods and others would not be able to buy them. Now think about the many things in his warehouse. The players in the guild may not have that much money to buy them, especially some high-end common equipment, such as God of War armor, etc. Except those who do business will buy these. Others buy less. After finishing speaking, Qin Hung also took a few pictures of high-end equipment, such as the God of War armor and the Devil's Robe, and posted them in the guild. It immediately caused a sensation among everyone. The little one was the first to boo.
Wow! So much good equipment. Big brother, you are great. I want.
Trouble naming.
Holy crap. Is this God of War armor a higher level of clothing? It needs an attack power of 46? Even with my attack power, I probably can't wear it.
Emperor Yin killed the god.
Boss, you can't even wear it. So forget about us.
Gold medal businessman.
Brother, I have plenty of gold coins. Please take more care of my little sister later. I will definitely swallow them all for you, leaving nothing behind.
Tianya prodigal.
Huh? Why did you come in? Of course, everyone wants to join the first guild.
Gold medal businessman number 2 also appeared. Actually, as businessmen, it is better to remain neutral. Gold medal businessman did not want to join the Marfa Friendship Alliance. But I heard that the prodigal son of Tianya sold a large amount of equipment to the guild last time. So he reluctantly joined in. This is a big customer, so we need to keep up with him. After the news of Qin Hang's sale was announced, he put on good equipment. Boo-hoo-hoo. After another random flight, we arrived at Tuching and entered the pig cave. As soon as we arrived at the outer level of the pig cave, a beautiful system prompt sounded.
Do you want to sign in? Yes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the external store and 50,000 gold coins.
External portable store? Qin Hung was stunned when a piece of news flowed through his mind, and he immediately understood what was going on. I suddenly became ecstatic. The external store, as the name suggests, is in the external world. He can open various stores in the game in his mind at any time, such as pharmacies, grocery stores, jewelry stores, weapon stores, etc. With this, Qin Hung can replenish any store items anytime and anywhere in the outside world. If nothing else, the value of random teleportation scrolls and potions is immeasurable. It's been a few days, and I finally checked in and got a good thing, which is pretty good. Qin Hung wanted to quit the game and check out its functions, but he had already entered a pig hole, so he forcibly stopped the idea. Qin Hung entered the first floor of the pig cave without stopping, and entered the second floor without stopping either. He has absolutely no intention of cleaning up the first and second floors, and intends to keep them as natural barriers to block other players. Anyway, 3, 4, 5. These levels are enough for him. It took Qin Hung more than 10 minutes to reach the 5th floor of the pig cave and start poisoning the monsters. While applying poison to the monster, he listened to the goings-on in the guild, because the guild does not intend to go to Woma to cause trouble for others. Many people in the guild are now clamoring to watch such a battle. Many people even accepted employment on the website and went to help after consulting him and the households with difficulties in naming. Qin Hung didn't say anything to these people. If they wanted to make money, just make it. Qin Hung stopped caring about outside matters and began to level up with peace of mind. It takes 500,000 experience to be promoted to level 26, and 5,000 experience per minute. It only takes him more than an hour and a half to upgrade. But in fact it often takes more than. After more than 10 minutes of browsing, Qin Hung met the white wild boar that spawned again on the 5th floor. Qin Hung calculated the time, and it seemed that the white wild boar was also refreshed every 2 hours. Explode? But this time I don't have anything famous. The best thing is a 1/4 bamboo flute, which is not bad, with a little more Taoism added. After beating the white wild boar, Qin Hung continued to brush for a while, and he had cleared the 5 layers of dense monsters. When I go back to the place I brushed, the monsters are not that dense. The evil viper should not be spawned so quickly. Qin Hung returned to the 4th floor. I spent some time first to find the refreshed white boar and blasted it. But in the end, there was still no famous item. The best thing is a male war god armor and a male demon robe. After spending some time here, Qin Hung returned to the 5th floor, looking for the evil snake. At this time, the Kwangtua family and others finally started to open up the 3rd floor of Woma. At 12:30 in the morning, the battle horn sounded, and more than 1,500 high-level players rushed into Woma 3. After experiencing the last failure, Princess Kwangtu and others did not come up with any good countermeasures. There are more than a dozen warriors mixed with a few Taoist priests, rushing down in waves. Use your life to clear a path. Many players in the guild were among them, and people kept posting screenshots and broadcasting the event live. Dujaladudada sent a picture of him lying on the ground. All he could see was corpses, potions, random scrolls, town return scrolls, etc.
Damn it! Woma 3 is so scary. I just came in and no one was there. No one is gone.
Tion Duster.
Hack, I followed you down. But as soon as I opened my eyes, I was gone. There were more than 100 people who went down in front. Not a single one was alive. They were all lying on the ground.
And Yuan Jian Tianmu.
Ha ha. Luckily, I went and dressed in rubbish. Although I died, I actually had a piece of heavy armor and a magic weapon in my package, which made me a lot of money. Ha ha.
Mu Shui Wei.
No way. You died as soon as you entered. How did you pick it up? Ha ha. Maybe I stepped into the package as soon as I entered, and then died without exploding.
Qishiyu's voice was extremely proud.
Damn! Is there such a good thing? Brothers, take off your clothes and pick up equipment. Don't be greedy. Just pick up one and run away.
Tang Boha cried out.
The flowers are refreshing. The moon is refreshing. The autumn fragrance is refreshing.
Game puzzle.
Ha ha. Yes. Yes. We don't help fight monsters. We go in to pick up things.
The legation surgeon.
Ha ha. Let's go. Brothers.
Fearless lone wolf.
Ha ha. Get up and pick up your equipment.
Jiuechen.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
The guild members of the Marfa Friendship Alliance, under the guidance of a bunch of animals, took off their equipment and went to pick up things. Qin Hung ignored them. After searching around the 5th floor, he still couldn't find the evil snake. Isn't this guy like the leader, who refreshes every 4 hours? Speechless, Qin Hung returned to the 4th floor and began to worry about the poisonous monsters while paying attention to the battle situation of Woma San. At this time, countless players gathered at the entrance of Woma 3, and it was a dark area. Several roads near the entrance are almost filled up. The Dragging Princess. The Dragging Prince? The Iron-Blooded Overlord. The Dynasty Prince, the Defiant Piglet, and the mythical Emperor gathered at the entrance again. Everyone's face was gloomy and very ugly. They thought it would be difficult to attack Wama-san. But they didn't expect it to be so difficult. It's harder than climbing to the sky. The entrance to Woma 3 is so crowded that only 8 players can enter at most at one time. But as soon as the 8 people entered and opened their eyes, they were already lying on the ground. The same goes for those who rush in. No matter how fast they rush in, no matter how they arrange their troops, it's useless. Warriors are blocked when entering, let alone those from other professions. Judging from the videos sent back from the corpse lying on the ground, the moment everyone entered, in addition to being attacked by a large number of densely packed Woma warriors and other monsters at the entrance, there were also countless overwhelming bone needles coming from the front, left and right, shooting wildly from both sides. In an instant, the 8 players who enter can be shot into a sieve. Even if players keep rushing in, the result will be the same. How many players rush in will die? He doesn't even have the ability to fight back. More than a dozen players simply cannot withstand a volley from a Dark Warrior in the distance. These leaders have formed a group and are using the team channel to discuss countermeasures. There's nothing I can do. There are too many players around. It's so noisy. The Prince Kwang was angry.
Damn it! Why are there so many Dark Warriors at the door? How can we fight like this?
The Iron-Blooded Overlord said depressedly.
Yeah. I'm already level 23. As soon as I enter, I open my eyes and disappear. How the hell is this fun?
The Prince of the Imperial Court said angrily.
There's no way to fight this. But we paid a lot of money. Damn it! Hey, don't you think it's unusual for there to be so many Dark Warriors at the door?
Princess Kwangtu frowned.
Yes. I've wanted to say it for a long time. If the map is so abnormal, even if we level up to more than 30 levels, we probably won't be able to withstand it. There's no way the game company will let us just watch. Right.
Guitian Zixingia said depressedly.
Could someone lure you to the door on purpose?
Princess Kwangtu asked earnestly.
Impossible. Who can go in and attract monsters?
The mythical emperor shook his head.
Ha. There is someone who can do it. Don't forget that the Marfa Friendship Alliance has been established.
Kwang dragged Yao Mei to the side to finish the damage.
Are you talking about the current vice president of the Marfa Friendship Alliance? Qianyao Longzi? He has an invisibility ring and can indeed enter. Yes. Currently he is the only one who can go inside and kill the Woma leader and Woma guards. It is very likely that he wants to dominate Woma 3. So he deliberately lured all the Dark Warriors to the door.
Princess Kwangtu insisted that she had a grudge against Tianyao Prodigal. And even if it was not Tianyao Prodigal's fault, she would still put the blame on Tianyao Prodigal.
Damn it. So it's very possible that it's him. Then what should we do now? We have all paid.
Princess Kwangtu snorted coldly.
Humph. We actually paid? So we can't let these people get the money for nothing. Let them all go in and die more than 100 times to make the matter bigger.
Let's not say it was done by the prodigal son of Tianyao. Let's just say that this game is too perverted. Thousands of people can play it. And even one monster cannot be defeated. Unless the server is restarted. We will quit the game. Wonderful. If it is said to be done by the prodigal son of Tianyao, maybe the game company will not care about it. Okay. Let's do it like this.
The Iron-Blooded Overlord and others agreed. Therefore, the leaders of these big forces pretended not to know and ordered the players to rush down one after another. Go in and keep giving away heads.
Everyone. Charge. I'll kill them with a knife. Go in and don't think about anything else. Hack me hard.
Everyone kept shouting at the entrance. But if they themselves don't go down, they will die if they go down. So why go down? Although other players heard that it was very dangerous inside, they used money to help others to eliminate disasters. And rushed in one by one. Keep dying. Keep dying. The equipment was dropped like a platter.
Iron-Blooded Boss. If you go in, you'll die. How to fight? You're dragging the princess so hard that you can't fight. You'll die if you get in. The boss of the dynasty can't be beaten.
A bunch of players complained to Princess Kwangtu and the others. But they were forcefully dismissed.
You have to fight even if you can't. The time we hire is 3 hours. You will die for these 3 hours. Otherwise your money will be refunded. That's right. After these 3 hours of fighting. If you can't beat me, you can leave. But if you run out of time and want to run away, there's no way. If the official guarantee is data, don't be lazy. If you're dead, keep coming here.
In desperation, all the players who accepted the employment had to go back and forth between Beach City and Woma Temple over and over again. Gradually, Princess Guangzhou and others discovered that more and more players came to Woma 3 wearing big pants. Half an hour later, almost all the hired players were wearing big pants to attack Walmart 3.
Chapter 118 Level 26 Major Game Update. Billions of players around the world are online. As Princess Guangzhou and others continue to order players to rush into Woma 3 and die, the official forum of Legends suddenly exploded. Participating players continue to post various videos and pictures to explain this Woma 3 Wasteland opening battle. And basking in the sun.
Extra number. Extra number. The tragedy of Woma 3 reappears.
Zuljariju.
The most perverted game in history. 2,000 players can't get into one map.
Kishiyu Tengu.
The terrifying Woma Saiyan. If you rush in, you will die. There are pictures and videos.
Tion's handbag.
Extra number. Extra number. More than 2,000 people streaked to attack Walmart 3.
Dujalududada.
The funniest land reclamation map in history. Not a single player is wearing equipment.
Following the videos posted by these players, many netizens left messages and cursed the official pervert. Crazy Princess.
The game is too perverted. I strongly request that the server be restarted and the Dark Warriors at the third entrance of Woma be wiped out.
Iron-blooded Overlord.
That's right. There are more than 2,000 people who haven't even touched the monsters. Can this game still be played?
Prince of the Dynasty.
If we don't restart and get rid of the monsters, we will quit the game.
Jiuechen.
Ha ha. That's because you are incompetent. Didn't our president take down the leader of Woma alone?
Bai Yifei.
Ha ha. If you can't fight yourself, do you blame others?
Brother Guanhai.
You are a bunch of trash. And you still want to go down and kill the leader of Woma? Go home and feed yourself.
Murderous Tofu.
Ha ha. They are all trash. A group of people are not as good as our vice president.
The madman also became a god.
BB upstairs. Do you have the guts to ask Tianhua Prodigal to take off the invisibility ring?
Emperor Tianxia.
That's right. Let the prodigal son of Tianhua take off his invisibility ring. If he can stand still for a second, I will let you call me daddy.
In the game, the crazy princess and others are constantly commanding players to die, posting various videos to the forum, and constantly bombarding the perverted game. They have also spent a lot of money this time, hiring a large number of Navy troops, and constantly complaining on the official website, asking to restart the server, asking to solve the problem of too few people and too many people, and asking to solve the problem of Kakaka. Complain, complain, complain again. Regarding these, although Qin Hung was fighting monsters on the 4th floor of Zhudong, he did not close the guild chat. Everyone in the guild had been discussing it, so he also understood it. Will the official restart the server? Qin Hung feels that there is a high possibility of restarting. After all, Woma 3 was so troubled by him that the players couldn't go down at all. So they couldn't kill the leader of Woma and couldn't get the Woma horn. The official will not see a situation where the Mafa Friendship Alliance becomes the dominant one, and will definitely seek balance. Otherwise, let alone current players, even level 30 players who play Woma 3 will be instantly killed. More than 600 Dark Warriors fired volleys. Who the H? I can withstand it. With his mind on his mind, Qin Hang's men continued to poison the monsters, and then poison them again. More than half an hour passed, and after thinking that 3 hours had passed, Qin Hung arrived at the 5th floor of the pig cave again. This time, he finally found the evil snake in the right corridor of the 5th floor. However, fighting monsters is a little different this time. The surrounding mobs did not refresh much. In order not to be affected by the monsters, Qin Hung put on an invisibility ring. Brush. First, apply the poison to the evil poisonous snake, and the evil poisonous snake immediately crawled toward him quickly. Bang! Qin Hung summoned the little skeleton, which immediately stopped the evil snake, caught between his 2 sharp claws. Bang! Qin Hung took the opportunity to slap him with a scarf. The evil snake immediately gave up attacking the little skeleton and turned around to pounce on him again. Before he could take 2 steps, the little skeleton followed him from behind and gave it a severe blow with an axe. The evil snake was so angry that it turned back to attack the little skeleton. Qin Hung took the opportunity to attack again. At this moment, other monsters around saw the appearance of the little skeleton and quickly surrounded him. With a few clicks, the little skeleton was smashed into a pile of skull fragments. Qin Hung did not summon the little skeleton again, but used the soul fire talisman to slap the evil snake and run around the monster circle. It took more than a minute for Qin Hung to beat the evil snake to death. With the sound of a bell, a large amount of equipment and items exploded on the ground. As soon as he took a look, Qin Heng's eyes suddenly lit up. 2 brand name equipment. A silver snake and a ghost glove. After picking up everything, Qin Heng looked at them one by one and was immediately happy. Ghost gloves, defense 0/3, attack 0/1. Ghost gloves with a little more attack. Not bad. This is the first time he has revealed the best brand name equipment. Just this one glove can at least equal the value of 2 ghost gloves. I took a look and saw that the package was full. Call out. Qin Heng returned to Tuching, and after buying a few advanced skill books, he teleported to the warehouse through the veteran to store the good things. Alas, there is no portable warehouse, so leveling is inconvenient. After trying the benefits of the portable warehouse, Qin Heng felt quite resentful. Bring enough medicine powder, etc. Return to the 4th floor, and Qin Heng continues to kill monsters. After more than half an hour passed, a burst of white light rose, and Qin Heng upgraded again. The prodigal son of the end of the world, level 26. Experience, 88/7000000. At level 26, the experience value has increased a lot again. However, the good news is that Qin Heng's poisoning technique has been promoted to level 2 this time. The 2nd level poisoning technique is even more powerful, losing 3 drops of blood per second. The damage increased a lot, which increased Qin Heng's killing speed, reaching about 20 kills per minute. Basically, it can maintain 6,000 experience points per minute. Calculating this, Qin Heng only needs to play for more than 2 hours to be promoted to level 27. However, the monsters on the 4th floor were almost beaten, so Qin Heng returned to the 3rd floor and continued to fight. Each floor of the pig cave is about twice the size of the previous one, and the monsters have never been developed. Therefore, there are almost more than 2,000 monsters on each floor. Seeing the soaring experience points, Qin Heng was so happy that he almost flew into the air. Perhaps it was because he upgraded too quickly in the past, which resulted in many players in the club paying attention to him from time to time. As a result, not long after he was promoted to level 26, someone in the guild shouted again in shock. Fearless Lone Wolf.
Oh my god! President Prodigal Son has given birth again!
Mu Shuihui.
The vice president is so awesome! Another baby!
Dujaladudada.
It's so fertile!
Guan Hai.
Damn! Abnormal!
Little one.
Big brother is so great!
Households with difficulty in naming.
I can't stop taking the medicine! It's too strong!
Everyone screamed in surprise. Soon the news reached the ears of Princess Guangzhou, Rocking Girl and others, who were still commanding everyone at the 3rd door of Walmart. Suddenly it made them feel even more itchy, and they wanted to rub it hard and rub it again. Everyone secretly decided to rush to Zuma Temple after this matter was over. On the other hand, due to a large number of complaints from players, the game officials were finally alerted. So after the official programmers checked the situation inside Woma-san, they immediately looked at each other, dumbfounded, and were speechless for a long time. Outside the 3 entrances of Woma, in addition to a large number of densely packed monsters attacking at close range, there are sacks of dark warriors in front and on the left and right sides. Countless players wearing big pants rushed in. In the next moment, countless bone needles shot over like a rain of arrows. And along with the attacks of monsters at the door, they landed on the heads of the players. As soon as everyone entered, they immediately lay down. No one could resist for a second.
What a bunch of pigs! Why did they rush in without any equipment? They definitely can't handle it.
A programmer cursed.
Yeah. Are you kidding me to go down Woma 3 without any equipment? No. Even if they wear equipment, they can't hold it. There are too many dark warriors. Holy crap. Why are all these dark warriors crowded at the door? 500 to 600 of them? This is definitely not going to go down. Yes. Could it be that Leader Woma still knows how to arrange troops? Ha. The human shields in the front and the long-range troops in the back do look like a deliberately arranged formation.
After everyone discussed for a while, the leading supervisor ordered,
Okay, let's find out where these dark warriors came from.
He didn't believe that all the dark warriors happened to be at the entrance. Programmers can query game data, and soon the programmers retrieved pieces of speechless footage. A guy named Tianyao Prodigal, wearing an invisibility ring, killed the leader and the guards in Woma 3 times. The most terrifying thing is that he seduced all the dark warriors to the door again and again, which led to the current situation.
Damn! It's him again! What a damn talent! That's right. He was the one who got an invisibility ring last time and caused the Woma 3 tragedy. Those players even suggested that we ban our accounts. You're so damn capable of causing trouble. Why don't you block his account? Block your sister? You are such a pig. Is this normal behavior for players? Besides, Mr. Chen also said that his personal information is top secret. Anyone who leaks it will be kept there for a few years.
The supervisor yelled angrily. He didn't say that these retrieved videos must have been intentionally shown to them by Shinjo. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to find the video of Tianyao prodigal son.
Now what? Let me ask Mr. Chen for instructions first.
Soon. The sleepy Mr. Chen stood in front of the supercomputer of China again, with a depressed look on his face. He was speechless for a while, as he looked at the scenes of players constantly trying to die on the huge screen in the hall. Anyone who was called up in the middle of the night would be annoyed. But facing Shinjo, he had no temper. After a while, he finally asked,
Are all the updated resources ready? Ready. Ready at any time.
The supervisor wiped the cold sweat from his face.
At 5 o'clock in the morning. Let's start the maintenance and update of the game. Open up other routes and do some activities. Don't they want artifacts? Add them one at a time. And don't let out those paralysis resurrections and the like. Yes. How long will it take to update? The performance of Shinjo is very powerful, and our resources are fully prepared. It can be updated in half an hour at most. Then the maintenance will be done until 6 o'clock tomorrow evening.
Mr. Chen lit a cigarette, blew out the smoke ring, was silent for a while, and said calmly,
But the update only takes half an hour.
The programmer supervisor wondered.
Idiot! If we don't maintain it longer, they'll think we're being perfunctory. It takes a long time to show that we are serious about our work. Mr. Chen laughed and cursed.
Mr. Chen is wise.
A bunch of programmers flattered him in unison. Half an hour later, Princess Guangzhou and others finally waited for the official announcement. And when they saw it clearly, they felt overjoyed. Game announcement. Since the launch of Legend, it has received enthusiastic support from the majority of players. In order to provide players with a better gaming experience, we will perform game maintenance at 5 a.m. 2 hours later. The maintenance time will be from 5 a.m. to 6 p.m. today. The main contents of this maintenance update are 1. The game will temporarily expand to 20 routes, and players can enter any route at will for a perfect gaming experience. Note, all routes are identical and routes can be switched at any time. 2nd, the map is expanded, and the first-line monster explosion rate will be double that of other routes.
3rd, all boss blood volume and explosion rate are intelligently adjusted. The blood volume and explosion rate will undergo huge intelligent changes depending on the number of players present and other factors. Please explore for yourself for details. 4th, the entry mechanism for the Corpse King's Palace has been modified to allow players from different groups to enter at any time. Previously, only one group of people could be allowed in the Corpse King's Palace. But now they can enter at any time as long as the Corpse King's Palace is open. At the same time, the size of boss maps such as the Palace of the Corpse King, the Hall of the Three Leaders of Woma, and the House of Leader Zuma will change significantly depending on factors such as the number of players present. 5. The initial missions of the game have been announced, and various subsequent missions will be announced one after another. The specific mission process will be announced after the mission details are updated. Please pay attention to the official website. 6. After this update, all skill books of level 10 and above will be refreshed at bookstore owners in major cities and villages on all routes. 10 copies each. Note, there are only 10 copies of each skill book. 7. The highest honor of a hero. Shabak looks forward to his fight for hegemony. Please click to view details. 8. The guild promotion system is open. Please click for details. 9. Open entrances to all regions in China. 10. Open global routes. It is not a dream for hundreds of millions of players to be online at the same time. The global route and the Chinese route cannot be switched for the time being, and national wars are not supported for the time being. Please click for details. 11. Open all current equipment map introductions. Please click for details. 12. The warehouse is upgraded and opened. Click for details. 13. In order to thank the players, after the system is updated, Monster Siege activities will be carried out in First Line Beach City. Leader Woma will attack the city with a special artifact ring. 14. After this server restart, the monsters will be refreshed again. 15. Please explore other optimizations by yourself. As soon as the official maintenance announcement came out, all players were excited. The map is expanded and 20 more routes are added at once, so you don't have to get stuck anymore. As soon as the announcement came out, the news spread quickly throughout the game, the entire country of China, and the world as if it had gained wings. Qin Hung, who was leveling up in Judong 3, naturally heard the excited comments from everyone in the guild. I immediately calculated in my mind that there are still more than 2 hours of maintenance left. After the maintenance is completed, will there be any skill books for sale? Okay, I can eat some again, but I don't know if I can grab it. Also, I'm almost out of money. That's right. Time is running out. I need to get some money quickly.
Second floor of Tuching Inn. Brothers who want equipment, prepare your gold coins. We will be at Tuching Inn on time at 4 o'clock. First come, first served.
With a shout, Qin Hung returned to the city. He logged into the official website first, glanced at the announcement, and after storing his things, he flew randomly towards the Viper Valley. He is going to kill the last wave of zombie kings.
President! I want it! I want it! Brother, give it to me. I can swallow it all.
Qin Hang's words immediately caused a stir in the entire guild, and a group of people clamored for it. Qin Hung ignored them, and quickly arrived at the Viper Valley abandoned mining area. Big revision. The Corpse King's palace was going to be changed so that everyone from different groups could enter. So it would probably attract various PKs soon. So I had to seize the time to finish the last wave. When we arrived at the mining area, the number of people mining was still Weiyong. All along the way, players were discussing the update enthusiastically. It seems that this time the change is really big. 20 new routes have been added. So you no longer have to worry about killing monsters. Who is not excited? Qin Hung didn't spend much time until the bald monk in yellow robe came out. After entering, yes, there are already more than 40 Corpse Kings here. After this wave, I won't be able to be so happy in the future. When the time comes, there will always be someone who comes in before him accidentally. Or someone else comes in accidentally because he is playing tricks. It's better to be in a guild. Otherwise PK is inevitable. And when the players enter a few more times, the secret of the Corpse King Palace will no longer be a secret, and will definitely be exposed soon. With a sigh, Qin Hung had no choice but to accept it. After all, this is not his game alone. Although he is different from ordinary players, others can also play treasures here to support their families and entertain themselves. This is a game for all. With his thoughts on his mind, he heard a bell, and a Corpse King was blown away by him.
Huh?
Qin Hung, who was originally thinking about something. His eyes lit up, and he shipped the goods. Taking 2 steps forward, he stepped on a green bracelet. Qin Hung opened the package excitedly, and was stunned for a moment. Prayer bracelet, attack 0/3. Weight 1. Durability 5/5. Requires level 15. The ultimate prayer bracelet? The original prayer bracelet has an attack of 0/2. But this bracelet has an attack of 0/3. It's useless. You don't need it yourself. However, it is also very good. As long as he explodes a prayer bracelet and a prayer ring, he can assemble a complete set of prayer equipment. Stepping on a copy of
Summoning Divine Beasts
on the ground, Qin Hung sighed in his heart, wondering if he would be able to grab the Corpse King again in the future. If there is no other way, we can only bring the poor households together. Picking up something, a player teleported in with a hiss. He and Qin Hung looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes. And the next moment, the player was teleported away. This situation often happened when Qin Hung was beating the Corpse King. There are also many posts on the internet saying that someone is destroying the Corpse King's palace. But because the time was too short, not everyone turned on the video while fighting monsters. So none of them remembered Qin Hang's name. It flashed by, probably just a glance, and all the attention was attracted by the Corpse King. Alas, in the future, these people who come in accidentally will definitely cause PK. However, as long as the official does not announce the method of entering the Corpse King's palace, he may be able to hold on for a while longer. In this case, 20 lines. TSK. Can I enter 20 Corpse King palaces to brush? There is also the leader of Woma. If others can't get in and fight, can't I keep killing the leader? This is probably a bit difficult. Qin Hung shook his head. Officially, this major update was made because he seduced too many Dark Warriors and caused players to make a fuss. The Dark Warrior blocking the door will never be allowed to happen again. After the server is restarted later, those Dark Warriors will probably be refreshed. Pity. How cool would it be if I could block 3 of the 20-line Walmarts? There are also the evil snakes on the 5th floor of the Pig Cave. And the evil centipedes in the Centipede Cave. Depend on. It would be great if you could dominate these for a few days. Qin Hung carefully recalled the official announcement. In the future, the boss's blood volume will increase. So how much blood volume will this Corpse King have? 1,000 or 2,000? As the number of people changes, does it mean that the more people there are, the more blood the monster has? The official estimate has also taken into consideration the fact that there will be too many players in the future, and the boss will have too little health. Otherwise, a corpse king with 500 health, a guild with tens of thousands of people, all rush in, and if no one can hit them, they will be gone. In addition, the official probably wants to have more fights between guilds, only when the boss's blood volume is high and cannot be killed in a short period of time. Will it be interesting for players to rob each other? Maybe in the future there will be scenes where tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people will fight for the boss together. Also, the official will actually announce the initial mission, which is the Blessing Necklace mission. I'll eat some meat again when I have time. The game actually opens overseas war zones, and there will be national wars in the future. It's really too much fun. And the last point, what Qin Hung is very concerned about is that after the maintenance, there will be monsters attacking the city. Leader Woma attacks the city with an artifact ring. This is interesting. The special ring will definitely be of great use to him in the outside world. It would be great if you could get it. I just don't know which special ring it will be. It would be really cool if I could get a resurrection ring. Qin Hung didn't look at the last equipment maps and the introduction to Sabac's hegemony in detail just now. He really didn't have time now. Let's take a closer look later. With his thoughts on his mind, Qin Hung quickly killed more than 20 corpse kings and picked up a package full of things. After returning to the city and storing it, he came to the eastern part of the abandoned mining area of Beach City again. Didn't wait long. Entered again and continued killing. Chapter 119, 300 million gold coins. Secret out? Who is the leaker? Qin Hung finished beating the palace of the corpse king, and it was pretty good. This time he got 2 books of Summoning Divine Beasts, 2 books of Half Moon Scimitar, a prayer bracelet, and a lot of other skill books. 2 little pieces of top-notch equipment. After a while, he randomly arrived near Sabac City. Qin Hung raided it and got a few small items. Back in Tuching, Qin Hung, who originally wanted to go shopping, was shocked by the shouts of merchants in the safe zone. Gold medal merchant. Buy all kinds of equipment in large quantities at super high prices. Gold coins. Skill books. Brand name equipment. For example, 400,000 pieces of professional clothing for level 22. 300,000 level 20 horse killing sword. Poison technique. 150,000 copies. Thunder and lightning technique. 200,000 copies. Legendary trading company. It's super expensive to buy all kinds of equipment in large quantities. Gold coins. Skill books. Brand name equipment. For example, 400,000 pieces of professional clothing for level 22. 300,000 for defeating demons at level 20. Poison technique. Has a copy of 150,000 copies. And Thunder and Lightning technique. Has a copy of 200,000 copies. Honest businessman. Super expensive. Holy shit! Are these people crazy? Purchase at such a high price? Could it be? Brothers, why have prices risen so much? Although he had some suspicions in his mind, Qin Hung still asked during the meeting. Qin Hung originally thought that after opening 20 routes, there would be more monsters and more equipment, and the equipment might drop in price. Unexpectedly, it was not the case. Instead of falling in price, the price of all equipment increased a lot. There must be a big problem with this. Guanhai smiled and said, Brother Luangzi, do you still need to ask? This is the entrance to the area that opens up the entire country of China. Will the new people coming in need equipment by then? Do you need a skill book? When Qin Hung heard this, he realized that this was indeed the case. With 20 lines, it is estimated that there will be an influx of tens or millions of players. Equipment with more than 10 levels will definitely be popular. The demand is huge. The same is true for equipment of more than 20 levels, because the original high-level players will go to high-level maps and other routes to level up. Before new players grow up, these high-level players will share the high-level places on all routes and no longer have to worry about having no place to level up. Although they can't go down to the Pig Cave and Zuma Temple, new players will certainly not be able to go to places like the Zombie Cave at the beginning. Then spring is here for veteran players. As soon as they spread out to level up, their leveling speed was not impressive. The demand for advanced equipment will be even greater. Qin Hung never thought in his previous life that a horse-killing sword could be sold for 300,000 yuan. This is still the purchase price of merchants. If it were sold, it would be worth at least 500,000 yuan. A piece of level 22 professional clothing can be purchased for 400,000 yuan. And if sold, it will be worth more than 700,000 yuan.
It's absolutely terrifying. How many gold coins will that piece of brand name equipment be sold for? Tens of millions per piece? Or hundreds of millions of pieces? This is going crazy. In fact, this is mainly because the number of players has skyrocketed. And prices will naturally skyrocket due to scarcity. In the future, as players grow up and produce more equipment, the prices of these items will probably go down. That's fine. If prices don't rise, how can he earn more gold coins? It takes 50 million gold coins to be promoted to a captain of 10, 500 million to a centurion, and maybe 5 billion to become a captain of 1,000. Coupled with the gold coins that are still sealed from the outside world. The more gold coins, the better. I looked at the time. It was only 3:40. Qin Hung didn't waste any more time and immediately shouted in the guild to sell equipment. People flocked to it. As long as you have money, buy them all. After all, everyone knows that after the district is opened, prices will skyrocket. If you buy one now, you can make a lot of money by selling it later. After selling for a while, Qin Hung sold 8 packages of equipment. Each package is sold at 30% lower than the market price. But it is still much higher than what it sold before. For example, the original level 22 professional clothes and heavy armor sold by Qin Hung to merchants or brothers in the guild only sold for 300,000 each. But now the purchase price of a piece by merchants is 400,000. And the selling price must be at least 65 or more. Therefore, Qin Hung's selling price is 500,000 yuan. Like the horse-cutting sword, Qin Hung originally sold it to a businessman for 200,000 yuan. After the businessman accepted it, he usually sold it for 350,000 to 400,000 yuan. Now the purchase price for merchants is 300,000. And the price for selling is around 500,000. So, Qin Hung sold one for 400,000 yuan. In short, the price is much higher than simply selling it to merchants. But it is also lower than the market price. 8 packages of equipment, including 2 packages for level 22 to level 24 equipment. Clothes are more expensive, while other jewelry and the like are cheaper, with an average of 470,000 per piece. More than 43 million were sold here. 2 packages of equipment from level 10 to level 17, with an average price of around 150,000 per piece. A total of more than 15 million gold coins were sold. There were 2 packages of equipment from level 18 to level 20, with an average price of around 260,000 per piece. And a total of 24 million gold coins were sold. A package of common equipment above level 25. 6 skull rings, each sold for 4 million. There are 24 million here. 6 demon subduing rings. Each sale price is 7 million gold coins. 42 million here. 5 coral rings, each sold for 8 million. 40 million here. 5 skull helmets. The selling price is 4 million each. Here it is 20 million. 3 pieces of Ares armor, each worth 8 million. Here is 24 million. 2 pieces of ghost suits, 7.5 million each. 15 million here. 3 devil's robes, 6 million each. Here is 18 million. Finally, there was a package of small top-quality equipment, which sold for more than 30 million gold coins in total, except for the brand name equipment, the Frost sword, and some of the best equipment that were useful to him. All of them were cleared by Qin Hung. A total of 300 million gold coins were sold. 300 million gold coins were sold only to the Marfa Friendship Alliance. And they couldn't afford it. In the middle of the transaction, Qin Hung saw that the gold medal merchant sisters were all full. So they quickly spent 1 million on the whole server to sell equipment at low prices. This attracted businessmen and wealthy people from all over the server to come and buy. Only then did we get rid of these 300 million. What made Qin Hung depressed was that he didn't buy another low to mid-level skill book from any merchant. I only bought a dozen advanced skill books, including Half Moon Scimitar and Summoning Divine Beasts. On the contrary, when he was trading with guild members, many people exchanged skill books with him for equipment, and he even got more than 40 intermediate skill books in exchange. In addition, he also obtained more than 1,000 packets of medicinal powder from merchants. Each pack costs 4,000 gold coins. The price has increased a lot again. Why did Qin Hung sell it at a high price without waiting for maintenance? The main reason is that he weighs too much. If you stand in the safe zone and sell one piece at a high price, it will definitely not sell quickly. When will it be sold? If you want to sell these things at market prices, you won't be able to sell them for a long time, or even a day without knowing whether they can be sold out, because players don't have that many gold coins in their hands. Only merchants have them. This time the merchant ate at least 2/3 of his goods. Therefore,
Qin Hung would not sell things at market prices by himself. It's such a waste of time. With this time, he can earn more by going to high-level places and upgrade. So why bother selling it himself? Of course, Qin Hung was also worried about the whole transaction process, because the warehouse problem has been bothering him. He is afraid that others will report that his warehouse is too big. But it's okay, because many players left after trading with him. They cannot see the subsequent transactions. So there is a time difference. If you leave everything to one person, it will make the other person suspicious. Now, although there are still risks, after what happened with the invisibility ring, Qin Hung felt that the authorities should be able to do nothing to him. Otherwise, once you check his data, the source of the invisibility ring will be a big problem. If you can control him, how can you let him jump around here? I should have collected his ring or blocked his account. In this case, Qin Hung is no longer so worried. But I still keep a low profile if I can. Therefore, I encounter too many buyers during transactions. For example, the gold medal merchant sister, who has a relatively fierce throughput, will pretend to go to the Viper Valley to play with the trumpet, and then sneak out for a while. Therefore, with such a large number of transactions, others basically have no suspicion. After checking the time, there was still more than half an hour left. Qin Hung randomly went to the Viper Valley first and frantically bought more than 6 million gold coins of high-quality gold ore and black iron ore. He had just bought it at 12 o'clock, and there were not many goods of good quality. Come to Beach City again. Put on all your junk and go shopping for high-quality meat at the butcher. The official actually said that the initial mission would be announced. Qin Hung felt that this blessing mission should be announced. As for the later tasks that require dear blood for equipment, and the tasks of using gold mines to exchange equipment, Qin Hung feels that the official will definitely not release them at the moment. After all, the player level is still low, so it is useless to release them. After buying this last wave of meat, you can sell it after the update is completed. This business can still be done. After all, when there are so many players, who knows what price these pieces of meat will be fetched? Especially veteran players. They already understand the pain of losing equipment in PK. With a blessing necklace, you can go out to fight with good equipment without any scruples. How cool! After a crazy shopping trip, Qin Hung bought more than 1 million gold coins worth of meat, buying up all the good ones. Then he went to the blacksmith and bought more than 6 million gold coins of ore again. I bought 10 bottles of deer blood at the drugstore. 110 bottles. After all this is done, there are only more than 10 minutes left before the 5 o'clock update, and Qin Hung still has more than 310 million gold coins left. The system prompts that there are still 15 minutes until server maintenance. Please return to the safe area to avoid unnecessary losses. Qin Hung stopped killing monsters and returned to the inn, listening to the brothers in the guild discussing the game update. He entered the game official website. There was a lot of content in this update, some of which he hadn't read carefully yet. First of all, the explosion rate of that line will be higher than that of other lines. At this point, the officials are uneasy and want players to get together and fight. Secondly, the guild upgrade system. When a guild is established, it is a level 1 guild with a maximum number of 2,000 people. It costs 100 million gold coins to be promoted to the second level guild. The maximum number of people can be increased by 1,000 people. The third level guild has 200 million. The maximum number of people can be increased by another 1,000 people. Fourth level guild 400 million. In short, you just spend money to get promoted. This has little impact on Qin Hung, because he will definitely not have to pay for promotion to the guild. It is enough to have someone who can name the households in need. Looking all the way, Qin Hung clicked on the preview of Savic's hegemony. It introduces the history of Shabak City, and then promotes the significance of this city. Then, the highlight came. In the near future, all guilds will be able to participate in the battle for Shabak City. The benefits for the guild to obtain Shabak City are, it is cheaper for guild members to repair equipment and buy potions in Shabak City. The city owner can also receive 50% of Shabak City's income, etc. This temptation must be extremely huge for players. Nowadays, the most expensive place to spend money in the game is to buy potions and repair equipment. And as long as you win Shabak City, you can do it much cheaper than others. And the city owner can even get 50% of the city's income. Who wouldn't be tempted by this? In other words, even if there are no cheap potions, bored players will probably take over. However, Qin Hung is concerned about whether the Shabak City on the 20 routes will be occupied by players separately. Or can only one family occupy it? Unfortunately, I didn't write it clearly above. It just gave a general introduction. Let's look at the next equipment map introduction. This introduction has only one sentence. After the update, the current highest level weapons and equipment will be announced. The same goes for maps. Next, the warehouse upgrade function is open. Seeing this, Qin Hung finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his face showed joy. After the warehouse is updated this time, it can be upgraded. Upgrading is very simple. Just spend gold coins to go up. With this setting, Qin Hung no longer has to worry about others being suspicious if he takes out too many things from the warehouse. At worst, you can just say that you got promoted on your own. After reading this, he had already seen the others. So with nothing to do, he started browsing the forum. Most of the above posts are about players' expectations for the upgraded game, etc. To his surprise, the legendary trumpet once again updated his latest equipment information in the video post. Looking forward, almost every time he changes equipment, the legendary trumpet is updated. This celebrity effect is terrifying and attracts many people to click and watch. Especially the title of Qin Hang's latest equipment information is even more eye-catching.
The latest equipment of the best man. A super artifact is born.
A photo with several large pictures on it, each introducing his equipment. Wuji stick, 0/3 soul suit, prayer helmet, Z-bead necklace, 3-eyed bracelet, 0/2 Taoist steel bracelet, 1 platinum, 1 invisible, not to mention anything else. This time the legendary trumpet focuses on introducing the 3-eyed bracelet and the Wuji stick.
Let's take a look at this 3-eyed bracelet first. It has 1/3 Taoism and 1-to-1 defense. It completely beats all the Taoist bracelets known so far. The attributes of a level 19 Taoist bracelet are only 0-to-1 in Taoism. I don't know how far behind this 3-eyed bracelet is. Needless to say, this is a piece of designer gear. What its hidden properties are, we don't know yet, but there must be some. Therefore, coupled with its potential hidden properties, this bracelet is definitely a famous brand among famous brands. Okay, let's talk about the main event. This Wuji stick. Holy shit! 3 out of 5 Taoism. Attack on August 20th. Maybe you don't know what this concept is, so I will upload 2 more weapons here, and it will be clear for everyone to compare.
Speaking of which, the legendary account uploaded 2 pictures.
Please take a look at this picture. I believe many people are already familiar with it. This is a demon-suppressing weapon used by Taoist priests at level 20. Its Taoist skills are only 1/2, and its attack power is not worth mentioning. Look at this picture again. This is a weapon that can only be used by Taoist priests at level 26. The Silver Snake. Taoism 1 of 3. Attack reached July 14th. It is said that this weapon also came from the hands of the prodigal from Tianya. The attributes are much better than those of conquering demons. However, compared with the Wuji stick, it is a scumbag. Not to mention the gorgeous appearance of the Wuji stick. It has a Taoist attribute of 3/5. The lowest Taoist skill is the same as the highest Taoist skill of Silver Snake. And the high Taoist level of 5 is even more terrifying. The 820 attack is much more powerful than the Shura, who has a 020 attack at level 22 warrior. Based on my 30 years of gaming experience, this is definitely a super artifact. There is one more thing that proves the extraordinary nature of this weapon. According to the gossip I got, this weapon was exploded by the most perverted evil centipede in the death coffin in the deepest part of the centipede cave. How perverted is this evil centipede? The first guild, the Marfa Friendship Alliance, organized more than 300 people in the afternoon and suffered numerous casualties. But the evil centipede was not killed. But in the end, I heard that the prodigal son of Tianya and others went back and beat him to death and destroyed the evil centipede. Only then did he reveal this super artifact. As for how he was killed, I don't know. I spent a lot of money to get this news. All in all, this Wuji stick is definitely the most perverted weapon in the game right now. We don't know what kind of hidden attributes it has. We can only hope that after the official equipment is updated, the hidden attributes of various equipment can be announced. That's it for this video. Thank you all for watching. Please save it and like it.
This video post is extremely popular. It was updated at 9 p.m. So far, the number of clicks has exceeded 100,000. Although there are currently less than 50,000 legendary game players, there are still many players who have not entered the game. The first virtual game attracted the attention of the entire country of China. No, the entire world. Those players who haven't been able to play it are simply itching to scratch their heads. They can only come to the forum to find game guides, information, etc. first. Therefore, the legendary trumpets posts completely filled their gaps and received extremely high attention. now that a super artifact has appeared. It's no wonder that its click-through rate is not high. There are many envious comments and so on, reaching nearly tens of thousands. Qin Heng's face looked a little ugly at this time. His Ouija stick was exploded by the evil centipede. There were only 9 people present. Excluding himself, there were 8 more. But among these 8 people, someone sold the news to the legendary trumpet in the blink of an eye. Who is the one? Naming the households with difficulties can be eliminated. He will not sell information. For friends from households in need, name Xiao Dao, name Xiufa, name Xiaozhan, and Dragon Tattoo. Birds of a feather flock together. And these people may be the second generation of rich people. Then the only ones left are the Guanhai couple and the little boy. All 3 of them look like they're short of money. But it's not necessarily their fault. After all, are the friends who named themselves difficult households really the rich second generation? Qin Heng was not sure either. No matter what, Qin Heng is a little angry. After all, word of this has spread. So what will the guild members do when they ask to organize again to fight the evil centipede? It's impossible if I can't be beaten to death. Qin Heng has a big head. After being speechless for a while, he looked at the time. It was almost time. And Qin Heng exited the official website.
Big brother. See you in the afternoon.
The little boy greeted him.
Big brother. See you later. Brothers, come up early this afternoon.
A group of people said goodbye to each other and exited the game. The maintenance time was coming soon. But Qin Heng still didn't quit. He is waiting. He wants to experiment with something. Can he still fight monsters in the game during game maintenance? If possible, how many levels can he practice during this time? No. If you really can, you can defeat many bosses. If the game is updated to complete the 20 lines first, he may defeat the 20-line boss first. Thinking of this possibility, it is absolutely impossible for Qin Heng to quit the game voluntarily. Finally, it's 5 o'clock. Chapter 120, Crazy Sweep of Skill Books. A fatal disaster is coming. 5 o'clock in the morning. Legendary Games has entered the maintenance phase on time. All players who were still online were forced out of the game. But at this time, in the end of Beach City, Qin Heng was pleasantly surprised to find that he was still in the game and had not been forced to quit the game. Really stayed? Then you can go fight monsters by yourself. However, Qin Heng did not act first. He quit the game quickly. Yes, quit the game. Although he doesn't know much about game code, he won't go out to fight monsters right after the game is under maintenance. This time is probably the most dangerous time. Maybe the game system is scanning every corner to see if there are any players who are still offline. Therefore, the safest way is to quit the game for an hour and come back again. Brush. Qin Heng opened his eyes. And it was already dark. I went to the toilet, washed my face, and put a layer of dust on my face. Qin Heng became more cautious after knowing that he had enemies outside. There is no way. He only has 3 stars. Back in the house, Qin Heng lay on the bed and began to improve his cultivation. Qin Heng, host. Martial Arts 3 stars. 432980/1200000. Remaining experience points 1356000. Gold coin 3131477758 seal. The experience value raised to 4 stars is enough. Promote. With a thought, the ancient legendary door in my mind opened again. Waves of tyrannical energy surged out, tempering Qin Heng's whole body. Qin Heng felt that his whole body seemed to be bathed in a warm ocean. And he fell asleep unconsciously. From the outside, he seemed to be sleeping soundly, without any ripples on the surface. After an unknown amount of time, there was a crisp click, and Qin Heng woke up from his deep sleep. Brush. Opening his eyes, Qin Heng's eyes were like lightning, emitting a faint glimmer. The interior of the house, which was originally a bit hazy, became clear. His power has obviously been greatly improved in the darkness. Looking at the clock on the bedside, it's been more than half an hour. Internal energy was working. The light in his eyes dissipated, and the room became a little dark again. At this point, it's not very bright yet. Stand up and feel your body carefully. The tendons in the body have expanded. The muscles have become stronger, and the internal strength has increased several times. Coupled with his equipment bonus at this time, Qin Heng had a feeling that if he met an opponent who could kill him with a single sword, he believed he could kill him with one slap. Nodding with satisfaction, Qin Heng opened the real-life character panel. Qin Heng, host. Martial Arts 4 stars. 0/24000000. Remaining experience value
588980. Gold coin, 3131477758 seal. After being promoted to a 5-star martial artist, the experience value doubled to 2.4 million experience points. Promote. Qin Hung spent more than 10 minutes and continued to upgrade the remaining experience into internal strength cultivation. Qin Hung, host. Martial arts 4 stars. 588980/2400000. Remaining experience value, 0. Gold coin, 3131477758 seal. After finally improving, Qin Hung opened the game map. Sure enough, a major improvement in the realm made his game map much larger, and he could explore things hundreds of meters away. Within this range, there are almost no green dots in any room. Qin Hung was not surprised because this was where the handyman lived. It's normal to get up early in the morning to work. What left Qin Hung speechless was that in that courtyard, the two little dots were still close to each other. Depend on. What are these two people doing? No need to work. It feels like we are close to each other all day long, and we are not afraid of being exhausted. However, there is one less person this time. Last time there were 3. Qin Hung got out of bed and walked out of the room. He wasn't there to spy on those two little dots. That's all. What's the point of eavesdropping? If you listen too much, you'll only make yourself uncomfortable. When he came to the yard, he planned to fetch well water and wash away some of the dirt on his body after practicing just now. When I upgraded before, no black dirt appeared. But this time after the promotion, a lot of black dirt came out of the body. Qin Hung guessed that maybe it was the big hurdle of improving to 4 stars that made him like this. This shows that his body has been carefully tempered and many impurities have been removed. Brush. Qin Hung brought up a bucket of cold water. Although it was already late autumn, he had the inner strength to protect himself at this moment, so washing in cold water would not cause any serious problems. Qin Hung picked up a bucket full of water and was about to walk into the house when he frowned. A fierce sound of breaking the air came from a distance. Qin Hung looked up at Sun Sheng and suddenly saw a figure flying towards him from a distance at high speed. Bright moon? With Qin Heng's eyesight at this time, he could naturally see clearly. But before he could take another look, brush. Mingyue's body flashed, fell down, and disappeared from Qin Heng's eyes. Pill Pavilion? What was this girl doing out so early in the morning? Qin Hung pondered for a moment, and then he stopped thinking about it. After all, someone else is not his wife. So why should he bother so much? No matter what she is doing, it's business to wash up quickly and enter the game. Just when Qin Hung was scrubbing excitedly, in the courtyard of Danao Pavilion, bang! The bright moon fell heavily and supported a big tree. Hoo-hoo-hoo. She panted fiercely. Pale face. The white dress was a bit tattered, exposing her white shoulders, and the dress was stained with blood. Crunch. There was a knock on the door, and Yuan Yuan opened the door after hearing the movement. Seeing the miserable Mingyu, Yuan Yuan exclaimed, immediately rushed over and supported her. Sister Yu. I am Wow. You? Mingyu wanted to say something, but she opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, squirted all over Yuan Yuan's face. He tilted his head and passed out. Yuan Yuan was shocked, wiped the blood on her face, and quickly checked Mingyue's injury. Her face changed drastically in an instant. After washing himself, Qin Hung suddenly felt refreshed and poured the sewage from a large wooden barrel into the ditch in the yard. Looking at the somewhat dark ditch, I thought for a moment and picked up a few more buckets of water to flush the sewage in the ditch several times. Only when he couldn't see anything strange, he clapped his hands with satisfaction. Back on the bed, my internal energy started to work, and my long wet hair was quickly evaporated, and a room full of white steam came out. Hee hee. It's good to have inner strength. You don't even need a hair dryer to wash your hair. Could this be the gathering of 3 flowers? Looking at the white smoke that kept coming out from above his head, Qin Hung chuckled lightly and slapped his fan gently, immediately dispersing the white smoke in the room. Then Ho anxiously lay down on the bed, spread his legs wide, and started to log into the game. However, something surprising happened to Qin Hung. When logging in before, I just chose to enter the game and entered. But now when he selects a character and logs in, a new selection screen appears. 20 routes to choose from. Huh? Is this updated? Can I go to other routes? Qin Hung was stunned. I just don't know if I can go in. After thinking for a while, he chose to log into the second line. Brush. Qin Hung entered the game. Really come in? Still at the beach city and warehouse. The first reaction is that this warehouse is much bigger than the previous one. At this time, it was already 6 o'clock in the morning.
Just an hour after the game maintenance started. The excited Qin Hung calmed down and looked at his friends' list. But none of them were online. The guild was also eerily quiet, with no one online. He sneaked out and poked his head around. The whole city was empty, without any human sound. Sure enough, there is no one there. I just don't know if this line can defeat monsters now. But, before fighting monsters, Qin Hung still had one important thing to do. He ran excitedly to the bookstall next to the safe area. As he started running, he felt a little depressed. The city is too big. At least twice as big as before. In other words, it is at least 4 times larger than Beach City in the computer legend of his previous life. It was twice as big as before. Now twice as big. It's so crazy. I'm going to kill someone. Qin Hung ran from the warehouse to the bookstore. It took almost 3 minutes. For a first-level trumpet, I guess I can't run even half a circle around the moat of Beach City before I'm exhausted. After all, running in the game consumes physical energy, which is also blood volume. When Qin Hung first started playing games in his previous life, he would run and stop a lot of the time because he was afraid that the character would be exhausted. Of course, you won't lose much blood while running, but you will lose a drop of blood after running for a while. It's very obvious at low levels, but after high levels, it's almost not obvious at all. Qin Hung ran to the bookstore and opened the products section anxiously. Basic swordsmanship. Attack and kill with swordsmanship. Assassination swordsmanship. Half-moon scimitar. Fiery sword technique. Small fireball. Flash movie. Magic shield. Summon the beast. Damn it! There are really skilled books for sale. Qin Hung was shaking with excitement, and his face was red. Get rich. Make a fortune. 20 lines. I'm dizzy. Bye bye bye. Bye bye bye. Qin Hung went on a buying spree. However, despite his excitement, he still retained a trace of reason. He swept away all the valuable high-level skill books above level 28, such as Summoning Divine Beasts, Half-Moon Scimitar, Magic Shield, etc. Wall of Fire, and Bursting Flame also wiped out all of them. Other skill books, such as Thunder and Lightning Technique, Poison Technique, Teleportation Technique, etc. Each left 1 copy. Yes, I left a copy. Although Qin Hung wanted to buy it all, he also understood that he could not do anything too extreme. Otherwise there would be disaster. If he sweeps away all the skill books now, then all the players will make a fuss if no one buys it. But as long as there are some intermediate and low-level skill books left, then this is not a problem. When someone makes a fuss, the lucky ones who bought it will definitely laugh at the other person's slow internet speed. Especially those who bought several copies in one go and even took screenshots and posted them online to show off. Then there won't be any problems if Qin Hung eats the bulk. After all, there are so many players. Who knows who bought it? There are only so many skill books in total. Others who have not bought the skill book have no other choice but to lament that their internet speed is slow and their lives are bad. After leaving some skill books unpurchased, Qin Hung did not go to the butcher to buy pieces of meat. There are not many. Besides, how much is that thing worth? A skill book beats it hundreds of times. Boo-hoo-hoo. After Qin Hung flew around for a while, he came to the border village bookstore to buy. Buy. Also leave something worthless. Boo-hoo-hoo. Come to Ginkgo village and buy. Buy. Whoosh. Come to Tuching. Buy. There are 4 bookstores in one line, each of which has some worthless skill books. Qin Hung spent half an hour completing a line of mopping up tasks. It takes a lot of time, mainly because the map is too big, and you have to use random scrolls to fly to the side of the town. And you have to spend time running in. Buy books. 10 of each kind. You have to go back and forth to the warehouse. Otherwise, how can you finish loading a package? This is the virtual world. You can buy a package at once and replace it with the computer games from the previous life. If you keep clicking, your hands will cramp. The map is too big. Qin Hung, who has been running around for a while, has already learned how to fly randomly with a package on his back. We won't stop until we fly directly into the city or village. It is randomized once a second, and you can randomly reach the target location in a few minutes at most. It is better than running into the city from outside the city and spending more than 10 minutes. Otherwise, it would be impossible to finish a line in more than half an hour. It costs more than 2.5 million to complete a line of skill books. Compared with the first time, he spent more than 1 million on the purchase. It has doubled. This was mainly because when he first bought it, there were only 5 intermediate and advanced skill books each.
And now there are 10 copies of each. After storing the skill book, Qin Hung chose to quit the game instead of fighting the Woma leader. Entered the third line. Now let's clear out the skill books first. Let's see if there is still time for the leader or something like that later. Even though maintenance is scheduled until 6 p.m. The map is so big. It probably won't take much time to finish getting the skill books for these 20 lines. Perhaps after players have suffered this kind of loss, they will soon make a fuss and demand that the official set up teleportation between urban and village maps. Huh? It's not right. It's impossible for the officials not to consider this. Qin Hung was in the Tuching warehouse at the moment, because the last place he came to on the second line was Tuching. Call out. With a scroll to return to the city, Qin Hung appeared in the Tuching safe zone. Qin Hung clicked on the veteran in the safe period and was instantly pleasantly surprised. Sure enough, in addition to being able to teleport to any store in the city, there are other options. Viper Valley, Beach City, Border Village, Ginkgo Village, Woma Forest Camp. As long as there is a village or above, it can be teleported. Just the price is different. League Heavy to Viper Valley, price 2,000 gold coins. League Heavy to Beach City, price 5,000 gold coins. From Mingjong to Border Village and Ginkgo Village, the price is 4,000 gold coins. The most expensive one is to go to Woma Forest, which costs 6,000 gold coins. The further the journey, the more expensive the price. It doesn't seem to be the case. Beach City is no further than the 2 border villages, but it is more expensive. Maybe it's because this is a big city. Qin Hung secretly guessed. Fortunately, it is free to teleport to the store in the city. Seeing this, Qin Hung was so depressed that he almost beat his head. If he didn't take a look just now, he wouldn't have wasted more time. Fortunately, I thought of it. Otherwise, I would probably vomit blood if I didn't find out until it was done. With a whoosh, Qin Hung was teleported to the academy outside the city and started buying like crazy. With the veteran's teleportation function, Qin Hung bought books much faster. There were many town returning scrolls in his package. They were all given to him when he was waiting for a deal with the guild members. Others didn't have enough gold coins, so they were close. Especially the little one. After fighting the evil centipede last time, Qin Hung took the opportunity to give her a magician's robe when he was dividing the money. Qin Hung didn't want her money, so she gave Qin Hung a lot of scrolls to return to the city. Anyway, it's a lot. Enough for him to use now. Buy a package of skill books. Use the scroll to return to the city. Then teleport to the warehouse. Then use the scroll to return to the city. And then teleport to the bookstore. In this way, you no longer have to randomly fly around and run back and forth. This saves a lot of time instantly. The long-distance teleportation fee in a big city plus the scroll to return to the city may seem expensive to an ordinary player, and would be reluctant to part with it. But for Qin Hung, a man worth 300 million gold coins, would he care about this little gold coin? Time is money to him now. After buying the skill book, you still have to take advantage of the fact that there is no one around to fight the major bosses. Otherwise you will be in trouble when millions of players come online. In short, with this teleportation and the scroll back to the city, Qin Hung could buy all the skill books for a line in less than 10 minutes. It takes about 7 or 8 minutes. The main reason is that it took him a while to go back and forth to the warehouse. If he had a portable warehouse, he estimated that he could complete a line in 2 or 3 minutes. 2.5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Hung finally finished the 18-line skill book, and he was just short of the last line. But at this time, Qin Hung had to stop, because the game function reminded him that Nyo Air brought him food again. Xiao Qin! Wake up! Wake up! It's time to eat! Nyo Air shook Qin Hung. Qin Hung pretended to open his eyes. Brother Nyo, thank you for bringing me food. Qin Hung sat up slowly and frowned. What? It still hurts? It's a manly thing. It'll be fine in a few days. Look at me. My injuries are worse than yours. Aren't they healed now? Nyo Air patted his chest. Brother Nyo, you are a warrior. Can I compete with you? Qin Hung said depressedly and picked up the lunch box. I can go to the kitchen to eat by myself from now on, so I don't need to bother Brother Nyo. The food at Finjiula is not bad. Although it is a handyman, it has a good mix of meat and vegetables. And there is also a broth. I don't know which chef made it, but it's delicious. Qin Hung picked up a piece of braised pork and started chewing it. Stop! Are you angry? I'm kidding you. You're just an ordinary person. Brother understands. Nyo Air said and actually sat down. Nyo Air left after delivering the meal yesterday, but sat down today.
which made Qin Hung a little strange. At this time, he had a 4-star cultivation level. When he looked at Nyo carefully, he immediately discovered that something was wrong with him. There was a look of deep worry hidden between his brows.
Brother Nyo, are you worried about something?
Qin Hung asked casually after swallowing the braised pork. Nyo opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but he was a little worried.
Brother Nyo, just tell me if you have any questions. Do you want to borrow money? I still have the money given by Sister Yu, which I haven't spent all yet. I don't need it either. Just take it all.
Qin Hung said as he took out a bag of broken silver from under the pillow and placed it on the table. He is just a little handyman who has just been here for a few days. If the other party really wants to ask for his help, Qin Hung feels that there is nothing more than borrowing money. This is also a habit of Qin Hung. In his previous life, he was a second-generation rich man and had a lot of relatives who came to borrow money. He was used to seeing too many of these. However, this time he made a mistake. When Nyo heard this, he looked at the silver on the table again, and his eyes suddenly widened.
Brother, who are you looking down on? Who is short of money? Well, if you have any questions, just say it. We are not outsiders.
Qin Hung took a mouthful of rice in embarrassment. Nyo said nothing, but picked up the broken silver on the table, played with it, and seemed to be thinking about it. After a while, he stood up, opened the door, took a look outside, came back and closed it, and then whispered,
Okay, brother, this matter is also related to you. So brother, I have been thinking about it for a while,
but I still have to inform you in advance. Let you be prepared in your mind. Brother Nyo, what's going on?
Qin Hung was almost made nervous by him and wanted to slap him. Nyo said slowly and heavily,
Sister Yu came back from outside early this morning. She was seriously injured and is in critical condition.
Is it so serious? Qin Hung asked in surprise. He thought of the scene he saw in the morning, but he didn't expect Mingyu to be seriously injured. Nyo lowered his voice again.
It's absolutely true. Dr. Yuan has a sweetheart of mine who is with me, and she told me secretly. Damn it! Brother Nyo, you are so awesome. Sister Yuan is surrounded by your sweethearts.
Qin Hung gave a thumbs up.
You're a bastard. Don't interrupt.
Nyo glared at Qin Hung, but there was still a trace of pride in his eyebrows. But immediately he continued to lower his voice and said,
Brother, the more serious thing is yet to come. Sister Ruoyue, if she leaves, I'm afraid we and De Zhuang will be killed.
Chapter 121 Save Mingyu. A drop of blood.
What? A fatal disaster?
Qin Hung opened his mouth wide in shock. Even the grains of rice fell down, and his whole body was shaking.
Brother, don't get excited. Don't get excited. Keep your voice down. Keep your voice down. Nothing will happen.
Nyo quickly comforted him.
Here. What is going on?
Qin Hung put down the bowl and chopsticks. His face turned pale with fear. He is an ordinary person now, and it would be abnormal if he was still so calm. Although Nyo said that there was some kind of fatal disaster, he actually didn't panic because he had the invisibility ring. At worst, he could become invisible and just pat his butt and leave. Now, we have to cooperate when we need to cooperate. Nyo pondered for a moment, as if he was organizing his words, and after a while he whispered,
Brother, to tell you the truth, my best friend is a disciple of Dr. Yuan, and she knows a lot of Sister Yu's secrets. Sister Yu is actually the little princess of the master of our Fengyu sect. Something happened to her now. Do you think the door owner cannot be angry? If he gets angry, won't we be in trouble? Well, something happened to Sister Yu, and the sect leader got angry. What does it have to do with us? Shouldn't he go find the person who injured Sister Yu?
Qin Hung was still a little confused. I didn't make the moon myself. Where there is an injustice, there is an owner. Who did it? Who should I go to? He didn't believe that a sect leader would take out his anger on his subordinates.
Oh, I'm confused. Do you know why Sister Yu was injured?
Nyo hated the fact that iron cannot become steel. Qin Hung shook his head, feeling depressed inside. How the H, I could I know if you didn't tell me? Nyo sighed.
Well, I heard from my good friend that Sister Yu ran out to kill the disciples of the Yin sect in order to vent her anger on the three of us, causing her to be seriously injured. Now that Sister Ruoyu is gone, do you think the sect master will take out his grievances on us? Do you understand?
Now Qin Hung understood. It turns out that because the three of them were almost killed by the Yin people, Mingyu ran out to take revenge. She went to chop down the Emin people, but ended up being hacked by them. What is this thing called? Listening to what Nyoair said, if Mingyu really died, the sect leader might really take out his grievances on the three of them. This is called involvement. Anyway, the incident started because of the three of you, especially Qin Hung. If he hadn't gone home to worship, he wouldn't have been hacked by the Emin people, and the super protective Mingyu wouldn't have gone out to chop people. In short, it's really impossible to guess what the boss is thinking. No one can tell what crazy things a father who has lost his beloved daughter will do. Not to mention this, in ancient times, when the emperor died, he would drag his concubines to be buried with him. It's also ancient times now, so there's really no way to say this. After a moment of silence, he asked in a low voice, "How is Sister Yu's injury?" Nyoair shook his head, his expression gloomy. "It's very bad. From what my lover said, it seems to have hurt his spirit. Dr. Yuan can't do anything." "Then send her back to Fengyu sect? Isn't Fengyu sect also in the city? There should be expert healers there." "Right," Qin Hung said anxiously. But he was thinking in his heart that if Mingyu was not sent away, he would go invisible and treat her. If he was sent away, he would have to go to Fengyu Gate, which would be a bit troublesome. Also, Qin Hung was not sure whether he could cure Mingyu. After all, the other party also hurt his spirit. He was not sure whether the healing technique and powerful solar water could heal the opponent. She was not sent away because her injuries were too serious. The top pharmacists in the sect are here and are rescuing her. But I guess there is little hope. Alas, Nyoair sighed. "Where is the sect master? Is he here?" Qin Hung asked. "The sect master has gone away and won't come back soon." Nyoair said this. His tone obviously relaxed. But he immediately added, "However, I heard that the sect has announced a message for the disciples outside to find the sect leader. Our Fengyu sect also has a wide network of contacts, so it is estimated that the sect leader will get the news soon. Well, I hope Sister Yu is okay." Qin Hung sighed. He sincerely hoped that Mingyu would be fine. Otherwise Mingyu would really die, and he would not be able to leave this comfortable place. It will be troublesome to find another place then. After all, he has enemies outside. And it's hard to find a safe place like here. You can't really disfigure yourself. Right? Then, brother, you eat first, and I'll leave first. By the way, if you don't need the money, I'll borrow it first. Brother. Nyoair opened the package and left 2 broken pieces of silver for Qin Hung. Qin Hung. Depend on. Doesn't this thing mean that there is no shortage of money? He complained in his heart, but on the surface he said, "Ah, brother Nyo, take them all. I really don't need them." Qin Hung himself still had a lot of money gained from Yijian dreaming. But he really looked down upon this small amount of money. "No, please keep some. Thanks. As long as you don't die this time, I will definitely return it to you." Nyoair put the silver in his arms, cupped his hands towards Qin Hung, opened the door and walked out. "Alas, I spend a lot of time living and drinking, and I don't leave much money for my family. I add this money to what I have left, and I can take it home after work in the afternoon." After Nyoair left, Qin Hung looked at the food on the table, was silent for a moment, and finished it quickly in 2 bites. The sky is huge, and the food is the biggest. After eating, wash it, and take it with you to the kitchen next time. After sitting in silence for a while, Qin Hung sighed and stood up. He did not expect that Mingyu would vent his anger for the 3 of them. This happened because of myself, and I should see it both emotionally and rationally. Now it's better to go and see if you can cure the other party. Otherwise he might really run away. Turning on the invisibility function, Qin Hung went out and quickly rushed towards the elixir pavilion. Now that you plan to take action, you have to hurry up and don't run over. It's nonsense if someone dies. The pill pavilion is a bit far away from where Qin Hung lives. It takes almost half an hour to walk. But with Qin Hung's speed at this time, it wouldn't take even a minute. He had already arrived outside the pill pavilion. This is because he is still afraid that he cannot control his strength and sound. Otherwise, his speed will be several times faster. At this time, at the door of the pill pavilion, 2 5-star female warriors were guarding the door with serious faces. Qin Hung walked over invisibly without causing any reaction from the other party. Passing through the huge courtyard, there are rows of rooms in front of you. Qin Hung saw at a glance that Dr. Yuan and several other warriors were waiting anxiously at the door of a room. Looks like this is it. Qin Hung walked closer, but when he reached the door, he was a little at a loss. The door in front of him was closed, and through the game map, he had already seen 2 small green
dots close together inside. Besides Mingyu, there should be another person inside. How to get in? It's not possible to open the door directly. It seems that we can only wait. Qin Hung stood not far away waiting, while Dr. Yuan was like an ant on a hot pot, circling around the door of the room. Besides her, there were 3 other warriors, 2 men and 1 woman. These 3 people are all 7-star grandmasters. The 2 men are middle-aged, and the woman looks to be in her 20s. She looks equally beautiful and capable, somewhat similar to Mingyu. Could this be Mingyu's relative? Elder sister? Qin Hung secretly guessed. At this moment, the woman spoke.
Yuan, what is going on? Why was Mingyu so seriously injured?
It seems that these people have just arrived and don't understand the situation yet. Dr. Yuan hesitated for a moment, but without concealing anything, he said,
Back to Sister Qiuyue. This is what happened.
Yuan told Qin Hung that he was attacked when he returned to the village to pay homage. And Mingyu was so angry that he went out to kill people. Many people know about this, and she can't hide it.
I'm confused. Why hasn't my sister changed her temper?
Qiuyue had a look of hatred on her face, and then asked,
How is Mingyu's injury? It's very heavy. Her internal organs were shattered by Inman's heart-stimulating punch. She was hanging completely by her internal strength. I fed her the best elixir, but there was power left by the master inside that kept causing trouble. The effect is minimal. Moreover, her spirit was also severely damaged, and she was unable to perform exercises on her own to heal her injuries. He must have received a hit from the Hidden Gate's fascination palm, Yuan said sadly.
How could this happen? Damn it! The one who can beat Mingyu like this must be one of those old immortals from the hidden sect.
Qiuyue was filled with rage after hearing this, and the powerful aura gradually became uncontrollable, and the surrounding flowers, plants and trees began to sway without wind.
Miss Qiuyue, calm down. Do you want to disturb the treatment inside?
At this time, a man next to him shouted softly. The voice carried some kind of magic power, and Qiuyue's gradually violent momentum suddenly stopped.
Huh? Elder Tian. I'm fine.
Yuan took the opportunity to say,
My master is inside. I believe she can cure Sister Mingyu. It's hard to say, if the one who takes action is one of those old immortals. I'm afraid there's nothing your master can do, if the bright moon is 3 long and 2 short.
Speaking of this, Qiuyue's aura showed signs of losing control again. Yuan and others quickly persuaded her and suppressed her anger. Qin Hung looked speechless for a while. It seems that everyone in the Mingyu family is prone to violence. After listening to what Dr. Yuan said, her internal organs were broken. Her spirit was severely damaged, and the master's internal power was still destroying her body. Mingyu was really in danger. Qin Hung was a little eager to save Mingyu, but a door was blocking it. He didn't know what Mingyu's condition was now. He wanted to break through the door directly, but he didn't dare. However, at this moment, something surprising happened to him. The system seemed to notice the change in his mentality. Each green dot on the map actually had an extra health bar. He could clearly see that inside the room, there were 2 green dots and 1 green dot with a full health bar. The remaining one had only a trace of health left. It is still decreasing. Judging by the speed of the decrease, it will be empty in about half an hour. Undoubtedly, that is Mingyu's health bar. Qin Hung immediately stared at the blood bar, and his mind was racing, wondering how to go in and treat her. A few minutes later, when Qin Hung was extremely anxious, the door creaked open. A beautiful middle-aged woman came out with a tired look on her face and looked at the expectant eyes of the people at the door. Her face darkened, and she bowed slightly to Qiuyue.
Miss Qiuyue, we have tried our best. Miss Mingyu is almost done. Please talk to her.
After saying that, she stepped aside with a sad expression.
What? Qiuyue was shocked. His face instantly turned pale. Yuan and others also looked ugly. Especially Yuan. It could be said that she and Mingyu were not relatives, but more relatives. After the 2 were stunned for a moment, they staggered into the room. In the room, there was a phoenix bed, with Mingyu lying on it, covered with an embroidered quilt. There was no color on her beautiful face, and her mouth was slightly opened and closed, as if she was trying to breathe the last air in the world. Bright moon.
Sister Yu.
Qiuyue and Yuan came to the bedside. After they said lo, their eyes burst into tears, and the tears fell down.
Sister, don't cry.
Mingyu tried hard to raise her hand, but Qiuyue quickly held it tightly.
Mingyu, why are you so stupid? You are just a few handyman disciples.
After saying this, Xiaoyue couldn't continue. She felt that there was no need to blame Mingyu anymore. So she changed her tone and cried.
Mingyu, do you still have any unfulfilled wishes?
She didn't say anything nonsense about whether you would be fine again. After all, she was used to seeing life and death scenes. Now I just want to ask my sister what else she wishes for.
Sister, after I die, please bury me on the top of Song Mountain. I want to watch the Song dynasty regain its former glory. Okay, I promise you. Also, please tell my father and mother that I'm sorry for my daughter's unfilial piety. Finally, promise me not to embarrass those handyman disciples. This matter has nothing to do with them.
Yuan.
Sister Yu, I'm here. Promise me not to embarrass Qin Heng. He is still just a child.
After explaining so many things in one breath, Mingyu began to breathe. She is almost out of it. Well, I am only 24 years old, and there are many things I have never experienced. I heard that the happiest time for a woman is to find a man. What a pity. Just when Mingyu tried her best to keep her eyes wide open, looking at the world in confusion, trying to imagine the trivial things between men and women, she suddenly felt as if her feet were being grabbed, and still rubbing it. Am I about to die? So am I even hallucinating? Yes. It must be an illusion. However, this hand seems to be moving upwards. Died. Really dying. Could it be that I just had a crush on a man? So I have this hallucination now? It feels a bit real. If you are not dead, and you really want to find a man. Qin Heng's face inexplicably appeared in Mingyu's mind. There is no denying that this is the most handsome man she has ever seen. Mingyu was thinking about messy things in her mind, waiting for her life to end. She didn't wait. Instead, she felt the hand stroking her feet for a while, exuding a blazing warmth. The warm current rushed into her body instantly, repairing her injuries at an incredible speed. It is said that people will have a flashback before they die. Is this a flashback for me? Mingyu's eyes widened, and she turned to look around her. Except for her sister and Yuan. There was no one else. It's really a flashback. She was not allowed to think too much, as streams of warmth continued to rush into her body through the touch of her feet, repairing her injuries very quickly. This is not an illusion. My injury is really recovering. Mingyu tried to use her skills, and surprisingly found that her head no longer hurt so much. She was hit by the ecstasy palm, and her mental strength was severely damaged. After she managed to escape, she was already exhausted and could no longer concentrate her skills. Otherwise she would have a splitting headache. But now, she gathered her strength and suddenly found that her head didn't hurt much anymore. That being said, my spirits have also recovered a lot. Is anyone helping me with treatment? That hand? At this time, Mingyu completely understood that someone must be secretly helping her to treat her. But she suddenly discovered that at some point, the hand had left her foot. But the warmth that had just rushed into her body was still quickly repairing her injuries. Is he leaving? For some reason, Mingyu suddenly thought of this possibility. And the next moment, she made an astonishing move. Brush. She suddenly reached out and lifted the quilt. She was a little suspicious that the other party was hiding on the other side of the quilt. But she was disappointed. She didn't see anything. The whole room is not big. Just a bed, a table, and a wardrobe. All at a glance.
Mingyu! Sister Yu!
Mingyu suddenly opened the quilt and looked around, which shocked Xiaoyue and Yuan. Then the two of them screamed in surprise. The sound was so loud that people outside suddenly felt their hearts tightening, and they all urged outside.
Miss, there is no resurrection after death. Please forgive me. Miss, don't hurt yourself.
Xiaoyue inside didn't care what they said. She hugged Mingyu in surprise, weeping with joy. She said,
Mingyu, are you okay? Are you okay? Sister Yu. Oh my god. Are you okay?
Yuan was also overjoyed and screamed loudly.
What? Miss Mingyu is okay?
Shocked questions came from people outside the house, but they didn't dare to go in without Xiaoyue's permission.
Don't. It's not completely healed yet.
Mingyu took off her sister's hand and still looked around.
Mingyu, why did you suddenly feel better?
Xiaoyue looked at Mingyu, whose face was getting redder and redder, and asked in shock.
I don't know. Suddenly a magical power was produced in my body just now, which helped me repair a lot of injuries. You guys go out first, and I'll change my clothes.
Mingyu lied, hid in bed, and looked at the ceiling, a little wondering. Is there a magical power inside your body? Xiaoyue and Yuan were stunned for a moment and wanted to ask something. But after hearing Mingyu say that they needed to change clothes, they left first, opened the door, and gently closed it. Let's wait until Mingyu gets dressed. After all, she is still wearing bloody clothes. Later, the two excitedly told the people standing outside the door about this shocking news. There were cheers of surprise from everyone outside the door. But the bright moon in the room suddenly lifted the quilt. Jump out of bed quickly. Although her injuries have only recovered less than 1/10, it no longer affects her actions. She didn't change her clothes immediately, but brushed her clothes, looked down under the bed, and was disappointed to find that no one was there. Brush. She opened the closet again. There was still no one except her clothes. I looked again at all the places in the house where people might be hiding, and listened carefully with my inner strength, but still found nothing. Impossible. Could it really be an illusion? Or has this person left? After searching back and forth, Mingyu sighed. It seemed that the other party was really gone. Coming to the closet again. This room is her exclusive treatment room, where many of her clothes are placed. She took out a set of clothes, took off the bloody clothes on her body, and began to change her clothes. She moved very slowly. When she was changing clothes, she was still bending down and turning in circles in front of the wardrobe mirror. Ticking. There was a slight sound of water dripping, and Mingyu's face changed. Her expression moved. It was the smell of blood, and her face turned red instantly. Turn out to be. There really is a person. Hasn't he left yet? God. Wouldn't I? Oops. He must be attracted by my charm. What if he touches me? I can't even notice it. This must be a great master. Right. Finished. Should I call someone? Is it useful to call someone? Will he kill people and silence them? For the safety of my sisters and the others. I can't shout. Then I will help him. After all, he saved his life. I hope he can be as good-looking as Qin Hung. Don't be a bad old man. For a moment, many random thoughts flashed through Mingyu's mind. Whole body flushed and trembling. There were more sounds of blood dripping not far away. He doesn't seem interested in me. It's because I'm not charming enough. Seeing that there was no movement behind her for a long time, Mingyu took a deep breath and got dressed. I'm so grateful. Since you don't want to come out, let's forget it, Mingyu said softly in a very low voice. Then, she took a deep breath, opened the door with a red face, and walked out. After casually dealing with the surprised people outside, she returned to the room, a little disappointed, and came not far from the cabinet. Should he leave now? Picking up a white handkerchief, he carefully wiped the few drops of blood on the ground. Smell it. Really? Is it a man? Thinking of the thrilling moment just now, Mingyu's face turned even redder. Then a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's easier for you. Just think of it as the interest I give you. Chapter 122. Another special ring. Mingyu sat on the bedside, and the round master was doing a full body examination on her. His face became increasingly weird, and his mouth gradually opened wider. If Qin Hung were here, he would definitely make gestures to see if the other party could swallow something in one gulp. Elder Feng, how is Mingyu? Qiuyu asked anxiously from the side. Although Mingyu said she was fine, Qiuyu, who was worried, still asked Elder Feng to give Mingyu a full body examination. Incredible. Incredible. The second young lady has an extremely powerful vitality in her body that is rapidly repairing her body. It's estimated that it won't be long before it can be completely repaired, Elder Feng said in surprise. Really? Great. Mingyu, what's going on? Qiuyu asked again. I don't know. It's just that a mysterious power suddenly appeared in my body. That's fine. Mingyu didn't tell the truth. Since that person didn't want to show up, forget it. Mysterious power? Sister Yu, don't you have a hidden special physique? Seeing that Mingyu was fine, Yuan's brain also wandered, and she looked at Mingyu with bright eyes. Just one more sentence, study it for me. It's possible. Elder Feng nodded. Mingyu's eyes are a little erratic at this time. The one just now must have been a man. Right. It is said that men will have nosebleeds when they are impulsive. So is that drop of blood his nosebleed? If you guess correctly, he should be a warlock. Or a powerful warlock who is good at invisible healing. Powerful warlocks are all bad old men. Right. Oh my god. What on earth did I just do? Hasn't he seen everything? But, will the old man still have nosebleeds? It seems that only young people get nosebleeds. Right. Not necessarily. Right. Thinking of this, Mingyu couldn't sit still. She planned to secretly ask Yuan about this physiological problem later. Other side.
Qin Hung fled back to his residence and closed the door. Stimulate! It was so exciting just now! He followed Qiuyue and others into Mingyue's room, looking for a place to start. There were many people present, and it was impossible for him to directly attack Mingyue's body. If you do that, others can see the white light of the healing spell. After turning around, Qin Hung, who looked anxious, suddenly reached out and secretly reached into the quilt at the end of the bed and touched Mingyue's feet. At that time, Qiuyue and Yuan were all focused on Mingyu, so naturally they didn't notice his little movements. It was the first time he touched such a beautiful beauty's feet, and Qin Hung couldn't help but touch them a few more times. Then he fired hundreds of shots at Mingyue's thigh. Mingyue's next actions frightened Qin Hung. She lifted the quilt again, checked the cabinet under the bed, etc., and obviously found something wrong. But he didn't expect that Mingyu would change her clothes. Originally, when Qiuyue and Yuan went out, Qin Hung wanted to follow them. But who knew that as soon as they went out, they turned around and closed the door. Qin Hung had no choice but to continue waiting. He swore that he definitely didn't want to secretly watch the beauty change her clothes. He really couldn't get out. Of course, it was impossible for him, an old bachelor who had been single for more than 30 years, not to see a woman changing her clothes. As a result, Mingyu just took off his coat, wore a pair of underwear and posed in front of the mirror. And his nosebleeds flowed out uncontrollably. Hurry up and cover it up. Fortunately, there is no more extreme action behind Mingyu. Otherwise, he's afraid that he really can't control himself. As soon as Mingyu opened the door, he quickly slipped away. Thinking of the scene just now, Qin Hung lay on the bed and couldn't help but touch a certain part. Rub it hard. Rubbing his nose. Qin Hung was speechless for a while. Oh, why is this nose bleeding? Are you too angry? Do you want to go out with Nyo and the others someday? It's okay to hold it in all the time. Mingyue's charming body flashed through his mind again. Qin Hung took a few deep breaths and logged into the game. He is not qualified to touch this woman at the moment, so there is no point in thinking about it. As long as she is strong, she will never dare to lie down if she is asked to kneel down. Now, let's practice hard. Otherwise, the good cabbage belongs to others. In this era where the strong are respected, the weak do not deserve to have beautiful women. Huh? It doesn't seem right. Didn't Nyo seduce the disciples around Yuan? With his ordinary appearance, I don't know what other people like about him. Thinking of all the messy things in his mind, Qin Hung appeared in first line teaching. This is the last line. After buying the skill books on this line, Qin Hung can start killing the boss. I was wasted a lot of time by Mingyu, so I have to hurry up. It took more than a minute for Qin Hung to finish the remaining skill books from Tuching Bookstore, and the rest was finished in seconds. After storing his things, Qin Hung came to the beach city safe area with a whoosh. On. Ouch ouch. When Qin Hung appeared, he was instantly startled. With his appearance, monsters appeared everywhere around the safe zone. There are a bunch of zombies around him. He was not wearing the invisibility ring at this time, and these zombies immediately crawled towards him. Pung! Qin Hung used an invisibility technique to cover himself. There are monsters in the safe zone? What exactly is going on? Is there a problem because the system has not been updated yet? Qin Hung put on the invisibility ring. He had no intention of cleaning up these monsters. They are all monsters. What is there to fight? Buying skill books is the right thing to do. But at this moment, a familiar monster's cry in the distance made Qin Hung jump. Ouch! That was the voice of the Woma guards. Near the palace. Depend on. Are there any Woma guards here? Qin Hung's face showed a look of shock. Will there be a Woma leader? After thinking about it, he decided to buy the skill book first. A few minutes later, Qin Hung finished buying the skill books in Beach City, Boundary Village and Ginkgo Village. After storing it, he teleported back to the Beach City safe area, and then ran all the way to the Beach City Palace. Along the way, there are zombies, skeletons, hooked cats, orcs, etc. As we approached the entrance of the palace, a large number of Woma monsters began to appear here. Woma Warrior, Woma Warlord, Flame Woma, Dung Worm, Dark Warrior, Woma Guard. Densely packed. But Qin Hung locked his eyes on a huge figure among a group of monsters at the entrance of the palace. Leader Woma. My day. What a great leader. This leader was more than twice as big as the Woma leader Qin Hung had killed before. The Gundam is at least almost 10 meters high. This is really a giant leader. What exactly is going on? Giant Woma leader. And many other types of monsters. Could this be an officially prepared monster siege?
Qin Hung instantly thought of this possibility. So, if it is the leader of Woma who is attacking the city with monsters, he is wearing a special ring. Qin Hang's thoughts suddenly came to this, and his breathing became rapid. Your eyes instantly become brighter. Excitedly arriving not far from the leader of Woma, Qin Hung summoned a small skeleton. Ouch! As soon as the little skeleton appeared, a bunch of mobs and the leader of Woma rushed over. Hammer the little skeleton to death with a few blows. And Qin Hung was naturally surrounded by a bunch of mobs. He then started to poison leader Woma happily. After being poisoned, leader Woma suddenly opened his blood-red eyes and wanted to pounce on Qin Hung. But he was blocked by a group of monsters. Just when Qin Hung was so proud that he wanted to give the other party a handkerchief, something happened that made him frightened. I saw the huge leader of Woma bending down, his long arms crossing over the many monsters, and fiercely slapping Qin Hung on the head. Qin Hang's blood volume instantly dropped by a quarter. My day! You can still play like this? Pung! Seeing that the leader of Woma didn't kill him instantly, Qin Hung called out to him. A 30 drop of blood damage is floating. The long health bar on the head of the leader of Woma is also displayed. 39/5000. I go! The leader of Woma with 5,000 blood. Pung! Leader Woma's claws struck again, taking away a lot of Qin Hang's health. Call out! Qin Hung returned to the city and returned to the beach city safe zone. It is obviously unwise to let him have sex with the leader of Woma. Ring ring ring. After a while, Qin Hung filled up his blood. The 5,000 blood of the Woma leader has more than doubled compared to the original 2,200 drops of blood. Is this the official changed boss blood volume? After recalling the official statement, Qin Hung felt that it shouldn't be the case. What is mentioned above is that the blood volume and explosion rate will automatically change with the number of players present. Now I fight alone. It's 5,000 drops of blood. Maybe 10 people, 100 people, or tens of thousands of people fight. It will definitely be different. Also, the leader of Woma has become larger, and his disguised attack range has also become larger. If you want to use the method of blocking monsters in the future, it will be a bit difficult. You have to calculate the distance. Otherwise, like just now, if it's too close, he'll hit you as soon as he bends down. Also, as he gets bigger, his attacks may be more powerful. Qin Hung thought about it, then returned to the inn warehouse and took out all the Wanyan Shueishuang that the system gave him last time. Put on the tiger tooth necklace that increases magic evasion by 40%. Most of the Woma leader's magic attacks are lightning, so wearing this one is safer. After everything was ready, Qin Hung teleported back to the safe area again and ran towards the entrance of the palace. When I saw Master Woma from a distance again, his green poison and red poison had disappeared. There is no way. The map has become larger, and it will take a few minutes to run from the safe area to the palace. At this time, the time for poisoning has already passed. He turned invisible and came not far away from the leader of Woma. The leader of Woma also turned a blind eye to him and had obviously cancelled the hatred value towards him. Qin Hung calculated the distance this time and summoned the little skeleton among the monsters again. The surrounding monsters and the leader of Woma rushed over again, beating the little skeleton to death with a few clicks. I don't know if the distance is enough this time. Feeling anxious in his heart, Qin Hung poisoned the leader of Woma again. Brush. Leader Woma bent down and once again struck down fiercely with two long claws carrying lightning sparks. And I call out. Qin Hung returned to the safe zone. There is no other way. It seems that we can't fight among the monsters. Anyway, it can't kill itself instantly. Qin Hung ran back, this time not summoning the little skeleton. After applying the ghost shield, he directly applied poison to the leader of Woma on the other side of the pile of monsters that gathered just now. Call Auntie! Ouch ouch. The leader of Woma, who was attacked, quickly moved his long legs around the pile of little monsters and chased Qin Hung. Qin Hung was not dead. Leader Woma chased him, so he ran away. While running, he used his scarf to attack the little monster through the wall. After fighting back and forth like this for almost 2 minutes, Leader Woma was stunned not to touch him. At this time, the blood volume of Leader Woma has dropped to 700 drops of blood. Ouch! At this moment, the huge leader of Woma let out an angry roar, which was much more terrifying than the previous one. The most obvious thing is that its eyes turned blood red instantly. Violent? Before Qin Hung could think about it, the leader of Woma disappeared with a hiss. When it reappeared, it had flown behind Qin Hung. Two huge claws danced into phantoms with countless electric sparks and smashed towards Qin Hung. Qin Heng's blood volume dropped by half in an instant. However, Qin Heng is also an experienced driver. As soon as the Woma leader disappeared, he knew something was wrong. Run away. At the same time, he was drinking Wanyan Xue Shuang. 10,000 years of snow instantly restores 100 points of HP and 100 points of mana. He has been reluctant to use it, but now it finally comes in handy. Although Leader Woma attacks frequently, Qin Heng is no longer a rookie. Level 26. A Taoist priest wearing the best equipment, regardless of defense or magic defense. Looking at the entire server today, it is also the strongest, coupled with a 40% magic evasion of the Tiger Tooth Necklace. Leader Woma's crazy lightning attack could not completely fall on Qin Heng. This gave Qin Heng a chance. As long as Qin Heng can't be defeated in a second, Qin Heng's tens of thousands of years of snow and frost will strengthen the sun's water, and it will be no problem. It's just that the blood volume goes up and down, and it feels like it's always bottoming out. It's scary to see. How dare Qin Heng stand and have sex with the mad Leader Woma? Turn around and run around the monster. Leader Woma chased after him desperately, his claws constantly attacking Qin Heng. What reassured Qin Heng was that the leader of Woma did not run faster because of his long legs. The speed is still about the same as when I was slim. Therefore, as he ran, he gradually widened the distance. Leader Woma attacked him twice and would stop for a moment. After attacking a few times, he kept some distance away. Bang! Qin Heng had time to summon a small skeleton at this time. As soon as the small skeleton appeared, it happened to meet the pursuing Leader Woma. After striking with the axe, Leader Woma stopped completely and attacked the little skeleton. Other monsters also attacked the little skeleton again. With a few clicks, the little skeleton turned into a pile of scrap bones. But its mission has been accomplished. Qin Heng had successfully run to the other side of the monster group and began to poison the leader of Woma, calling his aunt. Seeing the Woma leader's blood volume getting less and less, Qin Heng's mood gradually became nervous. Please, never fly again. Otherwise, if you fly to that nook and cranny in the city, it will take you of a long time to find it. But Qin Heng's prayer failed. Just when the leader of Woma still had more than 100 drops of blood left, it flew away again. But this time, it was not about flying behind Qin Heng to attack him. But it's gone! I rely on your sister. Qin Heng was so angry that he yelled. Why has this city become so big and so difficult to find? Where to find it? But it's impossible not to look for it. This guy is most likely carrying a special ring. It would be great if a teleportation or memory ring could explode. So, you have to find out. You don't have to kill other bosses. But this leader of Woma must be killed. Where will it go? Monster siege the city. It means attacking the palace. Probably near the palace. Qin Heng's mind started spinning rapidly. So he first checked the left side of the palace. The leader of Woma is almost 10 meters tall and is extremely easy to find. If you look at it from a distance, you can see if it is there. The entrance to the palace was gone. He looked at the left side of the palace, but it was still there. Qin Heng wandered to the right side of the palace. A huge figure appeared not far away, and it was indeed near the palace. But after a few minutes, the poison was gone. He quickly applied the poison to the leader of Woma, and at the same time, Andy called him up. Bang! Qin Heng breathed a sigh of relief when the health bar redisplayed the data. 2,500. Fortunately, it's only half recovered. The leader of Woma, who was attacked, roared again and chased Qin Heng. Qin Heng summoned a small skeleton and blocked the leader of Woma for a while the surrounding mobs also surrounded him. This time Qin Heng ran away first. But Qin Heng discovered that the monsters unexpectedly surrounded the leader of Woma. Now it's better. Qin Heng stopped running and stood out of reach of the leader of Woma, using his anti-scarf to call it hard. Of course, he was always on guard for the leader of Woma to teleport to him. Fortunately, I don't know if Leader Woma's teleportation power has been used up. But this time I fought until the end and didn't fly, when there were only 100 drops of blood left. Qin Heng put on an explosive Z-bead necklace. Nervous silent thoughts in my heart. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bang! With a roar, the huge leader of Woma finally fell down. A tinkling sound. Leader Woma has released a wider range of equipment items than 9x9, scattered at the feet of many little monsters. Qin Heng made a visual inspection and estimated that it was almost within the 15x15 range. Is this because the blood volume has become thicker and the explosions have increased? Qin Heng didn't want to think too much. He was already deeply attracted by a piece of equipment among the pile of equipment. Then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Power ring. Qin Hung summoned a small skeleton and lured the monsters away. Then he rushed forward excitedly and stepped on the divine power ring first. Step on other things. Ring ring ring. Ring ring ring. After a wonderful sound, Qin Hung stepped all the equipment into the package. But most of the potions cannot be picked up. There was no other way. Leader Woma revealed a total of 20 pieces of equipment, 2 skill books, and a bottle of blessing oil. Call out. Qin Hung returned to the city, and then returned to the inn warehouse to store his things first. After arriving at the warehouse, Qin Hung had time to check out what the leader had revealed. The first is the special golden ring. The ring is golden in color, with 2 circles on the top and bottom, and a huge gemstone in the middle. It looks very beautiful. Divine Power Ring, attack 0 out of 1. Weight 1. Durability 5/5. The properties of this ring may look rubbish at first glance, but its hidden properties are very powerful. In the early legendary games of the previous life, after wearing it, the character's backpack weight, wrist weight, etc. will increase. Later, the character and wrist weights were weakened, leaving only the backpack weights. So now, is there still such a thing as wrist weights? Qin Hung is not sure either. In order to verify what he was thinking, after Qin Hung put on the divine power ring, he tried to equip a warrior weapon that had been exploded from the Woma leader just now. A 40-weight Shira. The bell rang, and it was effortlessly picked up. It used to be too heavy for Taoist priests to lift. Surprised, Qin Hung took out another 60-meter infernal weapon from the warehouse. This big axe requires level 26. Qin Hung tried to equip it. The bell rang and it was equipped again. Silk. This scene made Qin Hung take a breath. This ring looks much more powerful than the divine power ring in the previous game. This means that he, a Taoist priest, will be able to hold the staff of judgment in the future, and then wear a black iron helmet, etc. I wonder what new functions wearing it will have in reality. When his thoughts reached this point, Qin Hung felt a little short of breath. Chapter 123 Crazy Harvest of more than 20 evil poisonous snakes. Bang bang bang. In the end, Qin Hung did not quit the game to experiment with the real-life function of this magical ring. He has to seize the time to harvest other bosses. There is no time to waste here. After checking other things revealed by the siege leader, Qin Hung smiled with satisfaction. A Woma horn, a moon in a well, a ruby ring, a dragon ring, a copy of Summoning Divine Beasts, and Magic Shield. Among them, the ruby ring is still the best, with magic 0 out of 5. This is the second time Qin Hung has revealed top-notch brand name equipment. When throwing everything into the warehouse, Qin Hung also discovered 2 top-quality pieces among a pile of ordinary equipment. Attack 2 gold bracelet. Heavy armor with attack 1 and defense 4 out of 10. When he saw the properties of this heavy armor, Qin Hung's eyes almost went straight. This heavy armor is absolutely the best among the best. Added 1 point of attack and 3 points of defense. It is much more powerful than the top-notch heavy armor equipment that Qin Hung sold to the named poor family last time. After all, it adds a little more to the warrior's main attack and 3 points of defense, which are the main attributes that warriors need. The value is immediately different. Qin Hung doesn't plan to sell these clothes first. The defense is much better than the God of War armor, and with a little more attack, it can catch up with the warrior's future level 40 clothing. The demon armor. It can be said that if the devil does not come out, this clothes can be used up to level 40. He still has a small account to build in the future, and maybe he can use it. The treasures carried by the leader of the siege this time are awesome. With a sigh, Qin Hung looked at the time. It was already 10:30 in the morning. You have to hurry up and fight the boss. What to fight? Currently, Zuma is only open to Zuma V, and the Zuma leader cannot be defeated. Then the only ones that can produce good things are the evil snake in the pig cave, the leader of Woma, the chief guard of Zuma on the 4th and 5th floors of Zuma, and the evil centipede in the death coffin, Corpse King Palace. But time is limited. Qin Hung must give priority to what to fight first. The leader of Woma can teleport, and Woma 3 has become bigger again. Once he teleports, it will be troublesome to find. So eliminate it first. Evil centipedes will burrow into the ground and are troublesome to find. So eliminate them. Zuma Guard Captain. Killing it may drop Zuma equipment, but there are too many abnormal Zuma monsters, and they are too dangerous. So they should be eliminated first. For the Corpse King's Hall, you need to wait for the yellow robe zombies to be spawned. This is a big trouble. What Qin Hung lacks most at this time is time. So naturally it is excluded. Therefore, after making some choices, Qin Hung gave priority to killing the evil snake on the 5th floor of the pig cave. It cannot teleport. Its HP is not as high as that of the Woma cult master. And its explosion rate is also good. So kill it first. Although if you kill the Woma leader and the evil centipede, there will be a chance of dropping special rings, such as teleportation, paralysis, or the legendary dragon-slaying knife. But Qin Hung doesn't think that current game companies will release such a thing. It can be seen from the special rings revealed by the leader of Woma during this siege. There is no top-notch special ring. Not to mention top-notch weapons, like the dragon-slaying knife. The game company probably won't release it at all. It's better to go for something affordable. He actually thought about whether he should go to Woma 3 to continue luring monsters to block the door, and bet 20 lines on Woma 3. But he immediately gave up the idea. It can be said that the main reason for the official update so quickly this time is that the door to Woma 3 is blocked and players cannot get in. Qin Hung is sure that there will not be many Dark Warriors left in Woma San before the players open up the wasteland. Therefore, this idea was killed by him. After thinking about these things, Qin Hung did not go down to the pig cave immediately, but returned to the gate of the Beach City Palace. There are 4 more Woma guards there. This kind of siege boss will definitely explode something. So kill it first. Brush, brush, brush. Qin Hung poisoned all 4 Woma guards in one go, then circled around the monster, summoning small skeletons from time to time to interfere. And the fight was relatively easy. The HP of Woma guard has also been increased. It turned into 2,000 drops of blood. This is still a single-player mode. I really don't know how much health it will have when there are many people. More than a minute later, Qin Hung quickly defeated a Woma guard. And the thing that fell immediately made his eyes light up. A magic wand. A Z-bead necklace. Sure enough, the siege monster is extremely rich. After attracting the monsters and stepping on them excitedly, Qin Hung picked up another 15 or 16 pieces of equipment. This explosion of ordinary equipment is much more than usual. Qin Hung quickly killed another one and dropped 2 pieces of brand name equipment again. A silver snake and a ghost necklace. Pick up the things. The package is almost full. Go back to the city and store it away. Run over again and continue to kill the other 2 Woma guards. This time, 4 pieces of brand name equipment were also dropped. 2 infernos, a ghost glove, and a platinum ring. There are a few top-grade pieces of ordinary equipment, but none of them are particularly top-grade. In short, the siege monsters are very powerful this time. By the way, I defeated the Woma leader and the 4 Woma guards. So what will I do in the monster siege in the afternoon? Will there be no Woma leader by then? Or will the official create a new one? If you refresh one again, will another special ring appear? Thinking of this, Qin Hung was a little excited. After storing the good things, Qin Hung did not continue to look for other bosses in the Monster Siege City. He has only seen monsters from the Woma series and the zombie series so far. The leader of Woma has been beaten by him. It is estimated that there is only a corpse king left at most. Without wasting any more time, Qin Hung passed through the veteran and teleported to Tuching in the next moment, all the way into the pig hole. As soon as he entered the pig cave, Qin Hung, who was originally cautious, was stunned. At the entrance to the first floor of the pig cave, there were not as many monsters as expected. There are only a few sparse monsters on the steps. And there are not many monsters under the steps. Huh? Where are the monsters? Could it be that someone came in first to clean it up? But Qin Hung immediately rejected this idea. The game is currently under maintenance, and it is impossible for anyone else to come in except him. A stowaway. Then there is only one explanation. The official has deliberately cleared out all the monsters at the entrance. In this way, players can come in. After establishing a foothold, a large number of players will pour in. A level 17 player who knows thunder and lightning can practice alone here. No. Anyone who knows how to fireball can probably defeat monsters here. As long as your operation is good enough and you won't be attacked by monsters, you'll be fine. It is estimated that the monsters at the entrance will not be so densely populated in the future. What about Zuma? Are there fewer monsters at the entrance? In this case, it is possible to hit the captain of Zuma's bodyguard. Qin Hung was thinking about something on his mind, but his feet kept moving. Randomly fly. He breathed a sigh of relief when he started flying. Fortunately, except for the entrance, the monsters in other places are still densely packed. He doesn't think that these monsters can block the players. But he is afraid that there are too few monsters here, which will affect the upgrade. The pig hole has also doubled in size again. Fortunately, Qin Hung brought a lot of randoms with him, and he went all the way to the entrance and rushed in. It took less than 5 minutes for Qin Hung to rush to the 5th floor. He started randomly looking for evil snakes. Luckily, I only flew a few times before I saw this thing. This time it's in the clearing in the upper left corner of the map, where you enter the next level. There is a step down. Qin Hung saw it last time, but didn't go over to try it. I don't know if the Stone 2 maze is open now, but I can try it out later. Beating the evil poisonous snake was easy, although the creature doubled in size and reached 10 meters in length. Qin Hung repeated his old trick and summoned a small skeleton. A group of monsters surrounded him and directly applied poison to the evil poisonous snake. And towel. The blood volume of the evil viper has indeed increased, reaching the level of 3,000 blood. It's a pity that Qin Hung, a pervert, couldn't hold on for 2 minutes. He was beaten to death by Qin Hung. With a ding, the evil viper blew up everything on the ground. Qin Hung saw a shiny kitchen knife lying among the equipment at a glance. In addition to the kitchen knife, there is also a life necklace. After clearing away the monsters, Qin Hung picked up everything. After luring away the monster at the entrance of the maze, Qin Hung rushed to the steps. Sure enough, he was still standing on the steps and did not enter the next floor. The entrance to the next level is not yet open. Call out. Qin Hung did not go to kill the white wild boar, but chose to return to the city. It's better to kill the evil snake now. After calculating the time, Qin Hung spent a total of 20 minutes from entering the pig cave to killing the evil snake, and back again. It's now 10:50 in the morning, and there are still 7 hours and 10 minutes until maintenance is completed at 6 p.m. Killing 3 evil poisonous snakes in 1 hour is enough time for him to kill all the evil poisonous snakes. So, Qin Hung did not go to Zuma 4 to find the captain of the Zuma guard, and started switching routes to keep killing evil snakes. With this brush, Qin Hung could really feel the difference in explosion rate between other lines and the first line. The evil vipers he fights on the front line can usually explode 2 pieces of Walmart brand name equipment. But in other routes, only 1 piece of Walmart brand name equipment will be revealed. And there is a very small chance that 2 pieces will appear. He continued to fight until almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and once again destroyed 9 evil snakes. Only one of them exploded 2 pieces of Walmart brand name equipment. This difference is simply amazing. Qin Hung can already foresee how many players will be welcomed to the front line. The 9-headed evil snake exploded a total of 10 pieces of Walmart brand name equipment. An infinite stick, a kitchen knife, 2 infernos, 1 magic wand, a silver snake, a platinum ring, a ghost glove, a Cybele bracelet, and a dragon ring. All are average. Nothing is top-notch. It can also be seen from this that there is a high probability that the weapon will explode when killing the evil snake. At this moment, Qin Hung finally quit the game because Neo-Air brought him food again. He originally planned to go to the kitchen after 2 o'clock, but he didn't expect Neo-Air to come anyway. In fact, you can eat at around 1:30. But Qin Hung delayed it until 2 o'clock because he wanted to wait to see if Neo-Air would deliver it to him. Fighting monsters takes time, so it's worth saving a little bit. Anyway, he felt that after Neo-Air lent him money, and what happened to Mingyu, he would definitely give him food. Sure enough, Neo-Air is here. Brother, wake up! Wake up! Neo-Air shook Qin Hung awake. Just as he was about to say something, Qin Hung had already hurriedly got out of bed and ran to the toilet in the courtyard. I have never quit fighting monsters. I have been holding it back for most of the day. After going to the toilet for a while, Qin Hung washed his hands and came back with a happy face. Thank you, Brother Neo. I was just going to go to the kitchen. Qin Hung thanked him and took the lunch from Neo-Air. Ha ha. My brother, why are you so polite? From Neo-Air's brows that couldn't hide his smile, Qin Hung felt that this guy must have received good news from his sweetheart. Sure enough, Neo-Air chuckled softly. Brother, I have a great news to tell you. Oh, what's the happy event? Qin Hung asked pretendingly after eating a piece of braised fish. Sister Yu is cured. Ha ha. We finally don't have to worry anymore. When Neo-Air talked about it, he could no longer conceal his inner joy and laughed heartily. Really? Sister Yu is really well? That's great. Qin Hung also laughed excitedly. The crisis was over. Neo-Air happily chatted with Qin Hung for a few more words, and hurried away with the bowls and chopsticks that Qin Hung had eaten before. He still has to kill the cow. Qin Hung also quickly finished his meal and entered the game. It happened to be 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There are still 4 hours until the server starts. Nothing else. Just continue to brush the remaining evil vipers on other lines that haven't been brushed yet. Finish 10. There are 10 left. Huh? Wrong.
More than 3 hours have passed, and the evil snakes on the front line should be refreshed. The first line explosion rate is high. Qin Hung hurriedly entered the 5th floor of the first line pig cave, searched for it, and found the evil poisonous snake that had been refreshed again. Explode? Not bad. This time there is a ruby ring, a 3-eyed bracelet, and a ghost suit male. Ghost suit male. Taoism 1/4. Defense 4/7. Magic defense 3 of 4. Weight 26. Durability 26/28. Requires 27 Taoist points. This piece of clothing looks the same as the soul suit, but its properties are a few steps ahead of the soul suit. Completely destroyed the other party. The Taoism of soul armor is only 0/2, but it is 1/4. It can be said that if there is no level 40 Tinzuan Taoist robe, this is the top level Taoist priest's uniform. Unfortunately, it's not the best. In his previous life, Qin Hung had obtained a 1/7 Taoist ghost suit. He was a pervert. Now, take your time. If you can't get it yourself, someone can always get it. With his current warehouse of brand name equipment, what kind of perverted equipment can't be replaced? However, having said that, in the early legends of the previous life, the basic attributes of the ghost suit plus attack were much more abnormal than the current one. Qin Hung also couldn't figure out why the platinum ring retained the attributes of the early legend, but the ghost suit did not. Forget it. As long as you have something to wear, why bother with so much? Qin Hung happily put on the 3-eyed bracelet and then put on the ghost suit. The system prompts that your weight is not enough. My day. Equipment has weight. The weight of a character is different from the weight of a backpack. The character's weight corresponds to the weight of the equipment and the character's wrist strength, which corresponds to the weight of the weapon. Testing the strength to pick up the weapon. Now I can't put on this clothes because the character doesn't bear enough weight. It's really hard to put it on. The clothes are too heavy and the level is still a bit low, so the character can't bear enough weight to put them on. In the past, Qin Hung might not have been able to do anything about it. But now, of course, it's no longer a problem. After packing his things, he returned to the Tuchingen warehouse with a hiss. He put on the divine power ring, swiped it, and immediately put on the ghost suit. This is the awesomeness of the power ring. You can increase the character's weight, backpack weight, and wrist strength. As for the actual effect, Qin Hung is not sure yet. After equipping himself with the ghost suit, Qin Hung finally had a complete set of Woma brand name luxury equipment. Weapon, infinity stick. Ghost suit. Pray for the helmet. Necklace, Z-bead necklace. 2 3-eye bracelets. A platinum ring plus an invisibility ring. This luxurious equipment is already the ultimate in Woma equipment. Further up are the top-notch Woma equipment or Zuma, or the super abnormal top-notch ordinary equipment. Without wasting time, Qin Hung continued to kill the evil snakes in the remaining lines. During this period, those lines that had been fought once were refreshed with evil vipers again. But Qin Hung did not go back to fight. If you want to fight, go to the first one, or the first line. Otherwise, the explosion rate of other lines is inherently low, and it is difficult to say whether it will explode or not the second time. In fact, after fighting so many times, Qin Hung finally figured it out. The official said that the first line explosion rate is double that of other routes. It does not mean that the original first line explosion rate has been increased. Instead, the explosion rate of other routes was changed to double that of the first line. It's just that the official said it differently. It sounds like the first line explosion rate is super high and other routes are normal. However, as a result, the value of brand name equipment will probably increase. There are so many people, but there are only so many bosses in total. Coupled with the possibility of family guilds clearing out the venue, it will probably be extremely difficult for individual players to defeat the boss. By almost 5:10 in the afternoon, he finally cleared all the unbeaten evil vipers on the remaining routes. There were a few times when I was particularly lucky. I teleported all the way in, almost always at the intersection. When I arrived at Zhuwu, I found the evil viper randomly several times. Otherwise it will take a lot longer. 10 evil snakes. Exploded 11 pieces of Walmart equipment. There was no such thing as the legendary 3 divine weapons, or the Staff of Judgment. At this point, Qin Hung was sure that the game company had not released the 3 divine weapons yet. Otherwise, after defeating 22 evil poisonous snakes, there is no way that one of the 3 divine weapons could not be exploded. Most of these 11 pieces of Woma equipment are weapons. A kitchen knife, a Wuji stick, 2 silver snakes, a purgatory, and a magic wand, 2 life necklaces, a platinum ring, a ruby ring, and a Siberian bracelet. Among them,
One is the best. Magic 3's Cyber Bracelet. It can also be seen from here that the Wuji stick has the lowest explosion rate, followed by the kitchen knife. After storing the items in the warehouse. Although the evil snakes on the front line were cleared, Qin Hung did not fight again. The evil poisonous snake that cannot explode the 3 divine weapons is not so attractive. This time he planned to visit Zuma Temple. Zuma equipment was extremely difficult to explode in the early legendary games of the previous life. If you kill the Zuma guard captain for the first time, you might be able to reveal a piece of Zuma jewelry. Since he was planning to go to Zuma, Qin Hung finally took out a skill book from the warehouse and learned it with a thought. Psychic Enlightenment, Level 0. Proficiency, 0/6000. It can display the physical strength of the target, including players and monsters. And the duration increases with the level. This is a skill learned by Taoist priests at level 26. The only use of this skill is to check the health of monsters or players. He was too lazy to learn before. But now, he wanted to go to Zuma. So he took it out? Because this skill will be of great use for his trip to Zuma later. Qin Hung flew randomly all the way to a huge and magnificent temple. It's deep in the forest to the right of Shabak City. It is extremely far away from Tucheng. If there were no random teleportation scrolls, running here would be really exhausting. If the Woma Temple is magnificent, then it can only be regarded as a younger brother to the Zuma Temple. After all, the Woma Temple is built on the rock wall of the cliff. From the outside, it looks like a wall or a door. The Zuma Temple is different. It was built on flat ground and occupies an extremely large area. Qin Hung randomly arrived at its door. After entering the yard, he actually saw a group of wolves and some beetles. Several of the wolves were stacked together. When they saw Qin Hung coming in, they started to bite him in a stack. Depend on. It's okay if there are 2 little dots in the outside world who show off their affection every day. But this is still the case in the game. Qin Hung used several soul fire talismans to instantly kill all the stacked wolves. Then, he ignored the other wolves and beetles and rushed inside with satisfaction. This temple is so big. It took Qin Hung more than a minute to run into the temple. As soon as you enter the temple, there is also a peripheral hall. There is a staircase leading underground in the main hall. Different from the Woma Temple, this hall is not big, and there are no monsters such as bats. Arriving at the entrance of the steps, Qin Hung applied a ghost shield and sacred armor to himself. Covering his head, he got in. Although people in the guild said that this place was very perverted, Qin Hung did not wear the 40% tiger tooth necklace again. He now wears brand name equipment and a ghost suit. And his defense and magic defense are both abnormal. Even if there were a swarm of wedge moths and rats at the door, he believed they wouldn't be able to kill him instantly. Chapter 124 Go to Zuma. Shipped. There are 2 famous temples on the Mafa continent, Woma Temple and Zuma Temple. Some people claim that the Zuma and Woma are the same race. But this is not the case. According to the Mafa Chronicles, the Woma tribe has an ox head and human body, while the Zuma tribe also has horns. But their horns grow towards the top of their heads, making their heads look more like goats. The Zuma Temple is the inviolable holy land of the Zuma tribe. It is also the only place of worship for the Zuma religion that still exists on the Mafa continent. Therefore, anyone who dares to invade the Zuma Temple will be frantically attacked by the Zuma believers. The leader of Zuma is the evil leader on the Marfa continent. He is the source and support of all evil in the Marfa continent. Legend has it that the 3 heroes of Marfa, Tianzuan, Dharma God, and Jihad, joined forces to fight with it in the desert area in the northern part of the Alliance for 10 days and 10 nights. Later, it hit the endless sea behind Death Valley, evaporating more than half of the seawater. This completely destroyed its body, stopped it from continuing to kill Mafa. But because of the existence of the Zuma Temple, the soul of the Zuma leader was resurrected deep in the Zuma Temple. But because he has no body, he still cannot leave the Zuma Temple. This is also the original intention of the 3 heroes. After all, with their power, they cannot completely kill the Zuma leader. This is also the reason why the 3 heroes did not destroy the Zuma Temple. With it, the leader of Zuma can be trapped. Without the Zuma Temple, the Zuma leader may be resurrected in other parts of the mainland. And then, the mainland will be in trouble again. As a result, the Zuma leader was trapped deep in the Zuma Temple and turned into an eternal statue. Accept the prayers of Zuma believers day and night, looking forward to one day being able to rebuild your body and come to the Marfa continent again. Until an adventurer disturbs it, it will jump out of the statue angrily and destroy all adventurers who dare to disturb its recovery. Information about the Zuma Temple and the Zuma leader flashed through his mind, and Qin Hung covered his head and climbed into the first floor. The imaginary monsters in the sky did not appear. There were only 5 or 6 sparse monsters in the corridor at the door. Only one wedge moth is flying and flying. It seems that the official has really modified the monsters at each entrance, making it much easier. Also, so many players will be online at the same time. If we can no longer play here, a large part of the advanced map will be missing, which is definitely not possible. If you can get in here, the players only need to stand firm. Not to mention Zuma above the 3rd floor. This and the 2nd floor are basically a paradise for players to level up, because there are only wedge moths, giant rats and horned flies on the 1st and 2nd floors, and there are no perverted Zuma series monsters. Although the entrance on the 1st floor can come in, Qin Hung feels that they may not be able to go down to the 3rd and 4th floors. The emergence of a perverted Zuma is the nightmare of today's players. With his mind on his mind, Qin Hung used the random scroll with a hiss, avoiding the wedge moth that rushed towards him. The map on the 1st floor of Zuma Temple looks like a large square map. In the center of this square is a rectangular central hall. There are 4 huge corridors on both sides of the hall, and there are many small houses on both sides of the corridor. There are huge corridors connecting the upper, lower, left and right sides of the entire block map, connecting all the passages. At the top of the central hall of the map, after passing through a corridor, there is a relatively open hall. That is the library of the Zuma cultists. And the small rooms on both sides of the entire map corridor are where the Zuma cultists rest. All floors and walls are very old and elegant. There are various mysterious totem patterns on the modeled walls. In the central hall, there are many huge pillars standing, and occasionally you can encounter collapsed pillars. Those were all the good things the 3 heroes did back then. Boo-hoo-hoo. Qin Hung flew several times in a row, and every time he landed, whether in the corridor or in the small room, there were densely packed monsters. It seems that, except for the entrance, monsters are still as dense as usual in other places. Zuma Temple has a special map with many small rooms. It is a paradise for mages to level up, because it can fight card monsters, as long as you electrify the mouse from outside the house and face it inside. Don't be too happy. Even if there are Zuma guards on the 3rd floor or above, the mage just needs to set a fire at the door of the small room and keep shocking them, and they will not be able to get out. After all, the monsters in the Zuma series are afraid of fire. However, Qin Hung, as a 10,000-year-old Taoist, does not need to go to such trouble. All he had to do was recruit a mage, and he would turn invisible and stand at the door of the small room, blocking the door. The monsters inside can't come out, and the mage outside can shock you at will. It's really not that fun. However, the door here seems to have become larger. Qin Hung felt that if a person stood on the door frame, the monster would be able to squeeze out. I guess at least 2 people would have to block the door. Could it be that the map has become larger, and the small rooms have also become larger? The entrance to the lower 2nd floor is in the corridor, in the upper right corner of the map. Qin Hung flew 7 or 8 times before he flew nearby. Qin Hung quickly shook off the pursuing wedge moths, brushed past the bodies of a group of big rats, and entered the 2nd floor. The 2nd layer map is exactly the same as the 1st layer, without any changes. The only thing that has changed is that the entrance to the 3rd floor is no longer in the upper right corner. It's in the middle of the big corridor, at the bottom of the map. Qin Hung randomly walked over and arrived at the corridor. There are many monsters at the entrance, densely packed, blocking the door tightly. Qin Hung could only summon small skeletons, lure them over, and then squeeze through the pile of monsters. Wedge Moth chased after him desperately, but Qin Hung's internet speed was unmatched. If there was no lag, he could run very fast, rushing into the 3rd floor like a gust of wind. As soon as he entered, Qin Hung took a deep breath. If we talk about the 1st and 2nd floor entrances, the official deliberately refreshes very few monsters for players to come in and refresh them. Then the entrance to the 3rd level is simply H.L. level. Wuyang at the entrance is densely packed with petrified Zuma statues, one next to the other. There is almost no gap to pass through. Zuma's petrified monsters include Zuma guards holding sledgehammers, and Zuma statues holding Fontian painted halberds. They usually refresh in a petrified state. As long as a player approaches them, they will be depetrified and attack any adventurers who dare to invade Zuma Temple. In addition to these terrifying petrified monsters, there is also a large group of wedge moths hovering in the sky. However, the official seems to think that the players are not dying fast enough, and even many Zuma archers and horned flies have been refreshed not far away. The Zuma archer is not in a petrified state, and its long-range shooting ability is not even a bit improved compared to the Dark Warrior. In this formation, if there are some extremely perverted guards or statues among the pile of petrified monsters, who the H, I can rush through. Naturally, Qin Hung would not rush in stupidly. As soon as he entered, the wedge moth rushed towards him, and he immediately flew away randomly. The third floor of Zuma is slightly different from the first and second floor maps. The upper and lower main channels do not connect all the 4 main channels on the left and right sides. However, the overall map and the small houses are still pretty much the same. There is no Zuma guard chief on the third floor, but there are perverted Zuma guards, perverted Zuma statues, and perverted Zuma archers. What is metamorphosis? Even the blood volume, defense, attack speed, movement speed, and attack power are all several times more powerful than ordinary monsters. Take Zuma guards. Ordinary Zuma guards only have more than 400 drops of blood, but abnormal Zuma guards have 1,000 drops of blood. What's even more terrifying is its attack power, attack speed and movement speed. His short legs run like the wind, and he is one of the few super perverted monsters that can quickly catch up with players. The attack power and attack speed are even more brutal than the leader of Woma. Qin Hung, a level 26 Taoist priest, would never be able to stand for 2 seconds in front of the opponent. If you change to a mage below level 31 without a magic shield, it's basically like hitting a kid with no negotiation. In short, in the early legendary games, the perverted Zuma guards were definitely players' nightmare. Of course, the benefits brought by such a terrifying monster are also extremely considerable. It has a chance of dropping famous brand equipment from the 3 Divine Weapons and Zuma series. Therefore, players have a love-hate relationship with these perverted Zuma guards, perverted Zuma statues, and perverted Zuma archers. These perverted monsters have been around since the third floor of Zuma, and they look similar to ordinary Zuma guards. In the petrified state, you can't see the HP of these monsters at all. You can only see them after they are revived and beaten. However, after being lured back to life, I saw a monster running very fast and coquettishly among them. Needless to say, it must be a perverted and top-notch monster. In the early legends, players racked their brains to find the perverted Zuma. Later, after Taoist priests learned spiritual enlightenment, they were able to see the blood volume of monsters. There is no need to lure these Zuma monsters to life. You only need to stand far away and give the monsters a spiritual enlightenment. A health bar value will be displayed on the monster's head. This is extremely convenient for finding abnormal Zuma monsters, because the abnormal Zuma monsters will be randomly refreshed from the 3rd to 7th floors of Zuma. This place has also become a paradise for many mages and Taoist priests who love to practice alone. As long as the Taoist priest uses poison and summons a baby, he can slowly kill the pervert. The mage is stuck in the wall or room to fight. As for the warrior, he is level 35, wearing Zuma equipment and holding the Staff of Judgment of the 3 Divine Weapons. If he doesn't bring enough powerful solar water, he won't be able to withstand it. It doesn't matter if you bring enough. If you kill 2 perverts at most, the potion will be used up. As for killing the perverted Zuma monster, the explosion rate is really pitifully low. Many players have been playing in Zuma for several months, or even half a year without being able to find a piece of Zuma equipment. Therefore, when warriors do not form a team, they rarely brush Zuma alone for more than 3 levels. The entrance to the 4th floor of Zuma is in the upper right corner of the central hall on the 3rd floor. Qin Hung flew around and arrived at the entrance. Fortunately, there were only a few wedge moths here. Before the wedge moth could spray him, Qin Hung had already brushed past the petrified bodies of numerous Zuma statues and ran into the 4th floor. The map of the 4th floor is almost identical to that of the 3rd floor, and Captain Zuma is in the central hall of the 4th floor. At the entrance, there are also densely packed petrified monsters, plus a bunch of wedge moths, horned flies, and Zuma archers. Naturally, Qin Hung would not clean it up. This project was too big and could not be completed in a short time. Call out. By chance, he arrived at the center of the central hall. If he remembered correctly, Captain Zuma was a little up on the right side. However, Qin Hung had to fly away randomly again, where he settled. In addition to the densely packed petrified Zuma monsters, there were also Wuyong's wedge moths. There were so many that he couldn't run past them. Otherwise, taking a bunch of wedge moths to fight the captain of Zuma's bodyguard would be suicide. Fly again. Call out. This time he landed in a small room, which was also densely packed with monsters, including a large group of wedge moths. I can only fly again. After flying more than 10 times in a row, Qin Hung finally reached a safer landing point. He was currently in the upper right corner of the central hall. Although there were densely packed monsters here, there was only one wedge moth in the distance. Swish. Qin Hung applied poison to it. But before it could fly to him, Qin Hung had already used his ant scarf to kill it. It'll be easier if you stand firm. Qin Hung began to cautiously move toward where Zuma's head guard was. If you encounter wedge moths on the road, kill them. If you encounter horned flies, kill them. The player's field of vision and attack range are generally farther than that of monsters. If you see a group of wedge moths from a distance, you can get closer and lure them one by one to kill them. Although it is slower, it is safer. The horned flies also need to be cleared away first. Otherwise it will be a big trouble for them to lure the captain of the Zuma bodyguard to kill them later. After spending a few minutes, Qin Hung finally found the position of Zuma's guard chief in his memory. There are a large group of petrified Zuma guards, and so on. The Zuma guard captain looks exactly like the ordinary Zuma guards, both holding a big hammer. Can't see any difference. Only by bringing a bunch of monsters to life can you know which one is faster and which one is stronger. You have to hit them one by one to see how much blood they have. But now that Qin Hung has spiritual enlightenment, there is no need to go to such trouble. Brush, brush, brush. He used spiritual revelation on more than 10 Zuma guards in this position one by one. Rays of light fell on the petrified monster, turning into white lotuses. Qin Hung's spiritual enlightenment is still at level 0. And he needs to use it several times before he can successfully display the monster's health. After the spiritual enlightenment is successful, its blood volume will be displayed on the monster's head. As long as the blood volume is ridiculous. In the legendary game of the previous life, in an era when there were no game plugins, the Taoist priest's spiritual revelation was a magical skill. Taoist priests often go from small room to room on the 4th floor of Zuma to search for perverted Zuma monsters using spiritual revelation. Only those who are perverted will go up to lure people alive and start killing. After Qin Hung received a spiritual revelation, the blood volume of Zuma's guards were displayed one after another, all of which were 495 drops of blood. After showing 2 more, Qin Hung suddenly felt happy. Finally there was one with more health. 2,000. Day. The health of the Zuma guard captain has also been increased from 1,400 to 2,000. The official is just cheating. However, it doesn't seem to improve as much as the evil viper. The evil viper's health has been increased from 1,500 drops of blood to 3,000 drops of blood, which is a full double. As for the leader of Woma, the number increased from 2,200 to 5,000, which was more than doubled. Huh? No. No. With his thoughts at this point, Qin Hung, who was about to summon the little skeleton to lure Zuma's guards back to life, stopped again. Maybe this person with 2,000 drops of blood is not the captain of Zuma's guard, but a perverted Zuma guard? Depend on. This is very possible. After all, there are many Zuma 4 and abnormal Zuma, especially in this hall. The cautious Qin Hung gave another spiritual revelation to the remaining Zuma guards among the monsters. Sure enough, the last Zuma guard's blood volume showed 3,000 drops of blood. Depend on. A perverted Zuma. A Zuma guard captain. So awesome. Qin Hung carefully avoided the direction of the perverted Zuma, found a suitable position among the monsters, and then summoned the little skeleton with a bang. As soon as the little skeleton was summoned, the surrounding Zuma monsters immediately roared and were released from their petrified state. The little skeleton was torn into pieces by the monsters in an instant. A group of Zuma guards and Zuma statues were circling around Qin Hung with eager eyes. Especially the perverted Zuma guard and the Zuma guard captain were spinning around crazily. Qin Hung's eyes were dazzled by the sight. The speed is so fast. Swish. Qin Hung poisoned these 2 perverts respectively. After being poisoned, these 2 perverts became even more angry. Their whole bodies took small steps and almost turned into tops. Spinning in place, Qin Hung didn't attack the captain of Zuma's bodyguard first. This guy would explode after death. If you want to pick up things at that time, you have to clean up the surrounding mobs. There is a perverted Zuma next to you. If good things fall at its feet, it will be very bad. The perverted Zuma guard is different. It won't explode. Either it doesn't explode anything, or it drops 1 or 2 items. No more than 3 or 4 at most. But as long as it's shipped, it's really good stuff. Qin Hung has used this kind of perverted Zuma guard to reveal 3 divine weapons, various brand name Zuma equipment, and summon the divine beast, and other good things. Sometimes something explodes very often, and it might be the big stick among the 3 divine weapons. The staff of judgment, It's a pity that the current official government probably has not released the 3 divine soldiers. After all, the game hasn't been open for long. All in all, this product drops very little. But as long as it ships, it's good stuff. So, Qin Hung chose to kill it first. Even if good things are dropped, you only need to clean up 1 or 2 monsters at most. Rather than leaving them all over the floor, Qin Hung hid among a group of monsters, calling the perverted Zuma guards with his anti-scarf easily. This thing can't fly, and it's squeezed by the monster, so it's a real target. If he let it go and Qin Hung brought the skeleton to a duel with it, he would probably have to run around the hall several times before he could kill the opponent. There is no other way. If you don't keep a certain distance, if you hit it once, it will hit you 5 or 6 times, and it will beat you to death in a few times. It's fine now. It only took Qin Hung more than a minute to kill the opponent with poison and poison. The bell rang loudly, and Qin Hung looked over excitedly. Really shipped. A blue emerald necklace and a pile of gold coins. Day! Good things really don't come out that easily. Qin Hung didn't move forward to pick it up. Let's talk about it. After beating the captain of Zuma. Although Captain Zuma had 3,000 HP, Qin Hung killed him in less than 2 minutes. After the bell dinged, Qin Hung took a closer look anxiously, and was immediately overjoyed. Really shipped. Chapter 125 The Terrifying Zuma 5th Floor. Monster siege the city. Just when Qin Hung killed the chief guard of Zuma in Zuma Temple, the Chinese country in another time and space, in the underground hall of Kamikaze Building.
How are all the preparations going?
Mr. Chen asked calmly, holding a cigarette in his mouth and looking at the busy programmers in front of him. The supervisor said respectfully,
Don't worry, Mr. Chen. We have already set it up, and the announcement has been sent out. Half an hour after players go online, Monster Siege will begin. The order of appearance of various monsters has been prepared, so you can rest assured. Will Shinjo cooperate?
Mr. Chen asked a little worriedly. The monster explosion rate and various settings are all independently managed by Shinjo. If Shinjo does not cooperate with such interspersed activities, there will be no consequences.
Don't worry. China has delegated authority, and we are all ready. Very good. This time so many lines are online at the same time. We must supply energy to prevent lags from happening again.
The supervisor nodded.
No problem. However, because the explosion rate is high in the first line, players will definitely gather there. Also, this time the monsters are attacking the city. So many people may get stuck. Then there's nothing you can do. If you don't go on other routes and have to squeeze in, you can't blame us. Hee. Mr. Chen Ingming.
On the other side, in Zuma's 4th floor lobby, with the sound of a jingling bell, a large amount of equipment, potions, etc. exploded on the ground. Excited Qin Hung saw a piece of sparkling equipment at a glance. Dragon bracelet. Zuma's equipment is really out. Qin Hung cleaned it up excitedly and quickly stepped on it. When I opened the package, I saw that it was a bracelet made of a circle of sharp, tiny teeth. Dragon bracelet, magic 0/3, weight 3, durability 6/6, requires 28 magic points. This is the Master Zuma brand bracelet. Compared with Sibir's bracelet, it has a little more magic, although it only adds a little more magic. Its power is very awesome. Legend has it that the entire bracelet was made by a master craftsman from the Marfa continent using the teeth of a giant dragon and took 99 and 81 geniuses to make it. A circle of dragon teeth with a pink gem inlaid in the middle. It looks extremely thick and full of endless dragon power. It is said that this bracelet has extremely strong hidden properties. Qin Hung cannot wear it at this time, and he does not know whether it has the same hidden properties as in his previous life. Maybe the official equipment introduction has been updated, so you can check it out later. With his mind on his mind, Qin Hung cleared away the other monsters and picked up the equipment and some powerful solar water potions on the ground. In addition to dropping a dragon bracelet, Captain Zuma also dropped a silver snake and a magic shield. It can be said that the explosion was quite good. After checking other equipment, Qin Hung's eyes lit up instantly. The most valuable thing is a ghost suit female. There is another top quality. Blue jade necklace, attack 2 force. That perverted Zuma guard just now exploded with a huge item, which was very good. The original blue jade necklace had an attack of 2 halves, but now it has 2 more attributes, and the attack is the same as the memory necklace. If it weren't for the hidden properties of the ghost necklace, it would be completely destroyed. I looked at the time and saw that it was still half an hour until 6 o'clock. Qin Hung did not return to the city, but continued to fly randomly. His target was the hall on the 5th floor, where there was also Captain Zuma. Maybe we can explode another Zuma equipment? After flying around for a while, Qin Hung randomly appeared under the corridor on the far left of the map. Enter the house on the left at the bottom of this corridor, where there is an entrance to the 5th floor. The place where Qin Hung settled was not very good, but it could also be said to be quite good. He was at the bottom of this corridor, some distance away from a dense group of petrified monsters. But there were 3 archers and 4 wedge moths around him. As soon as he landed, the wedge moth flew towards him with a flutter. Pung! Qin Hung summoned the little skeleton. The little skeleton stepped forward with short legs and faced him without hesitation. The group of wedge moths immediately spat into the face of the little skull. Qin Hung took the opportunity to apply poison to one of the wedge moths, and the wedge moth immediately pounced towards him. When he rushed to him, Qin Hung had already slapped him twice. He took a step back, patted him once, took another step back, and slapped him to death. At this time, the little skeleton was also killed by 3 other wedge moths. Qin Hung summoned another one and pushed it forward, and he continued to seduce one to come and kill him. When killing the last wedge moth, the wedge moth finally attacked Qin Hung and broke his invisibility. The eyes of the 3 archers around him suddenly lit up, and they turned around and shot arrows at Qin Hung. The blood volume is reduced by 3. The blood volume is reduced by 2. The blood volume is reduced by 1. The attack of ordinary Zuma archers is not high. Only December 18th. Comparing Qin Hung's abnormal defense power now. This attack power is almost the same as scratching an itch. Pray for helmet 3/4 defense. The defense of the ghost suit is 4 of 7. 2 3-eyed bracelets have 1/1 defense, plus hidden 1/1 defense. So here is 4 to 4 defense. A platinum ring has 2/2 defense, plus hidden 0 to 1 defense. This is 2 to 3 defense. Own 1 to 1 defense. Promotion to captain of 10 will add 1/1 attribute defense. The total defense power has reached a terrifying level of 1520. It's strange that these archers can cause him damage. Unless it's a perverted Zuma archer with huge HP. Its attack power would be terrifying. Qin Hung quickly killed the 3 Zuma archers. To Qin Hung's surprise, one of them exploded. It's a 6x6 explosion. There are 6 pieces of equipment. Most of them are around level 20. And the best one is a level 22 warrior weapon Shura. Not bad. It can be sold for a lot of gold coins. After making himself invisible and reactivating the properties of the invisibility ring, Qin Hung came to the door of the small room at the entrance to the lower 5th floor. He first seduced the 6 wedge moths in the room and killed them one by one. Then he stood at the door, facing the room, and summoned the small skeleton located not far away. As soon as the little skeleton appeared, the monsters were immediately brought to life. He screamed and chopped the little skeleton into a pile of pieces. One of the Zuma statues was extremely fast, and the Fong Tian painted halberd in his hand turned into an afterimage, attacking the small skeleton several times. Qin Hung's eyes lit up. Depend on perverted Zuma statue. His eyes, which were a little tired at first, suddenly brightened up. This is a good thing. You may drop Zuma equipment after killing it. However, at this time, Qin Hung would not directly poison the opponent. If he applied poison now, it would kill Qin Hung directly. Qin Hung first gave it a spiritual revelation, and its blood volume was displayed. 1800 drops. Sure enough, this is the statue of perverted Zuma. In the legend played by Qin Hung in his previous life, the blood volume of the perverted Zuma statue was 900 drops of blood. But here, the blood volume was shamelessly doubled by the official. They are all changed in this revision. In fact, Qin Hung also understands the official. After all, if so many people are online at this time, and the boss monster's health is still so low, any big guild can sweep through the entire Zuma temple. Qin Hung had a hunch that this was just a one-person encounter with this perverted monster. If there were more people, maybe the blood volume would be increased as the official said. If this is the case, if tens of thousands of people rush into the Zuma temple, how much health will a perverted Zuma guard have? 10,000 or 20,000 or 100,000? The perverted Zuma guard with 100,000 HP. It's hard to imagine how powerful it would be. Qin Hung imagined that scene, and 4 words came to his mind. Corpses everywhere. It seems that it will be difficult to get equipment in the future. With a sigh, Qin Hung moved away, and gave way to the door of the small house. He summoned the little skeleton again, not far outside the door. The perverted Zuma statue inside the door immediately roared out and attacked the little skeleton. At the same time, the petrified Zuma monsters outside the door were also affected by the little skeleton. They roared and came back from their petrified state and attacked the little skeleton. Click, click, click. The little skeleton was hammered to pieces in the blink of an eye. At this time, Qin Hung had already arrived further away. Summoning the little skeleton again, a large group of monsters rushed forward again. And the first one to rush over was the statue of abnormal Zuma. Qin Hung ran away as fast as he could. When the little skeleton was beaten to death again, Qin Hung smiled. This perverted Zuma statue has been tightly surrounded by a large group of monsters. Qin Hung now had enough time to poison it and call his aunt for a towel. The perverted Zuma statue roared inside and tried desperately to attack Qin Hung with small steps, but was blocked by a group of monsters. More than a minute later, a bell rang, and the statue of perverted Zuma dropped a coral ring and a pile of gold coins. Qin Hung cleared away a few monsters and picked them up. After checking it, I found it was just an ordinary coral ring. But it was okay. One of them sold for nearly 10 million gold coins. Excited, Qin Hung began to clean up the monsters in the small room. After clearing away more than a dozen monsters and leaving space, he summoned a small skeleton, and all the monsters next to the door on the 5th floor rushed over. Qin Hung took the opportunity to avoid the monster and rushed into the 5th floor of Zuma. Brush. As soon as Qin Hung appeared on the 5th floor, the entire corridor was filled with densely packed petrified Zuma monsters. Zuma archers, wedge moths, and horned flies. Call out. Qin Hung flew away randomly, avoiding the wedge moths that were attacking. On the 5th floor of Zuma, this is a huge zigzag corridor. But there are several more corridors than the zigzag corridor. After entering from the 4th floor, the player will appear in the middle of the word "we." Walk along the corridor in circles, and go all the way to the upper left corner, where they can enter the Zuma Pavilion. As long as you pass through the maze-like Zuma Pavilion, you can enter the 6th floor. It was a huge hall without any monsters. Through this hall, you can enter the 7th floor of Zuma. The 7th floor of Zuma is divided into 3 floors. After walking through these 3 floors, you can reach the deepest part of Zuma Temple, the home of the leader of Zuma. The terrifying leader Zuma is sleeping there. But now the official map has not been opened below the 5th floor, and Qin Hung cannot enter. His current goal is to go to the rightmost passage of this corridor. Next to the lower right corner, there is a small hall protruding in there, and a Zuma guard captain will be refreshed in it. Boo-hoo-hoo. After flying more than 10 times in a row, Qin Hung always landed in a dense group of monsters. The entire zigzag corridor was full of monsters, with almost no place to stay. Boo-hoo-hoo. After continuing to fly for a while, Qin Hung flew directly into the middle of the hall this time. But countless wedge moths pounced on him, and Qin Hung had to fly away again, stopping before he killed the wedge moths. They had already broken his invisibility. There are monsters all around, even some perverted monsters, which are impossible to fight, unless he is promoted to level 35. Learns the Taoist priest's top skill, summoning the divine beast, and summons a mythical beast dog. He can attract the firepower of the monsters. Now, I can only try my luck and fly randomly. Judging from the random situation just now, it is impossible to clear it through the corridor. There were so many monsters that they blocked the entire corridor, making it impossible to escape. After Qin Hung randomly flew around for a while, when the random numbers were almost gone, he luckily landed in the lower left corner of the hall. There are only 3 wedge moths and 2 horned flies not far away here. Kill them one by one. Qin Hung did not go to the middle and could not walk through. The entire hall was full of monsters, and he could not walk at all. Besides, the Zuma guard chief here is a little different from the one on the 4th floor, because it has no fixed location. It refreshes randomly in this hall. That is, it could be anywhere in the hall. Therefore, Qin Hung directly summoned the little skeleton, and in an instant, all the Zuma monsters around him were brought to life. Hey hey! Qin Hung chuckled, observed carefully, and immediately discovered a Zuma guard who was shaking like a convulsion. No need to think about it. This is either a pervert or the captain of the guard. Qin Hung began to poison it and the monsters around it. As for his own surroundings, he would definitely not brush them. He would have to keep them to block those monsters. The ordinary Zuma guard has 495 drops of blood. The ordinary Zuma statue has less than it, and the Zuma archer has even less, with only 385 drops of blood. The second level poison loses 3 drops of blood per second. This poison is very fast, and can kill a large area in less than 3 minutes. Naturally, Qin Hung would not wait for them to be poisoned one by one. He attacked the perverted Zuma guards first. Blow it up in 1 minute. A jingle. Qin Hung looked over excitedly. And only a pile of gold coins fell out on the ground. My day. This poor guy. After complaining, Qin Hung stopped caring. The probability of abnormal Zuma and Zuma's guard captain breaking out Zuma's equipment is very low. Just now a dragon bracelet exploded on the 4th floor. And it was probably all killed by it. Qin Hung waited for the green poison to poison the monster while breathing with his aunt's towel. But he immediately changed his mind. He came in this time with no intention of leveling up. So red poison and green poison just brought 2 packs each. There is no way to fill the hall with poisonous monsters. How much can you fight now? How much? First open some channels to find perverts. After thinking about it, Qin Hung killed a few monsters, squeezed out a passage, and stopped poisoning other monsters. Just brushing the poison once will not kill them. By the way, after the siege is over, it wouldn't be a bad idea to come here with a bag full of medicinal powder to level up. If you use poison one by one, there is still a chance to explode Zuma equipment, so you can level up quickly. A Zuma guard gives 480 experience. A Zuma statue gives 450 experience. A Zuma archer gives 370 experience. And the trash wedge moth gives 350 experience. In short, if you poison monsters here, it is much more cost effective than in the pig cave. Although the equipment shipment rate is low, as long as one is released, it will be great. Moreover, the mobs will also explode high-end ordinary equipment, such as God of War armor, coral rings, etc. It is definitely a good place to level up and collect treasures. What does Qin Hung lack most now? That is medicinal powder. Tens of thousands of packages of medicinal powder have accumulated in the warehouse. Taking advantage of the fact that there are few people here, it is suitable to use it to poison monsters for leveling up. With his thoughts on his mind, Qin Hang's men continued to move forward to clear a distance. The monster in front of him had not yet been brought back to life. So he summoned the little skeleton again. Ouch! The monsters roared wildly, came to life instantly, and rushed over to hammer the little skeleton. Qin Hung carefully looked at the monsters around him, and cast spiritual enlightenment on a few monsters that looked a bit like perverts. The result is none. He moved forward again to open a path, and continued to lure other monsters to life. That's it. Cleaning up all the way. Moving forward. More than 10 minutes later, Qin Hung met a perverted top archer. Boom boom boom. The abnormal Zuma archer's shooting speed is very fast. Twice as fast as the ordinary Zuma archer. The attack power is even more abnormal. With Qin Hang's current abnormal defense, one arrow could kill about 20 drops of his blood. Its blood volume has also been officially changed from the original 800 drops of blood to 1,600 drops of blood. It's a pity that although its attack power is high, when it comes to Qin Hung, a pervert, after a few healing spells, it is almost ignored and it keeps using the ant scarf to call the opponent. In less than a minute, a sheep's cry sounded out, and the perverted Zuma archer was beaten to death by Qin Hung. There was a jingle, and a Taoist helmet fell out of the ground. I went to clean it up and picked it up, but unfortunately it was just an ordinary one. However, it's okay, and it can be sold for 500,000 gold coins. Qin Hung continued to clean up monsters and lure them back to life. Not long after, he met a perverted Zuma statue again. But I still only exploded an ordinary demon-slaying ring. The time soon reached 5:55 in the afternoon. But Qin Hung only brought alive half of the monsters in the hall. There is no other way. We have to clean up and search again. Later, when he met someone who looked like a pervert, Qin Hung simply called his aunt from a distance to show the amount of bleeding. I'm too lazy to use spiritual enlightenment to check it. Sometimes it doesn't show up several times in a row, which makes me anxious. During this period, Qin Hung never encountered the perverted Zuma monster again. He didn't care. There were so many perverts coming to kill. There were 7 or 8 normals in one hall. If there were more, it would be impossible. Finally, it's 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The legend was finally maintained. And many people in the guild began to come online. It started to get lively, and the happiest thing happened. Ha ha! I grabbed a copy of Assassination Sword Technique, a Sacred Armor Technique, and a Fireball. Dot! Guanhai said. Damn! Your internet speed is so fast! I only grabbed a copy of Thunder and Lightning Technique and a Soul Fire Talisman. And then they were gone. Beep beep beep. Hey! I logged off next to the bookstore in Ginkgo Village. And I kept pressing the seconds to come in just to grab books. What the HL? It's just that I clearly felt like I was the first to buy it.
But I only saw a dozen books. I just ordered 3, and the rest were gone.
Fearless lone wolf.
Ha ha. The hero has the same idea. In the last 10 seconds, I pressed the login interface with my mind, and my head almost exploded. But I grabbed 2 copies at the bookstore in Border Village. A copy of
Ghost Shield and Flashlight Movie. Shingya Sadness.
Ha ha. What a coincidence. I am also in the Border Village bookstore. But I chose to come here on the second line and grab 4 skill books. Ha ha.
Dragon Tattoo.
My day. I only grabbed 2 copies.
Mu Shui Wei.
Sorry. I grabbed 5 copies.
Yujian goes to HL.
Damn. What the H L are you doing with your hand speed? I only have 2.
Game Puzzle.
Hey. I have 3 copies.
Suifeng Shuquan.
I'll go. Are you all chilling arms? I just grabbed 2 copies.
Emperor Yin Kill the God.
I also have 2 copies.
Juechen.
I have 2 copies too.
Essay World.
Damn. I only have a copy of
Holy War Armor.
Dot.
And Yuan Jian Tianmu.
Hey. I grabbed 4 copies.
Tang Bohu is happy with flowers, and the moon is refreshing with autumn fragrance.
I don't want to talk. Just a book.
Naming a household with difficulty.
My day. I have the best game warehouse in the country. The fastest internet speed. Why did I just grab a copy?
Bai Yifei.
Boss. You must have done nothing good last night. Your hands and feet were weak. I even snatched 2 copies.
Mr. Payne.
That's right. I also grabbed 2 copies. Ha ha. It's so cool. I picked up 500,000 gold coins for nothing.
The legation surgeon. Me too. Listen to the animal showing off in the meeting. Qin Hung was speechless for a while. These beasts in the co-authorship meeting are all very thieves. They know how to log off secretly next to the bookstore so that they can come up and grab the skill book. I have this idea hidden in my heart. I didn't tell anyone about it before. I'm going to do something big. He didn't even think of this method himself. It was really a mistake at the time. If you log off at the end unless you are under special circumstances, it will be a big loss. If I hadn't bought most of the books myself, I would probably have had enough to eat this time. At this time, a system voice rang.
The system announces that at 6:30, Lord Womo will lead countless believers to attack the first-line Beach City Palace. Heroes, please get ready. Fight for the king. Fight for the Marfa continent.
The announcement was played 3 times in a row. It's 6:30. It's still early. Enough time for me to find the captain of Zuma's bodyguard. Qin Hung was relieved and continued to attract monsters and search for